Invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. You stage fatal. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Crow's Chip Show on a Friday night. Yeah, with my friend Mondo. Yeah, to talk about the week. Yeah, talk about the weekend's betting and sports. As you know, we aim to give out 3 nice, decent best bets for the weekend, and talk a bit of sports and banter, and obviously, hopefully, get you guys involved. I hope you enjoyed our first duo show last week. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. So we obviously weren't too pleased with the results. We started with a nice bang with Bath. Let me just actually bring up the slide. Yeah, give me a sec. So yeah, this was last week Monday. As you said, we started off Bath, even though it was quite
it was a sweat. There was some sweating involved.
It was a sweat. There was a last minute Bath try to get halftime, and then they decided to dawdle at the end, and a Pirates try at the end would have taken it away. So it was sweaty balls time there. Squeaky tacky.
80 minutes of sweat.
Yeah. And the other best bet was our treble, and I must think Ravens was money, not lost money line. They did win right. We had Steelers plus Browns plus 6.5. They also shoot in. So our hands up there. That was my leg. I admit the Steelers completely laid an egg. The 49ers came into town, and that was depressing. That would have been a nice weekend for us if that came in, because old Alcarazi got Alcarazzled by Medvedev there.
There was no Alcarazzle dazzle there. That's for sure.
Alcarazzle dazzle. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, it is what it is. We both said we'll take it. We fully we'll take the Alcaraz momentum, and yeah, I think Medvedev had a bit of a bee in his bonnet there, a bit of chip on his shoulder through that whole competition. So I think maybe that was due, but it robbed us of an Alcaraz Djokovic final. I think that was the fantasy we were all holding on to, right?
All of us wanted it. Everyone wanted to see that. No disrespect, but that's what people wanted to see.
Yeah.
Both of them getting bundled out. Shit, bookies. Yeah. That would have been money right there.
Yeah. So anyway, the record is a little bit dubious, a little not too cool on the best bet. The fan record, we lose our first one, but if we get a fan bet from you guys in the comments, please leave a comment or say hi, or drop your best bet in the comments, and we'll pick them up and discuss them, and we'll discuss them later to put them in as a fan bet. Otherwise, myself and Mondo will create a best bet. I'm going to just remove this now, get our sexy faces up there. Yeah, man. So let's do that. So I mean, I don't. The week. Let's actually have a quick Rugby World Cup. Rugby World Cup.
Little recap.
A little recap. Like no real surprises. I think I called England. They won. I called Wales as well. So my call-in was all right. So my only one I got wrong was New Zealand. I remember I was telling you I'm in Orange on the Super Brew. I bloody chose New Zealand. First 5 minutes, I was like, yeah, I know my stuff, and off they went. So how did it go for you, man? What did you think? How did it go?
England, I heard you, and I sort of got your opinions on it. But geez, there was so much sentiment on Argentina that I ended up kind of being very cautious on the game. I took unders at 50 or 49 or something, so I did okay. But I would never have picked it. And when the red card came in 3 minutes in, I was like, okay, there's my bet done. And I sort of got over it. I sort of play on your phone and watch the rugby in the background. And then when you see Ford having the game of his life, but it's been a wild ride. It's the Fiji Wales game for me. Probably, I might have to say the All Blacks France game was up there, but that was my game so far. It's a cracker. It was an absolute cracker. Fiji. If you don't like Fiji, then you don't like rugby. You just got to love what they do, their attitude, what they bring to the game. It's just such fierce. And then obviously the big game. I'm an All Blacks fan. At halftime, I was feeling I was feeling very bolshy. I was sitting watching the game with my dad, and I was really thinking, "Fuck, All Blacks, we're going to kick on now." And it was quite the opposite. Look, I don't think it was catastrophic. At top level test matches, the margins are so slim that, bounce of the ball one way or the other, that try there where the ball bounced so horribly for Moanga, which blows out the scoreline a bit. So I think realistically, if they meet in the quarterfinals, still a 50-50 game. France definitely slight edge, but they're at home in the opener of their World Cup. We should have expected, it should have been an expected result.
Yeah.
But,
There's two, but there's still this. It's carrying the narrative because we've seen this from the All Blacks. They have a big performance in them, so that we still got to be worried where that's going to come. But what I noticed is there is a physicality deficit in teams now. New Zealand are not as physical as they used to be, and the last 10 minutes, there was 20-30 years of rugby where you still back New Zealand to work their way back into the game or win that game, any game. But they're out of all ideas.
20 was theirs.
They're all out of ideas. I don't know if you've seen people are not in the position. So that's why I've lost a lot of hope. They might beat us in a quarterfinal island, but I can't see them winning the whole thing. That's for sure. I mean, I don't know what you last comments on.
I think that my biggest issue with the All Blacks, by far my biggest issue, is just the selections. It's the coaching. It's what's killing me. Is, you talk about physicality. Like, Tamaiti Williams is a fucking freak of nature. Like, you need to get that guy on the field and get him playing. I'm glad they brought Blackadder back or brought him in. But once again, he should be playing tonight, not sitting in the hotel changing room, regardless of short notice. I think Geordie Barrett is desperately missed. They really just need some physical bulk again. Like you said, they definitely just lack that edge, almost that grunt.
Yeah.
And you see players like Scott Barrett. I love him. I'm a big fan, and he gives his all, but he just doesn't have that physical power. You know what I mean? He's a big man. He's not a lighty, but he's never going to throw somebody around like even Etzebeth might do.
Yeah.
And the All Blacks really need a player like that. It's a pity that Shannon Fazal was like a one-hit wonder against the Bucks, because in that game he showed that he could do that. But geez, they are missing. You're 100% right. They're missing that physical power. It's sorely lacking.
Yeah, man. Anyway, and the rest, I mean, I think they all went by screaming. The Scotland game, I was definitely expecting a lot of points. I lost out on a bet build or two there because I had over 29 points. I had over 7 Scotland points. So I was burnt there. And like I said, I had Wales. So I won't lie. It wasn't that much. It was the end of the weekend already. I wasn't going to make any much profit back anyway. So a Fiji try wouldn't have been, it was a bittersweet moment. I would have probably happy Wales, it was a quarter for Super Brew and a small bet, but Fiji won, I would have been just as excited. And also, the Argentina-England game, when Argentina went down to 14, and Argentina took the lead first. No?
Yeah.
No, they never took the lead. They were 3-0 up?
They weren't in the lead. It was 3-0, and then the red card happened.
So 3-0, but still, at that point, I went and took under 35 and Arg plus 8, something ridiculous like that.
Well, you would have thought that would have been absolute gold.
Oh man, I was sitting there. There we go, and I absolutely just got chowed. The whole game was just imploding on me. And I mean, but obviously, I've been punting forward for a while, so I was like, okay, I'm happy for him. But anyway,
I feel sorry for Marcus Smith. I'll tell you that much, because his time in the England jersey is very short at this World Cup.
I think I made that comment. The opportunity was missed. Marcus Smith needed to be number 10 for the last 2 years, and only playing every game all the way in, and he would have been a superstar of this tournament, but they never allowed that to happen. So that's always just my opinion. Anyway, mate.
No, I was going to say, and it's something that you kind of have touched on, is there was an interesting article with Joe Marler this week, an interview, where he was saying that England's a much happier camp, not under Eddie Jones, and it's a more festive vibe. And I'll be honest with you, watching England beat Argentina, there does seem to be a bit of chaos in the squad. There seems to be like quite a I'm not a Borthwick fan, but he seems to be quite good at like the drawing, circling the wagons, like it's us against them kind of mentality.
Yeah. I think they've had to. I think they've been so beaten up that they've now pulled together. The tribes pulled together, right? Oh, we are under attack from the wall. Let's pull. Now there seems to be far more. And why I called England for Argentina, because I was at the game at Twickenham. The first 10, 20 minutes, England were actually very good. Fiji were not in. When the rain came, England seemed to maybe think, "Oh, Fiji can't play in the rain," and they kind of, you know what I mean? They were completely dominant. Yes, they didn't finish, but they were completely dominant. And if I feel myself, if they played like that for 80 minutes, they would have really comfortably beaten Fiji, and would be enough to comfortably physically take over Argentina. So that's why and for me, law of average. I'm a big law of averages. You can't be. People, trends are never one straight line, right?
It's going to come out in the wash.
Come up. We spoke about this Australia. When we caught Australia against New Zealand, we caught our Aussie points and our Aussie pass because we said there's no ways.
Can't be that bad twice in a row.
Yeah.
I think just to end on that England one, I think the narrative needs to change a little bit after that Fiji game. I think we all thinking like, how could England lose to Fiji? I think we need to start accepting that Fiji are a good side. The Fiji aren't very far off tier one. I would say very close. They're going into a close game with Australia in a couple of days. You know what I mean? Like we need to have the context that like England weren't the best, but geez, Fiji are getting there, and they're going to beat over the next 2-3 years. They're going to beat some big sides. They're going to cause some damage. I think if they get the opportunities, which hopefully World Rugby can fucking give them.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Oh, we're looking forward to this weekend again. Obviously, not as standout, flashy fixtures, but still, and like we said before we came on, interesting nonetheless. So, anyway, I see we've got a few guys on the chat, a bit more than last week, but that's positive. But guys, as we got the comments, I don't know if you've seen, Mondo, we've got a UFC best bet suggestion, so that's quite interesting. So yeah, guys. This is. Yeah, well, we will discuss it later. Like this, just say, guys, if you are listening, get involved. Tell us what you want us, what you think is your best bet, and we'll discuss it. But we'll crack on what we're going to do for the moment on the show. We got best bet 1, best bet 2, and the fan bet. Best bet 1 will be mine. I'm going to propose to Mondo my ones that are catching my eye, which I want to put on the best bet. Make my decision. Mondo will have his go, thrash out what he likes. We'll thrash it out, but Mondo ultimately make the decision. I'll make the final decision, bet 1. Mondo will make the decision, bet 2, and hopefully you guys get involved for bet 2. So let's go. Let's do it. So there are some rugby bets I like. Let me just throw out what I liked when I saw the rugby, which was, guys, we're powered by BOYLESPORTS. So this is markets that are available on BOYLESPORTS at time of show. I do understand that potentially they're not as many as available as there are on other bookies. So bear with us as we appreciate BOYLESPORTS and their support and their sponsorship of our World Cup campaign.
Are we going to open up the lines on screen as well?
Yes. So give me a second. When we get that in, let's get the lines going. So we're there. I'm actually going to go to football. Let me get our faces in. Yeah, soccer. At least we're not cut off here for once. But anyway, so I made Forma says I made this bet 2 weeks ago on the German Bundesliga, and I've got another Bundesliga one that I really like, and it's again basically the same bet, but Bayern Munich are at home to Bayer Leverkusen. Leverkusen's actually the top of the table, but I've always fancied the home team. Friday nights. I've also got a sexy stat for you. For the first time since 1984, the Bundesliga has got 100 goals scored in the first 3 match days since 1984. So lots of goals in the Bundesliga. So
they're throwing it around.
So I quite like. I'll bring it up now, but Bayern Munich to win and three goals scored in the match is close to even money, and I quite like that. I want to see where the market is now. It might have moved. So that's one. Hold on.
That's not bad. That actually has some legs. Actually, that's a nice plan. I mean, last week or 2 weeks ago, your best bet was
was Heidenheim to score 3 team goals. Bayern's Bayern's team goals tonight is also 3 at even money. So for me, I think it could be 2-1, but I can also see Bayern scoring 3 or 4 goals easily. So let me just go back and
I personally like that the hedge of 3 total goals instead of 3 Bayern goals.
So the Bayern to win and the 3.
Because you think that 2-1, you know, that's one thing I've seen a lot of like late conceding goals in this in the Bundesliga this season when I've had exquisite results and things.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of that.
Home goals is 2.23. Now for me, even though Bayern and Leverkusen are not top, that is not right. For me, that's a 1.8 max. So for me, that's why I'm seeing the value there. I didn't realize it was going to be I didn't realize it was 2.3 because I looked at the win and 3 goals. So yeah.
See, remember also being top 3 games in is irrelevant as well. So that gives Leverkusen like a false. The bookies are maybe overhyping them.
Yeah, so even Bayern and both teams to score 2.59 is nice, but I used to play that a lot. Yeah, exactly. I can't find that bloody market now, but it was close to even money. So that's my one. That's my one. Another one I like is also football, and it's also tonight. It's Leicester versus Southampton. I really, really am quite comfortable that it's going to be both teams to score over 2.5 match. Southampton are at home. They've been scoring goals for fun.
And Leicester can score.
And yes, Leicester, well, they haven't scored much, but they're a good side. They've got the quality to score goals, but also Southampton's conceding for fun. So I can see a Leicester goal in this game, and I can see more than 3 goals at least. So I'm probably more inclined on that one, to be honest, because I love the goals in German football, but I've been burnt like 2 weeks ago. But I don't mind a run back and get in it. I'm not out of court that Dortmund's bet 9 times out of 10 anyway. So those are the 2 main ones. I'm gonna throw those. I have that more confident at the moment than rugby because I would like the points out on Boyles first to give a best bet shots on the rugby because I do really like Japan plus 21.5, but I think I prefer this bet over that. And I think possibly, the caps. Sure, I mean, there's some high ones. South Africans. I think Romania might cover against us, but these are not
really.
But these are not super confident. So at the moment, I'm going to put it out there. I like the Southampton both teams to score. I don't know if anyone else is watching who wants to back that up because last time I did this, the comments the guys backed up. Out of those 2 bets, which one would you fancy? I know you're not a big football.
Do you know if Jamie Vardy's playing?
Yeah, good question. I don't actually know. I didn't.
He's getting old now, but geez, I used to love him.
The team should come out about an hour or 2 before usually.
I mean, he should be, unless he's injured, he should.
Yeah, but he's not. But he's not the force of old. It's just that also when teams drop back into the championship, usually for at least half the season, they're quite competitive as well. So I like this bit. I have Leicester. I have Southampton scoring 2 at least, and I have Leicester scoring a goal. So that's why I really like this bet.
I think football is the same as rugby in terms of the Friday night lights factor, and I think if this was like a Sunday afternoon game, you might get the old standard 0-0 draw, like a 1-0 whatever. But Friday night in front of the fans, I think you do see goals. So I like it. I like that. I think Southampton are doing well this season, or started off well. Leicester, they've still got some talent peppered around the squad. They'll be competitive, like you say.
3 goals. Southampton's had 3 goals in their 5 out of their last 6 as well. The goals are coming in their matches. That's why it stuck out for me. Okay, I'm cool.
No, that's a good shot.
I'm having that as my best bet, guys. I'm doing that. Southampton, Leicester tonight.
Back yourself.
Yeah, back in it, bro.
First choice, best choice.
Exactly. What you got for us, big guy?
So what lines are out for the Premiership rugby at the moment? Because I've got a good one.
Tonight's games as well, right?
Yeah, Newcastle tonight. I'm going to give them a thrashing.
I'm happy to go back to Friday night Premiership Cup rugby because it is a little bit of a treat.
There's money to be made.
Yeah, we got some lines out here for tonight's game. So yeah, we got Newcastle minus 34. Did I not see? I think that's gone up quite a few points.
Yeah, that's gone up huge. It started off at like 20.
Yeah, shit, missed the value there. Oh, we got points as well. Thank you, Boyle. Very nice.
What's the points line?
61.
Fucking hell.
But Premiership Cup rugby is a high score. It used to be what Currie Cup was 2 years ago. But 61, I would have loved 57, 58.
Look, on another site, I have got money on Newcastle over 47.5. I think Newcastle give them a thrashing.
48.5. Would you play it up to 48.5?
I'll take it. Yeah, I take it. They cross 50. 48.5. I take it.
Okay.
Yeah, they get to 50.
Okay, so are we laying that up? Are you calling that your best bet, or are we laying it out? Do you want to put something else up on offer, or is this your?
And Leicester, what's the line on Leicester at the moment? And is the Saracens game up? Because if the Saracens game is up, that might be my best bet. If the line hasn't.
Is this are they tonight or tomorrow?
Saracens is tomorrow and Leicester's tonight, I think.
Oh yes, Leicester. Yeah, sorry. So Leicester minus 13.5.
It's getting big.
What was that? Is that another line that shot up? Yeah.
Shot up. I had 6.5 yesterday.
Oh jeez. Yeah, I see. Yeah, these are the tournaments that the early values the winner. You know, because these guys they don't know who's playing and form. It's a stab in the early days, right? Stab in the dark a little bit.
13.5. Because Andre Pollard's on the bench.
Yes, I saw him, Mr. Isn't he coming to play hooker next week?
Apparently, we've been training a bunch of random hookers.
Yeah.
Shit, that line's a bit big. And Saracens, what's the Saracens sitting at? If Saracens is anything below 10, that's my best. That's my best bet of the day, of the weekend.
Saracens. Okay, let me just go to.
Because these lines weren't out when I checked a bit earlier.
So we're talking tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, Saracens tomorrow afternoon against Gloucester.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
No, that doesn't look like it's...
Not out yet.
No,
that will be... The bookies have got that horribly wrong so far. And when it opens, if it opens anything below 10, take it and run.
Yeah, guys. So if you guys listening now and you fancy having a look at that when it comes out, put a reminder there. All right. So you've got at the moment we've got Newcastle over 48.5. You're quite confident they crack 50 tonight. Is there any?
Yeah, I think that's my most confident for tonight. Is for tonight. That's my banker.
In this weekend, looks like we have.
There's some NPC as well. There's some NPC that's quite tasty this weekend as well. I think there's Canterbury minus 21.5 can have my money any day of the week because they lost on Wednesday. They're playing against Southland, who are the shittest team in the competition, and I think they're coming angry.
I actually love that, bro. I think that has to. Remember we talked at minus 21.5 at home to Southland? No, that's a 40-point win.
It's free money.
No.
Canterbury are going to come in and give them a thrashing like they've never had in their life because they lost on Wednesday.
Mate, I didn't look at that. I would happily probably swap my best bet out for that.
That's good, eh?
Do we know the team? If Canterbury just play the team, they just got to go play, and if they play to anything close to their ability, they're winning by more than 30 points. Yeah,
Easy. And I think the fact that why I'm so confident is because they lost to Counties on Wednesday. They lost like a last-minute try, and I think they come into this angry. They come into this like furious.
Just they shouldn't be making too many changes though, right? I hope that we don't get caught out on that.
I think it'll be much of a muchness in the team, and it's also based on Southland being diabolical.
Yeah.
And then also an NPC Tasman. Tasman minus 11 looks the good team. I think that's also a good shot.
A little bit of rain, but I'm not worried about Canterbury in the rain at home. Sometimes they're still
the rain suits them.
Yeah,
because of their scrum.
Yeah, I've seen it before. I haven't backed them because I've seen rain and they've covered the points easily.
I think them specifically are a team that the rain suits because you kick for the corner, rolling ball, try every time.
So you're not buying into the Counties hype, no? You reckon Tasman do the job?
I just think Counties, can they really get up 3 days later again? That's my thinking. And
I think Tasman had a really good victory last time out, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're slowly turning the corner, and I think, look, like it's the same as with Manawatu. When Manawatu beat Tasman, surely they had the best celebration of their life, and then they got given 60 3 days later. And I think it's going to be the same thing.
And they got hammered again. They got hammered again this morning, right?
Geez, they got given a thrashing again. And I think that's the thing, is these smaller teams don't have the squad to, and they also don't have the mentality to accept, like, yo, we had a huge result, let's get up again. You know, you just can't do it twice in a row. And
so Tasman, barring the blowout against Northland, looks like they slowly turned the corner, beaten North Harbour in extra time, but then thrashed Manawatu and beat Taranaki away, which is a pretty decent.
That's a tough shot.
Yeah. All right.
Those are what have caught my eye mainly, and then the Fiji Oz game.
Fiji Oz. That's another one.
I think you and I both are on that. Are in agreement on that. Fiji points game has points written all over it. Fiji Oz, sorry.
No, we've got 47 marks. Let's see if they got points up here.
Please have points.
Oh, no. Guys, we're going to make a special but guys, on the show, we're going to make a mention that over 51 points for this Australia-Fiji game would be a best bet if we had the markets available. And I'm
obviously going to release the lines. It'll just happen maybe a bit delayed.
But the problem is we might, now that they've probably sussed the market out, you could probably see them putting it out at like 54. That could be the problem, right?
I think me personally, I would be comfortable up until what do I mean? What's your gut telling you the score is going to be? And you say Oz or Fiji win?
I'll tell you what. 2-0 for me is almost too much. He literally, they are a different beast with that man in the field, with the scrum and in the loose. He's literally 12 points. Him not playing.
Skelton's also out, eh?
I think this brings Fiji into the game. I think if you were really shrewd, you're on Fiji plus, yeah. But I do think over 51 is going to be covered. Fiji are always going to give you points, and that Australia team will also give you points. It's 5 points wrong at least if it's at 51. We won't put in the best bets, but definitely a mention there, right? We'll put it at playable up to what, 53?
52, 53.
52 and a half.
55 would be like a 30-25 score. I'd say up to 55, I would be like,
okay, 54. We'll say 54 and a half. We'll say 54 and a half, right?
Yeah, you're gonna have a bit more of a sweat, but you'd still be confident.
Yeah. Okay.
But there's a line that's. I've got a line that's not out on many books. There's not many books that offer it, but if Boyle's offered, or if anyone's books offer this, a guy that I'm mates with has said that a good shout would potentially be most tries to be Fiji, because if you look at the mentality in the match, because if you look at the mentality, Australia can't afford to lose. They have to win. So they are going to, and Ben Donaldson is a decent kicker. So they're going to take their threes. Whereas Fiji, they're not going to take a single three. They're going to go for corners, go for try. So I think that might be a decent market to get
We
involved
don't we
in.
don't have the most, but yes, try handicap 1+1/2 for Fiji. It's 2.1.
Take it.
Is that what you're
That's
saying?
gold. That's a good
I,
bet. That.
I personally can't take it, but I'm happy for you to make it. We still thrash out your best bet, but I'm happy to put it as a mention as well. But I'm not taking it. I think Fiji can also leak in the tries. If Oz come with the attitude, I know how you've read that game. I get it.
Yeah.
But I still don't have enough trust in Oz as well. But you're right as well, because if they don't have the cattle for the drives, maybe they're not going to back the drive,
That's the thing without Skelton, without the big pack, it's not the kind of game plan they're going to go for. So whilst they will score tries, I think it's non-negotiable for them to win. So they're more likely to take those threes. I mean, it was shocking to me to see France take 3 penalties last night against Uruguay. So, that's what kind of informed my decision. It wasn't I didn't spot it, but somebody suggested it to me, and it really made me think, along those lines. I don't know about best bet, but it's the kind of thing that's also quite a fun bet to have while you're watching the game. Like a 1 unit, if you're actually going to sit and watch, it's going to keep you quite excited.
Both team, hold on, both teams to score. And give me 2 secs here. Yeah. All right. So I think at the moment we were like in Newcastle over 48 as potential your best bet. Canterbury minus and a Tasman minus. I think those are the top 3, or the Fiji plus.
I think
we have a market for it. And guys, I've just put in best bet 1 up for now, which was the Leicester my one. But I potentially might be changing that out for rugby, depending on what Mondo comes up with as best bet 2. Yeah.
Are you thinking of going for the Canterbury?
I'm thinking of the Canterbury. I can't understand that line. It's not. Yeah.
I'll give you the Canterbury. And then
if I saw minus 30, I still might have gone. Oh, I could probably take minus 30.
No, 21's way too low. It should be at least 25, at least.
Yeah. Okay. You
take that, and then I've got a crafty best bet, which I think it's a cheeky one. I'll go cheeky this week.
Okay.
So my best, Fiji plus 7.5. And a Buffalo Bills Detroit Lions multiple. So Bills to win, Lions to win. Fiji
in a double,
7.5. In a treble.
You want to place that as your best bet?
That's my best bet. I'm going for a cheeky one.
So you give me. I like it. I that's fine. I think punters appreciate value bets. Put in some value, going for it, and I mean, I'm happy for you to put that as a best bet. So let's quickly conjure that up quickly on here. What did we say? Fiji plus.
Oh, what's the best cap available?
Highest cap?
Yeah.
9.5, 1.55.
Oh, yeah. Take that.
Okay. And then we go into American football again, my man. We're running it back.
Bulls win, Lions win. That's my guys.
Bulls win, Lions win.
Yeah.
It's Lions. Lions must be back at home now, right?
Against the Seahawks. And then Bulls against. Who was Bulls playing again? But I thought about Bulls against Raiders.
Hold on, I'm trying to refresh. I think I got stuck here.
Yeah, I saw the lines were there when I checked earlier.
Yeah, no, it's my screen has gone. Yeah, here we go. Lions at home to the Seahawks. So we going. Are these the same old Lions, or is this the new Lions, the brand new Lions?
New Lions. It's the new Lions. Brand new Lions in town.
Okay, and we said you was your other one? Bulls.
How about them Bulls, baby?
How about them Bulls? Home to the Raiders. Yeah, these have to surely look like banker home wins, right?
Yeah, I like those, and I like Fiji to keep close. Yeah. I had started slowly looking at my NFL.
my routine on a Sunday morning is my brekkie and my NFL research. I don't usually do it so early, but I'm tempted to double down on the Steelers. They can't be as bad as they were, so I'm tempted for that. And also the Broncos. I think Sean Payton at home gets his first win against the Commanders. I think they're good enough, but these aren't confident. So we just see your multi quickly. So we got
of Broncos. A bet for next week or a long-term bet. Brisbane Broncos going to win the NRL this year. That's my shot. That's my team.
Yeah.
So that's a Broncos double.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to. Okay, so we're taking out Leicester. So we're going mine's going to be Canterbury minus 21.
That's a goodie.
21 v Southland. And then best bet 2 is a Mondo multi. Like that. We can
the Mondo multi, I'll take it.
And so we had PG plus 9.5.
Bulls and Lions.
Bulls money line and Lions money line. So that was 2.8. That came to 2.85.
Well, I'll take that. Yeah, that's good value, I think.
Yeah.
Because just Bulls Lions, I think 1.7, something like that. That's what it was earlier. And I really like Fiji. Fiji are my dark horse to back.
All right, guys. Well, see, we had that's fine. I like it. We've locked in our best bets, guys. So we had taken half an hour got to get. So we obviously want to bring you guys into the show as well. We've seen one best bet suggestion, guys. I know. Yeah, it's been nice that we've had some more people on the show tonight. So we appreciate that. But obviously, like we said, we still we still have to hammer it home that we want you guys to be involved and to help us on the third bet. We had Drew Holiday give us our tennis bet last week. We have a UFC suggestion, Mondo. I'll be honest, I don't follow UFC, so I don't even know who the hell Edgar Chiraz and Raul Rosas is, because it's just one sport I've never got involved in. Don't know why. I just haven't done it. Do you know much about it, or what do you think we should go trust Bitsy to take us home?
I'm happy to back if somebody's confident, but I've never been confident on these one-man sports because I just think it's the temptation to throw and manipulate the betting of it must be so hard. If you're thinking this guy is going to win $20,000 if he wins, but like if he knows that if he gets knocked out in the first round, he can get 6-1. Like the temptation must be so hard. So I often worry about these kinds of bets and I'm a classic overthinker. But I'll back it. I mean, UFC can be reliable. I mean, and I'll always, if I'm got a bit of cash in my account to burn, I'm always going to throw a little bit of money on Drickus if he's ever fighting. I'm a loyalist, so I can't say I don't bet on UFC. But you see, there's another comment there about Henrik Klaasen scoring another century on Sunday. 12-1. That could be good value for a laugh.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, why not? These. Why? Yeah, it's possible.
It's 12-1 for a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's spread the net. Let's take these UFC tips. Let's cast the net wide.
I'm just having a look for the submission odds. So we only have a win odd for Shiraz. Yeah, or Shiraz, however you say his name. Who was the other guy we had?
It was, I'll tell you now.
Rosas.
Shiraz and Rosas to win by submission in round 1.
So we don't have submission odds on Boyles, so I'll just have a look because I see some of the other fights.
What about just a multi of those two together?
Yeah,
Shiraz and Rosas double. What odds does that kick back?
Give us a second, mate. Hold on. So he's 1.44.
Okay, that's worth a double and a multi.
And it was
Rosas.
Rosas, there is 1.13. Yeah, that could be.
That comes like a 1.6.
Yeah,
something
why
like
is
that.
it? Yeah, why is it? That's because I
Your
searched it.
bets club.
Yeah, it's because I searched it because I couldn't see it on the menu. Oh, there it is. It did find its way there. Okay, so we'll take out the Lions, take out Australia, Fiji, and the Beals, Buffalo Beals.
Bills,
So
baby.
1.63. Do we?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem is always throwing in something just for gears.
So maybe we'll do. Well, maybe we'll do. We'll put it in as this, but I'll put an asterisk there. But add in with submission if available.
Yeah, that's a goodie. If submission is available, take it. Otherwise, take the win.
I'm just trying to find where's MMA.
Eh?
That's right. I was looking for UFC. That's why. Hold on. So Rose says, yeah, he might have submission odds there. So 25. So let's see.
Yeah, there might be more markets there.
We'll go the distance. It would say submission, right?
Well, we'll go the distance. You could say no, because that's basically he's going to go in submission. So that would be close.
But that's lower odds, I think, even because 1.3, 1.10, 1.13. So it's worth just calling the win.
Just take the win.
It's 1.14. Okay. All right. We still got some people on the show, guys. We've got a fan bet round one. Okay. Oh, sorry, you did say round one submission. Sorry, buddy.
Okay, let's take that round one.
So under 1.5 round.
I like the confidence. Yeah, let's back his confidence.
Let's take that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, that takes up to 197.
Ooh. Okay.
This is interesting. We've had tennis straight sets in the US, and now we're on UFC. This is what it's about.
Exactly. Casting that net wide.
Let's see, we're on it, mates. We're backing you. We love the confidence. We like the diversity. We're a show for the people, for everybody. I know there's loads of MMA fans out there. I've just never got into it. So I'm going to let me quickly, I'm going to crack on.
One thing I will say to people watching is whatever site you use, however you bet, it's worth having a little nibble on a try scorer or two in the book game tomorrow or Sunday, because there's going to be absolutely plenty. And it could be quite fun to have a little cheeky Bongi Mbonambi hat trick or something like that on your bet slip. Obviously, only small beer money kind of bet, but I think it could be fun.
Bongi to score?
Bongi, guaranteed scores. I would say Bongi two plus.
Yeah, I agree with you.
It's the same as with the All Blacks tonight. Leicester find Nuki, you can't bet on him for less than 2. I think the bookies know that some players are going to score some tries this weekend. But yeah, Bongi definitely scores. I think the Boks put on a show. I know you were saying that Romania keep them honest. I'm not so sure. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I know what you're saying. I don't know. With it, I don't know. Maybe the disruptions. It's a gut feel, man. These higher caps. I've already put my name out there that New Zealand are going to win by more than 70 tonight. So that's my big cap for now. Let me see if New Zealand win me. I'm seeing it. I know All Blacks have been overside, but like we just did what Southland are getting on Sunday, so are Namibia tonight. That's just my gut feeling. I think if the All Blacks are in the mood, New Zealand, Namibia are stuffed. It's going to go to 90 points. That's my gut.
Where I really just to give you one little thing, where I really turned my perspective with tier 2 versus tier 1 was the Italy Namibia game last week, where first half Italy close, Namibia in it, and then Italy scored like 40 points, 3 tries in the last 5 minutes, kind of stuff, because Namibia were just gassed. There's nothing left in the tank. And I think, can you imagine like Leicester Nuku in the last 15 minutes of a test match against a team that's buggered? It's just, I think it's going to be a cricket score. It's going to be a massacre. I feel sorry for the buggers.
Yeah.
It was 70 points in 2019. So.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I've never been a big. Normally never bet even big games more than -15 handicap. I hate the big minuses, but on this. For me, it's just look, Namibia, if they put their heart and soul in, they've got some players.
That's it.
It's just for me. They're running it. Then it's not New Zealand that's beaten France and coming to make up. It's for me. It's a New Zealand team. They've got a lot on the line to prove, and that's just why I feel that they're going to be relentless and unstopping. They're not going to switch what they're going to. They're going to put a mark. They want to put a statement down. But I could be wrong because New Zealand haven't really showed that kind of mongrel recently. But it's not, I'm not disrespecting Namibia, right. But Italy have beaten them by 50. So why can't New Zealand beat them by 90? I mean,
I think All Blacks roll into town, and especially guys like Cam Roygaard and them that really have a point to prove.
That team for me, I like that team over the team that played last Friday. So.
The only problem in that side is I don't know why Tamaiti Williams isn't there, but otherwise it's a team that can ball. I like it. I'm happy. Tonight's going to be a cracker, and the weekend is going to be a cracker.
Yeah. All right, my man. This has been an absolute pleasure. We've come up with some interesting bets, but this is what it's about. You and I having a shot at it. We love the game. We're proud of our records as well. We got the guys.
Oh yeah.
Thank you everyone who's been involved this week, and that's what it's about. We want to bring you more and more involved, like we said. So
thanks, guys.
Just quick recap. Canterbury minus 21.5 versus Southland on Sunday. Canterbury rebound. Here we go. The Mondo multi. Fiji plus 9.5. Bulls win and Lions moneyline win on Sunday, and we've got our thanks to Bitsy on the on the comments. We've got a UFC Shiraz win, moneyline, and Rosas to win under 1.5 rounds. So, guys, also a quick shout out. We love Fiji over 51.5 points. We like Tasman minus 12.5 as well versus counties. And I think we'll put those as special mentions there in the slide as well. Those, and also my Leicester Southampton bet. If you fancy that tonight as well,
that's a goodie. So
we got three special mentions there. I'm going to add it as well, but that won't go to our record. This is our record. But yeah, have a go there, guys. If you fancy it.
In the famous words of Jamie Vardy, chat shit, get banged. We're going to sweep them tonight. Good luck this weekend, boys.
Yeah. Thanks everyone. Thanks again, and we'll see you next week. Yeah. Put your comments. You're not watching post. Put your comments. Tell us what you like, what you don't like, what you want us to show. So it's not just about me and Mondo. Yeah, let us know, and we'll keep doing this for the next couple of months. I appreciate it. So cheers, guys. Have a good punting weekend.
Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup Team of the Week for the first round. 8 games, 16 teams, a lot of players on display, and we've managed to whittle down to a 15-man team of top performers and standout performances over the weekend. Now, when it comes to a team of the week, it's always going to be quite contentious. There are always going to be some very unlucky players to miss out. There's always going to be some players who some people might disagree with and stuff. And that's why I want your input. That's why I want you guys' comments down in the comment section. Let me know what changes you would make, which players you agree with, which you don't agree with, what your team would look like. But also justify it. Don't just go say this guy was better than this part. Give it a little bit of input as to why certain players you think had a better weekend than this player or that player. As I said, lots and lots of different players, and there's a couple that really are very unlucky to miss out. But before I show you the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And this is what we've got a bit of input from some of the boys at doing the watch along. So whilst this is my final team, there was some input there, and this is what we've got. Right, so it represented, we have got South Africa, England, Australia, Wales, Ireland, France, and Fiji, all getting players into the team of the week. So, yeah, there are quite a few nations missing. As I said, unfortunately, it's very difficult to try and link everybody in here. And we'll talk about in every position certain players who maybe were unlucky to miss out. So if you look at the pack, we'll start with the pack. Front row, I've gone with Stephen Kitsoff. I thought really Wadi had a pretty good game, as did Angus Bell for Australia. But I thought that Stephen Kitsoff really did scrum very well, was very good in the loose, carried the ball as well. I thought that he had a really top game for South Africa. I think he's one of probably the form loose head prop in the world right now. He's become so mature these days. Obviously brings a big part of his leadership as well to the team. Jamie George, I thought was one of the best games I've seen him play in quite a while. It was a much better England performance, and the pack really showed up before George Ford masterclass. And I thought that he was pretty relentless throughout the game. Carried very well, tackled very well. Set piece was pretty solid. So yeah, that's the Jamie George that was in British Irish Lions series and stuff like. He's one of the top hookers in the world when he gets it right. And I thought this weekend he looked close to his best, as did Tinea Tupou, who, what a player to watch. Phenomenal in the loose, very solid at scrum time, absolute unit of a man, but has got a fantastic skill set. I mean, we saw him intercept tries, throwing long passes on the break. It was the marauding Tinea Tupou that every team fears. Seeing a tight head prop with that kind of size, that kind of skill set, and that kind of pace is a sight to behold, and he looked really good this weekend. Lots were quite difficult. I've gone with Will Rowlands and Franco Mostert. I thought Mario Tojo was better this weekend, for example, and I thought there were a couple of other locks in and around the games who did stand up. Joe McCarthy, for example, for Ireland, I was very impressed with what I saw from him. I think other locks, for example, Bekatava for Japan had a pretty solid game. It was against Chile, for example. And I suppose that's also kind of comes into it, isn't it? It's good performances versus weak team versus good performances versus great team. So, for example, Italy had a very good game against Namibia and don't have any players in here, and that was very difficult to try and to do, to be honest. So I've gone with Will Rowlands, who I think made about 27 tackles, got absolutely everywhere. I think that he's going to be a huge player for Wales. He has hit the cap limit, well, not limit, but prerequisite to be able to play outside of Wales and still play for Wales. So he's going to play for many years. We really got to know him quite well last year in the South African series, and I thought that I think he's going to be absolute world class. And next time, I thought Franco Moss had a brilliant game, and I was glad to see that when I was doing my player rating show that a lot of people were agreeing with me. He looks back to the best of me. He carried well, he tackled relentlessly, he's brilliant at the lineouts, just an absolute workhorse, and great energy around that park. The hardest thing for me was the loose trio. I mean, how do you leave out a Peter O'Mahony? How do you leave out a Peter Steph Toy? How do you leave out a Ben Earl, for example? Lorenzo Canoni, one of my favourite players in World Rugby at the moment, was absolutely phenomenal against Namibia. There were so many standouts. Francois Croce was good. Charles Levon was good. That entire French loose trio were very good. Arlie Severe was pretty solid. I could name so many other players across the different teams and across the weekend. But I've gone with Courtney Laws, Ty Byrne, and Gregory Eldred, which is maybe not the most balanced loose trio in that you probably have one of a Courtney Laws or a Ty Byrne. But for me, they were just the top performance. I thought Courtney Laws was the Courtney Laws that we haven't seen in the last year. Fronted up physically, got over the advantage line, tackled really well. And I think really sort of galvanized his team when they went down to 40 men. And he's kind of a lead by example type of individual. Doesn't say a lot. He's not incredibly vocal, but he just gets to a lot of work. And then Ty Byrne, I think in the strongest team he goes to lock, and I think that they can then get a Josh van der Fleer into that side with a Peter O'Mahony as well as a Caelan Doris. And it's amazing how good that Irish pack is. But he just he was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. One of the best utility forwards in the world at the moment, if not the best. And then Gregory Eldred gets a shout at 8. Man of the match performance in the World Cup opener, was absolutely everywhere. Pick up and goes, as we know him, carrying the ball well a lot. Very, very good. I thought Lorenzo Canoni was brilliant. I thought Jasper Wiese was pretty solid. Ben Earl was very good for England. There were lots of very good individual performances at 8 across the weekend. So that was quite difficult to pick. The South African, or third actually South African that gets into this team is Faf de Klerk. I thought that he managed the game brilliantly. I thought he kicked really well. People don't like it. I think a lot of people don't understand it. And everyone was there saying he just kicks possession away. Any scrum off for South Africa will kick exactly the same amount. And they do tailor-make the game plan according to a scrum off. So they know that he and Jaden Hendricks have got really good box kicking games. Therefore, in games where we need to use that, where that's the tactic that's employed, they will play. But I thought that his defensively was very good. I thought his distribution was pretty good. I thought he actually did up the ante quite a few times. But his game management, his 22, his box kicking were always sort of just outside 22. Were really, really well weighted. It was giving a lot of opportunity for us to contest and win a lot of that ball back. So I thought on his 50th cap, I thought he had a really, really good outing. And then 10, I got George. You have to go to George Ford. He scored all 27 points, didn't he? for England. I was really impressed with the Romanian 10, Vivasa. I think he's going to be a very exciting player. Very keen to watch him this weekend. Johnny Sexton looked absolutely effortless in that Ireland game. Finn Russell didn't have the best attacking game because he didn't have a great pack, but I thought his defense was fantastic. I thought Matthias Jalabert had a great game on Friday night. Really, I think silenced a couple of doubters. Not that he really had to silence a lot of doubters, but so there were lots of very good individual performances at 10, but you've got to give it to the George Ford masterclass, which almost single-handedly won England the game. I mean, 3 drop goals, miss 1 penalty, it just was absolutely flawless. In terms of the wings, I've gone with Mark Nawangani-Tawase from Australia, who looks the real deal, doesn't he? Absolutely world-class. Scoring tries, competing for the ball, X-Factor type player. Once in a generation player, potentially. Very exciting player. And then Demian Peno should have scored 2 tries, maybe a slight error not having the ball in the right hand. It was great cover tackle though from Richie Mwanga. Not the first time he's done it, but it's been finished very well, but always looks very dangerous ball in hand. Kurt Lawrence had a good game. Josh Adams I thought was fantastic for Wales as well. So there's some very good performances at wing across the weekend, but I've gone with those 2. Mark Talea scoring 2 tries. Probably feels a bit robbed. But yeah, I could have gone with a lot of different players. In the centres, I've gone with Bandi Aki, who I thought he's my player of the weekend, to be honest. I think him and George Ford are probably, would have been my picks for player of the weekend. I thought that he arrived with an intensity that was unmatched. His running lines, his defense, his attacking impetus. I thought every time he touched the ball, something was happened. And next to him, I've gone with the absolute world-class YC Natalevu, who is potentially right now the form 13 in the world. I mean, what a performance from the Fijian. It's just he's such an exciting player. It's always something happening with ball in hand. Powerful, captain of Fiji. Almost got them over the line. But 33 years old, coming to the twilight of his career. I mean, he's an absolute unit. He sits at about 1.93, over 100 kgs. And it was a really nice, very good performance from him. Very inspirational type player. And he's definitely one to watch out for the rest of the World Cup. And then at fullback, I've gone with Ben Donaldson, which, Thomas Ramos was very good, for example. And in fact, I had a very tough time not picking him. I thought Bowden Barrett actually played very well for New Zealand as well. Hugo Keenan, for example, is always going to be highly involved in Ireland. I thought the Chilean fullback was very good from what I saw from during that match. Didn't manage to watch all of it, but when I did watch, I was very impressed with him. But I've gone with Ben Donaldson, who was his first time he actually started at fullback for Australia. Kicked very well for Poles, made such good decisions, which is what Eddie Jones said that is such an exciting thing. Lots of players have got the X factor, lots of players have got everything they need to be top players, but don't always have the mentality and the decision-making ability to back that up. He very much does seem to be the real deal. So this young Australian side, yes, against Georgia, so tougher tasks do loom for them. But yeah, lots of very nice individual performances. That's my team. What do you think? Where would you change? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and I'll see you guys all next time.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. And we are live. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Rugby World Cup daily news show. And we are officially into week 2 of the Rugby World Cup. And what a week 1 it was. A lot of interesting results. No real upsets, to be honest. So still waiting for that first sort of massive, game. There's always that one game which is like iconic in terms of the upset that happens, stuff like that. So we didn't really have that in that first week, but so maybe we have to wait for the second week. But a couple of very interesting games, as well as some very good performances, and a couple of question marks being raised about some teams, a couple of answers being or questions being answered really by others. So it was an interesting first week, and I think that overall, if you look at the pools and stuff like that, no massive surprises just yet. But I think the main thing is looking at certain teams, and some teams there are some worries, and some teams are very much put to bed a bit of doubts, or at least sort of given people a bit of a reason for a bit of hope and a bit more sort of optimism maybe going into the second week. I think the likes of England, Australia, for example, 2 teams where people were very iffy about coming into tournaments, both of them getting very important wins over the weekend. Australia, getting that bonus point win. England, really sort of pretty easily in the end, overcoming Argentina. It was a very disappointing performance from Argentina, if we must be brutally honest. Was very much expecting a bit more from Michael Cheika's men. So so basically in the next sort of half an hour, we're going to talk about some of the news that is floating around. We do have confirmation, by the way, that the Springbok team will be announced tomorrow, so we will be live for that as well. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Jesse Kriel incident, which everybody's talking about at the moment. We'll be talking a little bit about the potential planned strikes that are happening in France. We'll give you a couple of updates and just sort of talk a little bit about the weekend and what was interesting and sort of a bit of repercussions going into week 2. So if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, please do put them into the comments. Let me know what you guys thought about the first weekend and what your thoughts are going into this week. And in terms of our Forever Sports tour, this is your third last news show from Johannesburg. And from Friday, this show will actually be being broadcast to you directly from France. When you do see me, I will be in France. So we'll hopefully try and take you to a couple of different locations, maybe a couple of coffee shops, maybe something with a bit of a view. That should be quite a cool little difference. It's something a bit different to what we usually do on the channel as well, which is very exciting. So let's get into it. Now, the first thing I want to talk a little bit about is the whole Jesse Kriel incident, because there's a lot of been talk about it. Obviously, Gregor Townsend addressed it in his post-match conference and sort of said that they've been worried about the inconsistencies where Tom Curry was red carded the night before due to head-on-head contact, and then they're saying that there was head-on-head contact from Jesse Kriel on that Jack Dempsey tackle, and nothing was done. I think a lot of South African fans were also querying the Finn Russell, for example, incident. And it's interesting, in terms of you seeing what you want to see, because Rassie Erasmus come out and said there was no head contact with Jesse Kriel, and Gregor Townsend saying that there obviously was. And I think, Gregor Townsend and Scotland were basically saying that Finn Russell penalty shouldn't have even been a penalty. He was kind of just pulling out of a tackle, or trying to catch the ball. And, that there wasn't really a tackle, that there was no head contact, and that shouldn't have been a penalty. I think South African fans will be saying that could have been a yellow card. So it's an interesting. It's always going to be interesting from that perspective with regards to what different people think, and you're always going to be a little bit, biased towards your team, aren't you? And sort of selectively blind at times. But let's talk about it. So in terms of the head contact, we've all obviously seen the photos and stuff like that, and maybe I can actually put it on the screen as well. Let me see if I can get that sorted.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
That's a good idea. I'm going to put that on screen now. And also, the problem is, though, when it comes to something like a very select sort of screenshot, it doesn't always tell us sort of the full story and stuff like that. And so I'm going to show you exactly what everyone is saying was the issue, and then we can talk a little bit about it. Okay, so this is the freeze frame that has been going around, and yeah, as you can see over there, and again, I was trying to find the video. We can't show the video, unfortunately, because it'll be taken down. But so that's the freeze frame that's now sort of going around. And over there, it looks like there's sort of head contact. Obviously, sort of, we don't sort of know the extent, because it said a freeze frame doesn't always tell the clearest of pictures and stuff. So that is what's going around. And that's what everybody has been complaining about, saying that where the inconsistencies. Now, Rasmus came out and point blank said there was no head contact. And in terms of the sighting, we're sitting here on Tuesday. The incident happened on Sunday evening, and there's been no sighting. Tom Curry was cited immediately. Well, obviously got a red card, and his citing commission was actually, I think, supposed to be today, I believe it was. I can just go in the World Rugby. So there has been no sightings. He will not be cited. I think that is the main thing. So a lot of people have been asking me, saying, will he be cited? Can he be cited? Obviously, he can be cited. So people are asking, even if he didn't get a red card or wasn't picked up, can he still be cited? Now, yes, he can. He can still be cited. That's definitely still a thing. But the fact that he hasn't by now means that he won't. I think is the good news, I suppose, from a staffing perspective, that he will not be cited. I'm going to the disciplinaries. So if you go to the disciplinaries, for example, there's only one from the weekend, and that is Tom Curry. And that, I said, I think that will be on today, if I'm not mistaken. The hearing will take place on Tuesday evening. Yeah, Tuesday evening. So Tom Curry hearing will be tonight. And so we'll put a video out as soon as we have that verdict, because it will be the first potential ban of the tournament. And I think the biggest problem is, I think if you look at this video incident again, you can look at the freeze frame over here and you can say it looks bad. If you look at the video, for example, I don't think it's necessarily head-on-head contact initially. I think it's a difficult one at the end of the day, and you can sort of slow it down, look from different angles. I don't think it's as clear-cut as everybody sort of is suggesting. And again, we're now sitting 2 days on from it. Nothing's been brought up, so he's not going to get cited for it. So Springbok fans, don't think we need to panic. But then obviously the sort of big questions are the inconsistencies. And there's always going to be a lot of debate around this with regards to what counts as head-on-head contact. Because we're talking a little bit about the Tom Curry incident, and some people saying that they felt it was very harsh. Some people saying, well, it's head-on-head contact. And yeah, I think by the letter of the law, it was a red card. It was head-on-head contact. There was the problem is, you look at mitigation. Now, the mitigation, I suppose, some people's argument is that Jean-Cruz Malia was coming down and sort of and wasn't on the ground yet, so he wouldn't have known exactly how high he was going to be, because he was kind of falling down from the tackle. Well, not falling down from the tackle. He got up, the ball had come down, and so that's where some people are saying it could have been mitigation, because but at the same time, and somebody made this point on our group, WhatsApp group, they were saying that there was another tackler at the same time who was lower, who wasn't in the position for head-on-head contact, and so by looking at that, you're going to sit there saying, well, it could have been avoided. And the usual thing is, when there's head-on-head contact, they start at a red card threshold, and then they look at mitigation, and they work their way down. So in that instance, for example, they said, right, there's head-on-head contact between Tom Curry and Malia. It is with a higher degree of force. What are the mitigating factors? Now, Tom Curry goes into the tackle very upright, never really sort of looks to drop, leading with his head, for example. And whilst it's an unfortunate incident, there were no real steps that he took to prevent it. And that's the problem. You look at mitigating factors, and there wasn't any, which is why he was red carded and why he will now be facing a disciplinary hearing this evening. So, two very different instances, if you ask me. Immortal say, I think they already said he won't be cited. Tim Vandenberg says, hi Stevie, just got back from Marseille. Not a bad start for the World Cup. Oh, fantastic. Good to hear. very cool that you were over there. And yeah, so we go on Thursday. So very, very excited to go there. And we'll be in Bordeaux this weekend for SA versus Ireland. So yeah, this Sunday during the watch-along, which will be with the Wares, we'll hopefully be doing a live crossing, the first ever live crossing on Forever Sports. And it's going to be to France, to Bordeaux. So hopefully you can get that right, because it'll be very cool to do. Tim says, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been 36 hours since the game, which means, yes, you can't be cited anymore, right? As far as I understand, yes, that is the case. If he was going to be cited, it would have happened already. And no, I cannot be streaming the game for us in the stadium, unfortunately. Evan says, saw the replay from another angle, looked like no head contact, shoulder hit the ball into his chin. And says, I think he could only be cited if it was a red card. I think it was just an awkward tackle there, and it does raise eyebrows. No, you can be cited. So, for example, obviously, that incident against Jean-Cruz Malia back in Ellis Park, where he jumped into Grant Williams, it wasn't even a penalty. There was absolutely nothing. And he was then cited retrospectively afterwards and was banned. So just because there was no card or just because there was no penalty or anything like that, it doesn't mean that you can't be cited. You can be cited. And people have been. But in this particular case, it doesn't look like they have cited him. Evan says tackle techniques need to be correct to avoid the risk. Well, that's I think the big thing, and that's what people are, and that's what I was saying about England. Is the problem with England is that they're dealing with a lot of red cards in a short space of time, and you start to get a little bit of a reputation about your tackle technique if that is the case, and so referees and TMOs are always going to be trying to be neutral and trying to treat every single situation on its own merits, but there's always going to be sort of a subconscious amount of, well, these guys have been getting red cards quite a lot. They've been guilty of really poor tackle technique, and that's where I think the England coaching team needs to be taking a lot of, I wouldn't say a lot of the blame, but they need to be having a review, because they've had so many red cards in the last few months that there's obviously a fundamental problem with the way that they are approaching the game defensively. And that needs to change, because that's the whole point of these red cards. Somebody made a very good point over the weekend, and they were saying that, you remember how, spear tackles was such a big thing 10, 15 years ago, and they then started saying, right, so spear tackles are completely taken out. If you dump it on the head, it's a yellow card, red card territory, for example, and it took a few years, and we had a lot of cards and stuff like that, and they made a good point saying, how often do we see spear tackles now? And we actually don't. So yes, there are the occasional times where a player is lifted up and he's dumped, but we do see it. It's far fewer incidents than there were 10 years ago, maybe. So there's no doubt that it works, and that's the whole point. And this is the thing, we can criticize World Rugby, we can criticize the officials for how many cards there are and stuff, but the whole point is to try and change players' behavior, players' tackle technique, and to change the way the game is played to make it safer. And when people sit there and say rugby's gone soft, yeah, I think that is incredibly dismissive and very, very just wrong, to be honest. Rugby is more physical and more intense than it ever has been. And it's far more professional. The players are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder, they tackle harder. So rugby has never been as physical as it is currently now. So when you sit there saying, oh, the game's gone soft because they're trying to ensure that, people who are being tackled harder than ever are not being tackled in the head and then developing dementia later and dying and forgetting their family names, that's what they're trying to prevent. We're trying to get away from the head injuries. We're trying to reduce the risk and make the game as safe as possible, whilst keeping the core principles there. That is the point. And it has to be done. Otherwise, the game will not survive. You cannot have a game or a sport which is, functionally too dangerous. You've got to weigh up the risk. And there will always be a risk of injury. It is a contact sport. But a contact sport doesn't mean that people need to be getting concussions every single week and long-lasting head injuries. That's what we're trying to get away from. So yes, a broken bone, concussions will be part of it. Concussions are part of every sport. In the last Proteas game, or the first Proteas game in the cricket, for example, there was concussion for being hit in the head, and there was some substitution. So concussions are always going to be part of the game. But you've got to try and find ways to reduce it so that they are isolated incidents and not the norm. And that's what they're trying to do. So I don't have an issue with the fact that they're trying to do. The issue obviously is the inconsistencies. And again, I think that's going to be a year or two of trying to clarify the rules and trying to really sort of work it all out. And then hopefully after that, it then becomes a case of, the tackle techniques all adjust accordingly. And we're sitting here in 4 or 5 years' time saying, how cool is it that there are so few head injuries, that the tackling's all got a bit lower, and that hopefully, the game is in a much better place because of it. So you do have to walk before you can run. And yes, so there has been an increase in cards and stuff like that. Again, I think we're talking about long-term vision here, people, long-term vision. So I don't mind. I'm not going to spend my time getting so worked up by all the cards. I've also never been one of those people who think that a red card ruins the game. I think a red card is part of the game. And I think that if you start to reduce the impact of the red card or the consequences of it, I think you're kind of losing the point. Isn't the whole point to take a hard line? And if you don't take a hard line, then you're not going to be changing players' attitudes. You're not going to be changing the way the game is played as quickly as you'd like it to be. Brendan says, if they cite this accidental incident but let Finn's clear foul play, it'll be an injustice. Winter Pistol says if Farrell gets away with his tackle, JC gets away with it too, while Farrell is currently serving a ban. We're just saying, seeing the bunker system being misused the way it has, it's like watching a field being plowed by Ferrari, so good in principle, so badly operated by those in charge. I don't think the bunker's been terrible. TMO and the bunker's obviously quite different. So if you've got an issue with the way TMO is being used, for example, then that's one thing. But the bunker, I've yet to really see the bunker being that misused. I've quite enjoyed the bunker concept. Different TMO, different set of eyes, different sort of team and stuff like that. Look, to be fair, also it is very new. They weren't, and I think before a month ago they weren't even planning on using it in the World Cup. So it was only trialed really in the last month or two, and then implemented for the World Cup. So I think it's always going to have a couple of teething issues, but I'm a big fan of the concept. So hopefully with the small issues they have, they can sort of fix that quite quickly. It has been a very tumultuous time for World Rugby in the last weekend, this first weekend. There were transport issues in Marseille. There's a transport strike planned in France on Friday, which is the day we arrive. So we might be arriving to a transport strike. So that's just been phenomenal. Hopefully I can get onto my train before then and I can get to board. So that's going to be fun. And Papa Rumble says, have we had updates on Airburn? Last I saw, they said 10 days or so. But we're still waiting on scan results. Yeah, there's been no official updates since then. And yeah, so that was a press conference yesterday. Rassie Rasmus saying that he's going to be out for 7 to 10 days. Was never going to play the Romania game. But yeah, still needs to be able to train and stuff like that. And he's not going to be able to for the next sort of week or bit. But in theory, should be okay for Ireland as long as he's trained well and there are no complications. That is the last update we got. Dion says, question, is Dan Bigger shouting at his hook and other teammates generally considered to be okay? I was shocked by the instance, didn't even get much press. I suppose you have to ask the teammates stuff like that. Some I don't know, it's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? You get some people who are very vocal at their teammates and stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it's a bit. I suppose it's about the line. I suppose it's sort of the amount of respect that you either have or that you give your teammates, stuff like that. So if you're in a position and that's you've been given the license to be able to do that, and people can understand where you're coming from, then it can work. But obviously, there's always needs to be a line. So as long as it has a net positive result, I suppose it can work. I've never been a massive fan of it. I think it's one thing demanding things of your players and stuff. I think it's another thing shouting at people when they do something wrong. So yeah, I think there's limits to it. Who do we face in the quarters if we lose to Ireland? We have to find out. We have to wait. If we lose to Ireland, we finish second. We'll play the top of the group A, which at this stage will be France. So we have to wait and see what happens in that group. Anyone know when Billy Bowman will step down? He's never stepping down. Sian says, ref chat is mostly boring. What can be an interesting discussion on the laws and their application there, which turns into fans whinging about perceived injustices? 100%. I don't mind talking about laws. I don't mind discussing the implementation of laws. It's just very tiring when you go on to a forum or you're chatting to people and it's Fiji got robbed because of a biased ref. And I find that chat so boring. Like really, honestly, rolling my eyes type. Like I'm just such a waste of my time to be talking about supposed biased referees and referees manipulating the game and match fixing and all the conspiracies. officials will always get things wrong. They'll always get things right. So there's always going to be a bit of gray area, and that's always going to be the case. And if you don't understand that, and if you don't mentally prepare yourself for that, you're going to be pretty miserable, because that's just the reality. They are human. There's always going to be human error, and it's about making sure that we can try and reduce as much as possible. And that's where the laws come in, where we hopefully get laws which are as comprehensive and understandable as well as clear as possible, so that there is no ambiguity there. Bram says, you talk about they must change player behavior. That is a stupid plan. It's damn lottery whether it's a yellow, red, penalty, nothing. How will you ever change tackles like that? Ridiculous. No, that's the whole point. It's to say, if you run in upright and there's head-on-head collision, if you run in with your shoulder and there's head-on-head collision, you will get carded. That's what the laws are. That's the whole point. Don't run upright. You have to go low. If you're tackling somebody from below the chest and you've wrapped your arms, you've got no risk of being yellow carded. Zero risk. If you're tackling below here and you've wrapped your arms, then you can't get a card. But if you go up and you're looking at and you're making the hit above the chest, then your lottery, in inverted commas, comes down to the timing. So yes, if you get it right and you hit them in the chest and they go down, you're happy days. There's not much room here, is there? So you hit somebody here, for example, even sort of the neck area, you're in trouble. And that's why they want to take out this grey area, this chance of getting it wrong, and say, go there. Because if you're aiming for below the chest and you get it slightly wrong, you're there. But if you're aiming for here and you get it wrong and you're making contact here, that's where you're going to get into trouble. And that's what they're trying to change, is to get people's defaults and people's initial tackle technique to go lower. So we are getting away from head-on-head contact. That is the whole point, and to get away from shoulder to head contact. So yeah, I don't think it is that much of a lottery. It's we're trying to get people to go lower. That's the plan. And therefore, if you go high, you run the risk of getting a yellow card and a red card. If you go low, you'll be fine. That's the concept.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Monica says that the Creel tackle was showed 5 times in the replay, then there was problems. Well, to be fair, the TMO looked at it. The TMO can look at everything. So I'm sure, and the fact that there was a replay on our TVs, for example, it means that the TMO would have seen it as well. But then decided not to take action. Winston says, how good was Grant Williams looking? Can't wait to see him really tearing up the field throughout the rest of the Rugby World Cup. Yeah, I mean, that ankle tap from Finn Russell was so important. Can we just talk about how good Finn Russell's defense was? I mean, we're talking about one of the best attacking fly halves in the world, who put in an absolute exhibition in defense. I've never ever seen him defend that well. He was absolutely everywhere. I mean, I think he made about 8 or 9 tackles, but like last man tackles, covering tackles, ankle taps. I mean, he's an absolute demon on defense. He's just the most complete fly half out there, isn't he? I think that's just the main thing we need to start talking about. Mana's saying big screen replays influence the crowd, with the crowd also involved. Evan says Williams looks deadly attacked, just wish he chipped and chased. Needs to learn to solo support, will never catch up. Yeah, that's the problem when he's the quickest player on the field. The poor guys are like desperately trying to chase him, and he's just leaving them in their wake. So yeah, look again. If it wasn't for the ankle tap, I think he could have gone all the way. It was a great tackle from Finn Russell. It was a great run from Grant Williams. But I actually don't think we're giving enough respect to how good that ankle tap was, because if he hadn't made that, it was try time. But yeah, I mean, he's just so exciting, isn't he? He gets half a space, and once he's in a bit of space, 1-on-1, you're going to back him, aren't you? Because he's got that devastating pace. He's rounding wings. You know, that's the thing. He's leaving any backline player in his wake. He's the quickest player in the squad, I reckon. At the very least, with from an acceleration point, and that's Kuba's Reinhardt, who's absolutely rapid. You've got Kirkley, Oren, Sanchez, and Colby, who are absolutely rapid. Jesse Creel is not slow by any means, and they've all said that Grant Williams is just a different gravy when it comes to his sort of just acceleration and top speed. Absolutely mental how fast he is. My cousin says, looks like Bordeaux weather may be cool start out into the weekend, even possibility of afternoon showers on Sunday. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on sitting and watching rugby in the rain on Sunday. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. The weather-wise, it doesn't look like it's going to be that cool. It does, it's going to be like sort of mid to late 20s from what I've seen. We'll actually be able to do, underground updates. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting weekend from a weather perspective. Hopefully we get some dry weather, because I think against Romania, obviously Ireland put 80 on them, and we'd like to do something similar. Very interested to see the team. By the way, my team prediction video will come out later today, and then we will have final confirmation of that team tomorrow evening when the team is announced. But yeah, in terms of other news, what do I want to talk about? Where are my articles here? I saw a whole thing that there's an algorithm which has worked out who will win the World Cup. Whole statistical thing. And it has actually said that even despite last week Friday, New Zealand has a 33.5% chance of winning its 4th World Cup. The next most likely champions are South Africa, followed by France, and then Ireland. So I think that was actually before this weekend, though. So I don't know how much. It would be cool to see if they can change. If that changes because of the first weekend results, and whether that sort of still then obviously has the same sort of favorites and stuff. Problem with statistical analysis and stuff is that it just doesn't take into consideration the human element. There's always and how players can change in the day, score lines change in the day, and how one small moment which you can't predict, a red card for example, a yellow card, an officiating error, a knock on or whatever can obviously be so influential in all these games. So yeah, you can always create a statistic, but there's always going to be that human element if you get it wrong. Mario says, my favorite part of the weekend, other than the box winning, were at memes about Rusty's light system. What are the odds? They mean next to nothing, and I'm just there to mess with analysts. Yeah, I mean, the only time we really saw the lights, we seemed to see a red light, and it was basically, well, we assumed they kind of go for polls, but I mean, they could definitely relay that message without the light. So, yeah, maybe it is a bit of just a bit of fun that they're having. Who do you think starts 10 this weekend? Will Mane be rested? I think Mane plays every single minute of the World Cup. I think that they need to build confidence into him. I think he needs to kick as many conversions and penalties and get his hands on the ball as much as possible. I don't think they would rest him at all. They could start David Williams at 10. I don't think so. I don't see why you would, to be honest. Maybe I'd rest Mane against Tonga if we got there. But as I said, for somebody who's so new into his international career, I'd be playing him as much as possible. You also don't necessarily need to have to rest certain players as much as others. Like Stephen Kitsop, when your props, for example, I'd like to be resting those and some of your forwards. So I don't think he could play every minute of the tournament if he needed to, and I think he'd be okay. So yeah. Bram says, no, you get a risk of getting concussion of your own if you go for the hip. That is why you aim for the chest, which goes up if done wrong, and you cannot go for legs in that split second. No, well, that's the whole point. You have to get away from people going from the chest. That's literally the point, because you run the risk of then clotheslining people. We've all played rugby. People all at tackle school. There's always certain things and tackle techniques. Sometimes people get it wrong, but we cannot be advocating for people to be hitting chest high tackles, because that is going to see people, head on head contact, shoulder to head contact. And that's the whole point. There were plenty of examples this weekend of very good tackles which weren't chest high and were around the waist and stuff. So that is, we're getting away from the sort of tackles. That's kind of the entire point of it. Josh says, don't you feel Ireland are very underrated at the moment? I don't really understand where that's coming from, hey? The fact that everyone's just sort of writing them off. I mean, they looked a bit sloppy for the first about 10 minutes on Saturday and then kicked into gear and obviously put Romania to bed. And it's Romania, so it's difficult to sort of see what that really means for Ireland. They play against Tonga this weekend. I think that's on Saturday at 9 o'clock. So that'll be a little bit, probably get a bit of a better idea of where they are. I'll be with you for that watch along, by the way. So hopefully that will give us a better idea of exactly where Ireland are within their form and stuff like that and temperament. At the end of the day, I expect Ireland to get through to the quarters very, very easily. And then it's about the monkey on the back, isn't it? Then it's about they've never gone past the quarters. Then it's about that whole mental, block of not being able to get into a semi-final. So it starts to come into play. So they're not an issue, and I think they'll very much know that they expect to breeze through to the quarters, and I'm sure they will. It's where they can pitch up for that quarterfinal and get the win over in New Zealand and France, which is not a small task. It wouldn't. I mean, and again, people will do it. Jeepers me, that's good. Just watching Quinton de Kock hitting his 6 down in Potchefstroom. People will say that they're choked. I don't think we can say that any of New Zealand, Ireland, South Africa, or France choked if they don't win the World Cup, because I think they're all four are very, very similar standards. I think it's about who pitches up on the day. If Ireland got to the final and lost to England, you could probably sit there and say, yeah, that's kind of a bit of a choke. They should never be losing to England in the final. And they shouldn't be. But I think when those four teams are going out to each other, I think it's about fair enough, to be honest. I think that they are that close with regards to the players, the ability, and stuff. So I don't think there's a lot of difference between those 4 teams. So, but yeah, again, at the end of the day, you got to beat who's in front of you, and that all comes sort of kicked into the quarters. But this weekend we've got some nice games. It's France versus Uruguay on Thursday. Cool to see Uruguay back in the mix. New Zealand versus Namibia on Friday. Samoa versus Chile on Saturday. Wales versus Portugal. Ireland versus Tonga. And then we've got some very nice games on Sunday with South Africa versus Romania, Australia versus Fiji, and England versus Japan. I'll be with you for 3 watch-alongs over the weekend, all coming from you live from Bordeaux, which is going to be fun. And we'll be doing live crossings and stuff on Sunday from Bordeaux at the SA versus Ireland, SA versus Romania game, which is going to be lots of fun as well. People are going to wrap up for the day there. In terms of videos to come, we've got a 5 things learned between France and New Zealand coming out later. We've got a round 1 team of the week coming out. We've also got a predicted lineup video, which should all be coming out. So we've got 3 to 4 videos coming out today. Then tomorrow we'll be live for the team announcement. We'll be live for this show. We will also have a 5 things learned from South Africa versus Scotland. Some other cool content coming up then as well. So if you have any questions, put them in the comments and we'll try and answer them tomorrow, for example. I'll try and join us in the next live show. We'll be live tomorrow at 1 o'clock as usual for the daily news catch-up. And we'll see you guys then. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. And I will see you guys all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports Fan Forum on a oh, no, wait, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday. And secondly, I'm the better version of Stevie P. Hey, here we are.
Oh, wow. Imagine that.
2.0.
Just imagine that.
Imagine that, yeah. Yeah, guys. So as you can tell, we are a little bit earlier this week. I think we're getting ready for the Springbok game. We've got the team announcement, so we've got lots of books to talk about. But also Stevie and his brother are off to France, lucky bums. So they're getting all ready for that. So yeah, Stevie mentioned that he had said something with his teeth, but boys, I think that was a little bit of a teeth whitening dental job there to get himself all ready for France.
Good for the camera.
Fans are
But
looking
yeah,
for some attention down there.
yeah, but obviously, guys, first week of the World Cup done, so we got loads to get through. Of course, I mean, some interesting topics to talk about, which we'll get to. But I think not maybe one or two shockers to some people, but generally, I think a lot of form went the right way. But I think, yeah, I can't wait to get into it with you guys, and I think we'll start off with the weekend with the first games. Obviously, the opener. I don't know if it was probably a little bit of a damp squid after everything because, yeah, it ended up being a massive France victory there in the end, or quite a comfortable France victory after a very nice New Zealand start. I must admit, I kind of still was. I predicted New Zealand possibly winning stuff, but there we go. There's the New Zealand arrived, and see you later, Frenchies. But no, the Frenchies are just really, really good. So Riza, I'll start off with you, man. How did you feel the game go? How do you think the battles of the tens went specifically? How did you see it
Oh
going?
yeah, no, cool. I see this is targeted abuse here. Yeah, no, everyone was probably wondering why I took such a break from the fan forum. Well, now you know, everyone. It's Chris and his abuse there all the way from England. But
Well,
Just
first,
having
first time
trite
back in a
opinions.
few months, so we have to ease you into it, you know. So
yeah, look, if you want to talk about the Battle of the Tens, I don't actually think that there was much of a battle. To be very honest, I thought that. Richie and Jalibu, I think both of them actually had some decently quiet games for their levels. I think Jalibu had a couple maybe a couple moments that were really exceptional, but yeah, it was a weird one. I don't think it was really a game for the tens. I think that the class was shown elsewhere on the field. So I don't know if that answers your question. It may not be the one you were looking for. But if you want me to say that Richie Mo'unga is terrible, I will not be saying that. But yeah, no, it was okay. I would rate Richie's performance probably a 5, 6 out of 10, and Jalibu maybe a 7.
yeah, but how did you? I mean, obviously, how did the game pan out for you? I mean, what were you also undercoverly thinking New Zealand were going to cause an upset there, or did the form lines just show that there was no ways that France were losing there?
Sure. I must say, I actually think that New Zealand probably didn't do themselves many favors there. I think that especially in that first half, they probably threw away a couple of chances and a couple of handling errors, and it was just all around kind of messy. And I think that if they had got their game plan together and just got a couple of hands together and stayed a bit more patient in that first half, in particular, I think that we might have seen a different result. But the French, to their credit, managed to hold them off for that first half and capitalized on the mistakes that New Zealand were making and came out firing in the second half with the ability that we all know that they have. So yeah, if you want my honest opinion, I think that France have done well to get that win, but I do think that New Zealand are much better than that.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think there's a lot more that should come from New Zealand. It would be very, very scary to still write them off. Where's I'll go to you? How do you feel the game went? What did you feel there was an impact with the 2-12s? It looked like Fofana had the better of the centers there. How did you feel the game went? Maybe not specific in the centers there, but how did it pan out there for you?
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit shocked potentially by that early New Zealand try. You know, everyone thought, okay, here we go, this is it. The All Blacks have turned up. You know, they got their spanking from the Springboks a couple of weeks before, and now they're ready to go. But I think the French did immaculate game management and planning. So they knew that they weren't going to come up and meet the All Blacks up front from the go. They weren't going to try and match the energy. They were just going to keep in there with them, and then eventually when things opened up, then really, you know, open the floodgates. So I think that was really interesting to see how the French were able to manage the game from that perspective. You know, barring that sort of first try by the All Blacks, though, it just never really looked like they were that threatening. You know, it didn't feel like an All Black team of old. However, you know, bloody Talea on the wing there is just an absolute machine and unstoppable, or just like it's very Colby-esque, but like, you know, in the fact that he just doesn't go down. So I think, you know, he can do some damage this World Cup. We'll have to keep our eyes out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one of those players that just looks so kind of maybe unorthodox in a way, because I was also watching him and it took him. He breaks almost every first tackle, almost, and he's only like a slight type of guy. You just don't expect it. He's got like the superhuman kind of ability or strength, and he
I
gets
may
through.
get shouted at. I may get shouted at for comparison, but when I look at him, I almost see like a Makazole Mapimpi kind of vibe, maybe a few years back, but.
Yeah, and I think these unorthodox wings, Peter Rousseau could have been one as well. You kind of lanky, and you kind of some of these odd wings. They've got these different running styles. Maybe JJ
And what about Kobus Reinach on the wing? He's like, I mean,
he's the best.
Chris?
Well, he's the best wing that we've ever produced. So, I mean, that's that. Or no, that's him. No, it's him. Yeah. But Rudes, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I know. You had a comment asking, have the All Blacks lost their aura? Well, I'll leave that up to you, Rudes. What do you think? Have the All Blacks lost their aura? Or where do you think they're going? How do you think the game went, and where do you think they're going in this World Cup?
Yeah, it's lovely to be on again, man. So for me, I saw a quote in the week that said the head coach of the All Blacks, Ian Foster, is consistent at being inconsistent. And I think that, for me, sums up the late generation of the All Blacks. I know we await Scott Robertson, the next All Black coach. He might obviously add some new dynamics. But for me, in this generation, I won't say I'm pleased, because it's always that sort of South African-New Zealand rivalry that you want to see that's intense. But if we judge on the last game, I know it was only a warm-up game, but the All Blacks were absolutely nowhere. And I think, to a degree, I want to say there's certain people in the New Zealand media, I guess, who sort of have this entitled denial for the moment. So every team goes through a dip. South Africa has been through many. And I think this is just the All Blacks' time to lap that up at the bottom of the barrel, so to say. Being in the bottom of the pecking order in as far as the top 4 teams to win the World Cup, that'd be fourth to be mentioned right now.
Yeah, man, Rudes, I agree. I think New Zealand, they're in a downward trend, right? I think it is players. I mean, I speak to people, our friends. Like, you look at that All Black team. Let's be honest, guys. It doesn't seem it's not as imposing as these All Black teams of old, where you're just like, how on earth are we going to beat these guys? I think we look at these teams, we think we have a chance. And I'm going to throw it. I think Fozzie, the culture, leadership is so important in sports, and I think Fozzie. I don't like to criticize people's crap, because we don't really know, but I think the culture there is wrong. I don't think they got that old proper New Zealand culture going there. So I think Robinson will turn that around, but do they have the cattle to turn it around with the players? That'll be something else to see. But the World Cup's still going. They're still in it. Who knows where they end up going? I mean, I think, let's move on to some other games of the weekend. We'll focus on the big ones. I think let's move maybe to old England, Argentina. Very, very, very interesting game. I'm sorry to the Argentina fanboys. Yes, Reza, put your head back there. And I think a lot of the panel were wearing their Argentina tops.
Yeah.
I think someone called England on the panel last week. I think that was me. But look, to be honest, guys, no one expected. No one expected. I mean, England did play better, but Argentina allowed them as well to absolutely play well. So, Reza, how did you see that game? What did you make of that one?
Oh, man. It was probably one of the most frustrating games of rugby I've watched in a very long time. And I don't usually get too invested in neutral games, so to speak. But, the RGs hold a very special place in my heart, ever since they kind of joined in with Sanzar. And I really thought this was their time. I must be honest. I thought that, of all the picks that I made this weekend, barring maybe the Fiji pick, I was quite confident in this one. And I must give all my credit to George Ford. He took total control of that game in trying circumstances for England, with obviously the red card down. And it's, geez, what an effort by him to just game manage that and control it for his team. And I think the rest of the team kind of fed off that energy. You could see after that first drop kick went down, I think they were also in shock. They were like, okay, you know what, we can actually do this. There's a bit of self-belief there. So yeah, for me, all the credit to George Ford. I'm horribly shocked at the performance that the RGs put together. They can moan as much as they want about some refereeing decisions or whatever the case is, but they had no one to blame but themselves. They were impatient and very similar to the New Zealand team, a lot of handling errors. And they just, they didn't have the temperament to get themselves into a position to take control of that game.
Yeah, I heard. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm believing that the national anthems are getting totally butchered at the World Cup. And someone mentioned that Argentina's was also completely butchered. And they're a team, that Latin temperament we talk about, that they get all worked up in their anthem and they gets them really going. And apparently they're looking around at each other like, what's going on? And it could have put them off, with that temperament we talk about. I'm not saying it did. They're professional sportsmen. It shouldn't. But someone noticed that they looked a little bit razzled, that they didn't get to pump out how they would normally do it. I'm not making an excuse for them, but yeah, it was a very odd game. And George Ford, those skills of kicking those goals, people saying, was also, they were bloody good drop goals. Is Argentina still your second team? What's going on? What did you make of it?
I don't know when they were second team. Did I say that? Is that what I said?
I'm wrong, Wes. But yeah, how did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was the only Super Rugby pick I got wrong, which makes it hurt even more. So
okay, all right, no need to show off,
yeah. I was just saying, join the Forever Sports Super Rugby picks there. Links in the description. But no, it was tough, eh? I think, like Reza, disappointed is probably correct, and not like in a parental disappointed way, but in a this was a moment for them to show the growth that they've had, and we just then resorted rather back to Argentina of old, ill-disciplined, scrappy rugby, no real phase play. It was tough to watch, and I think in a way, like it was. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I was glad to see England playing better, as much as the whole world seems to not like England, for very good reasons sometimes. I think it was encouraging for the state of rugby, and just actually for those oaks as individuals, because they get absolutely roasted by their media, and I think it's a very toxic place to be an English sportsman. So I was happy that there might be some relief for them this week, and maybe even some praise, God forbid. But yeah, in terms of an Argentina performance, was very disappointed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well. I mean, even England, there wasn't so much on attack, was there? I saw some ridiculous stat that they kicked 90% of their possession. It was just a very odd game of rugby. I don't know how much to really take on it. We'll get into some predictions later. I've got one that I will give for the England-Japan, so we'll take it there. But Rudes, what did you read of that? A lot of people would put in RGs to make it to the semis, great chance. Would they sneak into a final? What do you think happened there on the weekend, and where do you think they're going?
I think that was a defining game for Argentina. Obviously, they were backing themselves to be favourites against England, judging from the warm-ups. But then again, we saw that the warm-ups are just warm-ups, and I think Argentina, for the sake of it, also sometimes tend to be the French of old. Lately, I know they had a time where they beat the All Blacks, they beat the Springboks, but over the last sort of while, I don't think they have that same sort of rhythm that they used to. So then again, you spoke earlier about the passion. I think a lot of that sort of, when it goes missing in the game, they sort of fall apart. And then the leadership for me wasn't really evident. And then obviously the drop goals, you mentioned obviously earlier on, we were chatting on our WhatsApp group about Stephen Larkham's drop goals. Those sort of things you don't sort of plan. But I think England did. Argentina just didn't see England coming with that sort of plan, and they had no answer.
Yeah, no, it was quite surreal to watch. But yeah, I anticipate RGs will come back hard, come back good next game. I think we can write that one off. But then we possibly said that about New Zealand coming into the French game, and they showed the same form basically that they gave against us, right?
I mean, Chris, just to mention as well. I mean, I see Safri Kiwi in the comments there, getting some really good comments down there. But the one he mentions is Argentina also only had one warm-up game in Spain. And I mean, that's not preparation, right? I mean, all the big nations have had some pretty extensive tests. I mean, we had our New Zealand game and the whole rugby championship basically as a warm-up to World Cup. And Yeah, it's quite disappointing for Argentina that they weren't able to secure themselves the fixtures that they maybe needed to get them over the line.
I think that is a biggie, and I think the story even plays back to speaking about the Fijians, the Fajua, and the prep that they've had in the Super Rugby, and then the Jaguars for Argentina. When the players have that hard and weekend, you build that standard. Your body, your mind is I fully believe that as a professional sportsman, right?
Yeah.
And if you start getting less and less, that does towards the win. And you come to the big time, unfortunately, you're caught cold sometimes, and that looks
And
like
I think
what's happened.
Last thing, Chris, if we can just, and I'm sure we'll talk about it
yeah.
because this was a big theme of this weekend, but obviously Tom Curry going off, and I think we can chat about that after we've spoken about the other ones there. But Tom Curry's red card, and it is a concerning issue for England because they do seem to play better when they are a man down, which
they're
was
so
true
used to
in.
it. So.
Yeah, well, I know, but it's so weird. It just seems to kick them into this different gear. So, but you don't want to become reliant on that all of a sudden you actually need a card to play well. It does seem to kind of rally them a bit, which was, so that's my thing. Well, we can talk about Tom Curry's decision and as well as then, the other two head contacts, the Chilean captain Sigrin, and then obviously Jesse Kriel, but we'll chat about that a bit later.
Yeah, sure. We'll just finish up these weekend games. Say, Safriki, thank you for everyone who is online and watching us today. Safri Kiwi.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Well, looks like they've got a multinational, multi-support.
Kiwi's commenting.
Yeah.
There's better be a long show because we need like an hour to talk about the Bok team.
Also
you're in for a treat, my friend.
Yeah, and also that Talia is also a Safari. Maybe this is Mark Talia. Is this you, Mark Talia? Because he says Talia is half Safari and half New Zealand as well. So maybe Talia's trolling us, yeah. Because he also says New Zealand can still win it. To be honest, it's definitely Mark Talia giving us a bit of a troll. But yeah, you're right there. You can't write off.
That's my boy.
You can't. I mean, Forms is going to say that New Zealand aren't in this World Cup. They were still favourites pre-opener, right? I think maybe France just came in, but it really has opened it up quite a lot. And also, Mario, thanks for your comments. All. She says Razor isn't going to make a difference. I disagree there. I think Razor is going to make a difference. I think we're going to see a better All Black side, a top 3 international side again, because they do have the players, and when they have it's just strange in New Zealand. They always used to say their third team could basically beat everyone, right? But now they really need their top players. But
hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Just quickly before we move on to the books and controversies of the weekend, any other games? I think Wales-Fiji is worth touching on, right? I think that was probably the game of the weekend. I don't know what you guys want to have a quick run around, but yeah, I again called Wales. I just think Wales, when they're up, I think that Munce was too big of a loss for Fiji. And I also think Wales, I know Fiji came back, but let's be honest, Wales were probably checking out already when they know they shouldn't have. But I don't know, what's your guys' thoughts? Did you think Fiji should have deserve to hold on that ball at the end there, Reza, and get over and break Wales' hearts and get everyone excited?
I think that the fact that they had to be in their position in the first place, where there's a desperate play right at the end, speaks a lot about the fact and to be very honest, I think they're a better team. And I think that they, going on the potential that they've been showing, they probably should never have been in that position in the first place. I mean, that team is pretty poor, that Wales team. It is poor, and there's no other way about it. And as much as Fiji perhaps don't have the same level of pedigree behind them, it's quite, I think that they probably, like, the point I'm getting to is that they put themselves in that position at the end, Fiji, and so unfortunately they can't complain that the rub of the green didn't quite go their way. I hope to see better out of them though, but it's encouraging that they at least showed the fight right to the end.
Yeah, no, totally. I'll get your thoughts as well. See, Barry, for you, do you think Fiji can beat us? We're going to do some predictions later in the show, so we'll do some round robins of what we think. But while you speak, I'm going to put my camera off and put some lights on, because this professional presenter here just needs to get out of this dark room. So give us your thoughts on Wales and Fiji, and I'll be right back.
No, see you in a bit, Chris. I think for me, guys, I had the privilege of being able to sort of do the watch along for that game, and so that was a lot of fun. I mean, that was the best watch along I've had, because it was just action packed the whole game through. There was never a quiet moment, and I hear what you're saying, Rees, but I think we don't like to talk about the officials and the refs, but I think there was maybe this comes in the controversy later on, but if you look at how many warnings Wales got down in their 22, on a line, cynical infringements, like if you're offside, slowing down the ball on a 5 meter, that's a cynical infringement. It's the same thing as collapsing a maul, so it's very similar to that. And then the Fijians go down and they commit one infringement and they get a yellow card. And this was not the only case. It was just the most blatant, of time where we saw it. So I
didn't have the privilege of watching as much of the game as you did. Do you think that it's more? I mean, did they have despite the decisions that went against them? Do you think that they should have closed it out? I guess that's more where I was heading with it.
Yeah, I think for Fiji to be able to come back into that position, given the numerous calls made against them, or calls that didn't go their way, I think is really impressive, and speaks more about the Fijian like temperament. I'm going to use that word a lot this week. Where the Fiji of old might have just gotten a bit emotional and dropped their heads and got out the game and reverted to the old. But we saw this, what I've been talking about, this more consistent Fiji, where they're making the right decision more often than not. And for me, that's what makes a good team, and even a great team, is how often can you make the correct decision. You can't make the correct decision every time. The teams will make the wrong decision. Players will make the wrong decision. You get an heated moment. But the Fiji now we see are making the smart higher rugby IQ decisions, which I think is really impressive. And so I still see them with a chance in this to qualify.
Yeah, and Rudes, I don't know what you feel as well. Are you also, there was high optimism with Fiji, right? And they ended up feeling like giving the Wales a good game. How do you feel went from? Do you think they obviously were outdone, but do you think they possibly should have won? Again, how do you see them rolling out the rest? Do you think I know we will do predictions, but how do you see them rolling out against Australia?
Yeah, I agree with Wes when he says Fiji have got obviously a new structure to them. They're not only the flair, they've got the brains. I just think it's an uphill battle now against Australia. So they were looking to set a platform and at least challenge for second spot in the group. I think overcoming Eddie Jones might be a step too far. I don't think there's reason we can't believe and hope, but I think we're going to be living on a hope with that one. The Wales game was there for the taking, and I think in the last moment it was just the rub of the ball, the moisture, and just unlucky for Fiji there. The question would remain, though, if they did score their try, would they have kicked the kick over? So it wasn't a guarantee, it was an opportunity, but I think the Australia game is just a slight push too far, although I'd love to see some more exciting rugby from Fiji.
Yeah. Yeah, but PG are fun to watch, aren't they? And now they have improved some of the kind of basics, you want to call it, discipline and structures of the game. They are even more interesting to watch. I'm not going to touch on any other games. Well, we'll go to the books next. But any other games besides the books, you guys have any comments on? You want to say anything?
Just very briefly,
I think
how Ireland ran, or yeah. No.
go ahead, Wes. Yeah, all yours.
shot
Yeah,
crew. No, I was just gonna compliment the Chileans on having what I thought was a great start to their Rugby World Cup, or their debut. You know, so I mean, they did get put down quite heavily towards the end there. However, they came out and just again the level of rugby they demonstrated and played. I mean, to be on such a big stage in their first game, I thought it was it was fantastic to see the Chileans coming out and having another new side in a Rugby World Cup. So yeah, my hats off to them.
Yeah, and also for the minnows bet sorry, Ariza.
I think, sorry, my only other game of note was probably obviously the Ireland game. I think great to see Johnny Sexton back. I don't think anyone needs to read too much about it. He obviously had quite a performance there, but it is quite a poor Romania side. But I do wonder, I suppose we'll get into when we do our predictions, whether having the softer game first is a benefit or a hindrance. We've gotten over one of our big ones first in Scotland, which we'll get into in a second. I feel that stands us in better stead going into the rest of our group, that we've overcome one of our challenges already. For them, their tournament hasn't really started yet.
Yeah. I was just going to say, in terms of the minnows, it was quite exciting. And if you were a betting man and actually were brave enough to bet it, the Chileans scoring first and the Romanians scoring first, if you put that in a double, we could have all packed up or quit and join Wesley in Botswana and our own safari lodge. But yeah, I mean, it was quite exciting to see the guys, have a good start off that well. But obviously it is, let's face it, men versus boys at the end of the day. I really did enjoy Chile's endeavor. I did. They gave Japan a hard game. They had to really fight their way into that game, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, I'm going to quickly do the betting segment brought by BOYLESPORTS. Myself truly. You've been ticking along nicely on the show. I'll just bring in the slide as we usually do. So yeah, again, we had another nice week last week. 2 winners that I gave out last week. We had the France versus New Zealand second half higher scoring. That ended up winning kind of comfortably-ish, but yeah, it won, so it was good. Take it home. And Georgia's last try at the end, they also brought in this bet. But a win's a win, and we move on. We move forward.
Yeah.
And we're on to 17 wins, 10 losses on the win-loss record. We up edging up to 20 units on this since we started the segment, and where we operate in a lovely 54% return on investment. Take that any day. You're doing well. Let's say if you're at 20%, you're doing really well. So take that. Because we're early in the week, I wanted to see more teams, and the early games are too much of a mismatch and too many big caps going on there for me to get too much involved yet at the moment. But yeah, there it is. I'm saying that the cap is 22.5 for Japan against England. I just think England almost could be a false positive, that Argentina game. I think Japan should give this England team a decent run. I'll be surprised if England do run away from Japan. So I would have probably capped this around 15. So we'll give out 1 punt. We'll add this to the record. We'll do Japan plus 22.5. I think that's a couple points too much. So we'll see how we do with that again next week. So now we'll move on to the books. I think before we get to next week in the team, let's go through the game. Let's talk about South Africa versus Scotland, right? I mean, was it 15 points at the end? Victory, a couple of points higher than what the bookies were thinking. Restricting Scotland to 3. Yeah, sure, great defense, but I think Scotland also didn't do themselves any favors at times as well. So is it a dominant book performance that everyone is happy with, or do we think that there are still some issue there? Scotland didn't arrive, and there's possibly still some weaknesses, if you want to call it, that possibly teams could expose. Or are we happy? Reza, how are you feeling? Where do you think that how do you think that went, and where does that leave us?
So I was fortunate enough to obviously be in our live fan park, and it was I interviewed a couple of people, and obviously they were, quite festive and enjoying themselves. But so the enthusiasm and the confidence for the books was quite high. Um, and I couldn't help but think to myself while I was doing those interviews that I'm not entirely sure that I'm actually happy with the way that they closed out that game. I was hoping that we would come away with the bonus point there. I think we had just over 22, 23 minutes or something like that in which to get that third try. And it was maybe slightly concerning, if I had to really be nitpicky about the performance, that they weren't able to create really many chances in that last quarter to kind of do that. I was hoping that they'd push a bit harder for it. From a defensive point of view, an incredible performance, and it's the kind of thing that we've come to expect from the Boks in the last, I'd say, 4 or 5 years, pre-2019. So it's very solid. I think we take it. We don't moan too much. I hope that bonus point doesn't come back to haunt us. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with it though. I liked the composure shown. I think perhaps if I had to pick apart an area of concern for me was maybe in the centers. Dielendi and Creel didn't quite ever look like they were threatening much, in my opinion. And I think that's probably one of the areas of concern.
Yeah, I could possibly agree. Rudes, I'm going to come into your beloved books. I think you're predicting a 52-60 point win. I'm only kidding. I know you're expecting or hoping a nice big book win there. I thought it would be closer, so it was probably about right. But I mean, we can't ever really be disappointed. We shut the international team down to 3 points. But how do you feel, Rudes? How do you feel the game went?
So for me, obviously, the first half was a very tight affair. I think that the Springboks were still getting into gear. I think once those traffic lights start working in the second half, the guys started to also get their peripheral vision going. But no, I think for the sake of individual players, there were some standouts. Collectively, I think we still got to put it all together. It will be interesting to see post-Romania. Obviously, we're going to touch on that, but what sort of team they want to put together for the Ireland game, because there were some concerns in areas. I think our defense is solid. I think Ireland's going to battle with that, any team for that matter. And I think we just overpowered Scotland in that game in the second half. So our bomb squad is still relevant. I know Reza mentioned now the centers were a problem. I want to agree with him and also say that I'm not sure if it was an instruction to get the ball to Delende and he go route one again. But I think that route one is 2019, and we've moved on from there. So I'd possibly like to see a switch in the centers. And then the last cause for concern, I know I've mentioned it before. I've forgiven him. He's an amazing player, and we need him at fly-off. But I think the indication with Faf de Klerk being on the bench for this Romania game might be an indication that they want to take the kicking duties away from Manie Lebok for the Ireland game so that he can focus on doing what he does absolutely best and give those duties to Faf de Klerk. That's my opinion. But great win. I think it puts us in a good place, but there's still a lot of work to do.
Sorry, Chrissy, I just want to just quickly. I think that I'm getting hacked in the comments here. But I just want to be very clear. I am very much saying that my problem with the centers at the moment is that as a combination, they're not creating a lot of opportunities. Dielendi will always go forward. Everyone knows that. But whether that really moves and creates opportunities for the players outside him all the time is not always the case. And so, if he's creating that space and there's a game plan post those crash balls, sure, no problem. But I do agree with everyone. On defense, they were fantastic, which is exactly what we've come to expect. But I think that you go Moody, you go Esterhuizen, I think they've been creating a lot more opportunities than the Dielendi Creel combo.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks. as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Well, that's what I want to ask. So if you had to pick a team, say we play in Ireland next week, Rudes and Reza, who's your center combination then? Rudes
Ireland.
or Reza?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Can we
who's
leave
12
that one
and
to Wiz?
13? Where's Rudes? Do you want to you did mention the center comment. Would you change them? Who, and if you did, who would you? Would you bring in Esterhuis in? If Moody was available, would you bring in Moody?
Yeah, I like the
DW
Esterhuis because I think he's got that ability with his physical. He's got that ability with his physical prowess to go forward, but also he's got the soft hands. So that's going to allow the opportunities for Kane and Moody outside and Kurtley Orange. So possibly Esterhuis in at 12 at least.
All right, and Camp Creel still at 13, yeah. All right, Wes, on to you, my man. How do you feel it went? Obviously, guys have made their comments. How did that go for you?
Yeah, I mean, I was proper nervous at the end of the first half. Was it, I think 6-3 we went in, and I think we came out hard in that first 20 minutes, and we were looking good. And I think, you know, we looked like we had showed up to play, and we were playing some good rugby, and we were attacking with pace. And Scotland were there matching us, you know, bit for bit, and we just couldn't quite crack through. And then our scrum started to struggle. I mean, I had to pinch myself and check what reality I was in, and, you know, Doctor Strange and the multiverse, whatever was going on.
That was so weird.
Where I was, because it was just so odd. And so, yeah, I went into the half not feeling great, you know, still obviously, I think, backing the boys, believing we could win, but I was, a bit concerned. And then second half came in, and again, we came out with that intensity. And I think it was a combination of that, our fitness potentially, as well as then the bomb squad, as Rudy mentioned. And I mean, Ox, Mganami came on, and Trevor. So, you know, I mean, and they just said, right, we got this, and the Scots couldn't hang with those three, which is interesting, because they I think were the starting front row not so long ago. I know there's been injuries and a bit of this and that, but they were the choice front row. So I wonder if we might see a shift there, or because they were so effective off the bench, do they remain part of the bomb squad and then to have that effect? And once we started getting sorry, Chris, which is the last thing, once we started getting our forward momentum and our scrums, and we started winning that, then things opened up for us. And I'll touch on the center stuff lastly. Yeah, I do think that if we played Ireland, I probably would choose Damien and Jesse. I think that despite them not creating opportunities or potentially being as go forward as an Esterhuis and Moody combination, we still managed to beat a good team, the 5th ranked team in the world, by 15 points. And so we can create opportunities elsewhere. Obviously, ideal if we use the centers to make better ground, but I think given their defensive structure and the fact that we can still exploit teams elsewhere, I'd probably back those two. It'll be very interesting to see this weekend.
Yeah, well, guys, I mean about the bomb squad, right? I mean, it's all about the last 20 minutes, and it has been for the Bucks for a long time, but the last 20 minutes was one of the worst 20 minutes of international rugby I've seen in a long time by both sides. There were mistakes, giving away penalties, mistakes all across the park. I thought we got those 2 tries, we were going to kick on. I thought we were going to kick on and score another 2 tries, and we didn't do it. The bomb squad didn't. I mean, we regained control of the forwards. That was what we had to do, number one, for sure. But we didn't run it. We didn't kind of. I thought we would take it away from them, and I don't know if you guys feel is that something to worry about again, or is it one test, one next, that test done in the bag, and we move forward, and the bomb squad does its job again next time out? Reza, what do you think?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, people forget that we are pundits. We are there to pick apart the good and the bad. And while we are saying that it would have been, and I mean, I fully agree with you, it would have been absolutely great to see them kick on. We also understand the rigors of professional rugby, and it's not a bad Scotland team. And I'm sure that they will, if Rassie and Jacques are sitting there in the dugout having a cup and said, "Hey guys, fantastic game. That was like a little bit concerned about this," because they always have something to work on, and that's all we're saying is that if you've got to pick something that they probably should have done better, is maybe just close the game out completely. And there was a target, a tangible milestone in that bonus point that was very much within their reach that they weren't able to get. So if they were looking at something to improve on, I think that would be the thing for them.
Yeah, that was why I thought that the first half would have bothered us a lot, and we would have come out with a massive bean up on it and a kind of a point to prove. Even though we were kind of we didn't look like losing. That's really, okay. We'll talk about the card. Would have a Creel red card affected the game? I don't know. We can talk about that later. But I was a little bit disappointed. I would have liked to have seen us squeeze the life out of Scotland and at least get another try, But both teams were making the mistakes, and the turnovers were coming, but yeah, that's how it was. But let's move on to the weekend, and let's actually start. The book squad was announced today. Very,
Chris,
very
I just
interesting.
can I add something there?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man. Yeah.
I think on a serious note, the loss of Eben Etzebeth early on also flattened us a little bit. We didn't anticipate losing such a leader and an aggressive man, always attacking the gain line, cleaning the rucks. So I think that definitely influenced things in a way. And then on a lighter note, just coming back to the fly-off, I heard someone say that if you know how to Tokyo drift, then parallel parking shouldn't be a problem. So that's just for Moni Lebok and just the fun.
Never heard that one
I
before,
like that,
but I do like
I
it.
like
Yeah,
that,
good
Roots.
one, Roots. You picked your moment there and you delivered. I appreciated that one. But just on the book, and I'm not I know we've had our conversation, but look, I'm a book man. You guys know this, and we can bang on about his kicking, but when that boy needs to kick 3 points in a big game, he's gonna put it over, right? I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. Let him do his razzmatazz and his no looks, and he's gonna kick backwards with his bum or something. Let him do it all, and we'll be fine. So he'll be fine. Let's back him. So
I mean, if you heard Siya Khaleesi's I mean, it was all over the
Press
internet
conference.
about how he defend Moni. He makes a very good point. It's just like he does everything else in the game almost to perfection. And just because it's such a visceral thing, kicking, that you see quite clearly that it's quite a target on his back, unfortunately. But I think he needs to. I think he needs to get the benefit of the doubt. He's really been playing fantastically well. He'll fix that. He'll fix it. Sure.
I agree. He can kick.
Sure.
Yes, it's not the averages we want, right? Just sorry, Wes, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, sorry, mate. Cool. Sorry. Yeah, guys, let's go onto the team. I would say we got some changes there. I think Roots, I'll start with you, mate. I don't know what you feel with we also quite very interesting with the scrum offs. Everyone was like, why the hell do we have 4 scrum offs in the squad? Well, here we go, boys. I think maybe the craziness has revealed itself. But Roots, I'll give you first stab here. What is your first impressions of the squad and how they're going to go against Romania? Obviously, we are anticipating a very comfortable win, aren't you? But what are your thoughts?
So for me, it's obviously a lot of changes. I think it's a squad rotation thing as well. I mean, it's not a normal thing to see 4 scrum offs in a starting 23. But I think the versatility of those scrum offs counts in our favor. So if things happen where we perhaps, I'm just, for example, saying we need to do a 7-1 split, where can those scrum offs fit in potentially on the wing like we see Grant Williams now? So what will also be interesting for me is to see which players from this match actually then stay behind and form part of the Ireland game. We think of a guy like Jean Klein with so much Irish experience. Will he factor in, or are these players just obviously rotating, as I mentioned? For me, South Africa are going to absolutely trample Romania. If I look at 1 to 23, there's experience, there's excitement. It's interesting, though, as I mentioned earlier, Damian Willemse at 10 with no Moni Lebok. who would then take over the kicking duties in the second half after Clerk? Do you then give him the opportunity in the Island game to actually take that away from Mani Lebok? And as Riza mentioned, let him do what he does absolutely best, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick one. I mean, I think the bookies again are saying a 70-point win. Is this change team, considering Ireland with a full strength team beat them what by 70 odd, just under 80? So with 10 more points, you think this team goes past 70 points margin over Romania, this team we put out? Or do you think that the combos are just too fresh and too unknown, and maybe it's going to be a bit closer than that? What do you think, Roots?
I think for me, the South African bomb squad again in the second half will be just too much for Romania. I think we've played them on one occasion, and I don't think they're going to enjoy the second time playing against us. It just wears off on you, like they mentioned. It's a slow poison, and I think there's still enough in the back line to be dynamic enough to score 10 tries at least.
Yeah. Ariza, any surprises? Yeah, I think we probably were absolutely expecting a change team, weren't we? I'm not so sure about some of the combos. I mean, obviously Reina holds the dirt trackers together. Of course he does. He always has. He always has. Even and then what do you think? I mean, well, Grant Williams is there on the wing, and I think that's a big reason why there possibly were 4 scrum halves, right? So what do you make of the team?
I actually think probably my biggest issue here is actually with the bench, perhaps. I'm reading there's 2 things that I'm reading into here. I see Kobus starting at scrummy. I see Jaden on the bench. And maybe it tells us a lot, maybe it doesn't tell us a lot about which one of them's higher in the pecking order. And with Grant on the wing, it tells me nothing. I really don't know who is in the mind of the Springbok coaching staff, as if they were to choose a second scrummy to start, who's it going to be? And I mean, going off this, you would think that they're trying to give Kobus time in that role, and really it's Jaden and Grant that probably need it most. But having said this, that's the one concern I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with what they've done, but it's they've obviously got a plan, and maybe we're just not privy to it. The other thing is obviously Damien at 10. I would have liked to have seen, I'm sure Ruz will agree with me, maybe even Wes, is that Mani I would have liked to have seen him still get some time here. I think that he's riding a very high run of form at the moment, and he is a confidence player. And maybe he would have liked the opportunity to have a second half, maybe 30 minutes off the bench, to just kind of bang some kicks, express himself a little bit, and just kind of keep riding the form that he's in. So that's, if I was to be very picky about this, that's it. Oh, and Vincent Koch as well, with the start there. After seeing the Trevor Bongi Ox combination, I thought that maybe they would have liked to give them again a sense of continuity, and maybe Vincent off the bench for the second half. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I still think that we probably put over 60 on them.
Yeah. Wes, so what obviously running on the back of those guys' comments, what do you feel? What do we make of Williams at 14? Because like you say, like it would have made more sense. That I agree with Reese's comments there. Give Williams a run at 9, and even Hendrickson could have got it. But what are you going to do with Hendrickson and Faf on the bench? I'm very interested to see what they want to do. Do you have any ideas what these coaches are thinking? Wes, what do you think's going on here?
No, I mean, if you start to try and get into the mindset of a man who unfollows everyone on Twitter except for the one team they're going to play for that week, you can lose yourself in the weeds. Before I get wrecked in the comments, I know it's X, but whatever. So no, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's exciting. I think it's unknown. I think these guys are innovators, and I think with that comes risk, and it might not work or it might come off. Like with the 7-1, we've seen how they've deployed that, and it's worked in our favor this time. And so it'll be very interesting to see with their choices. Like again, these decisions I don't think are sprung on the guys. They're not. The guys don't find out who's starting where when we do, obviously the public. So there will be conversations with the team and saying, hey, okay, why don't we do this? They've run these combinations in practice. They've tried these, and clearly they've seen something. They think, hey, this could potentially work here, and they're thinking combinations down the line. I mean, what if touch wood? Everyone find some wood right now and touch it, because what if Lebok does go down and has ruled out the rest of the World Cup, and Hollow's not there, blah blah blah. Like, what about all that? Then Willemse is going to need to slot in at 10. So let's get him in there with as much time as possible. So look, this is going to be my first Bok watch along, so I'm super excited and
nice,
very privileged to have this opportunity, which I can't wait to do. So I'm looking forward
No
to
pressure.
to
It's just 350,000 people.
Well, let them come, right? If you build it, they will come. Please come join us and watch the Boks dismantle Romania.
And Wes will bring the ladies, so it's up to 500 this weekend. Let's go, boys.
Stuff.
Yeah. No, but that's exciting, man. That's exciting for me. I'm looking forward for that for you, man. That's really, really going to be good. Yeah, so I mean, we're gonna do predictions, but while we're on the books, I mean, I think we all know the books are gonna win, right? Are we gonna do a round robin of predictions? Anyone fancy Romania on the weekend? Yeah.
Okay, that's just a waste of fan forum time, Chris. Really.
Yeah, but what margins are we going by? Because I think you guys brought up a good point about like, you know, it was a full island strength team who got then about just 70 odd or just over 70. So what do we think for margins? Do we think, as you said, Chris, it was a good point, because this is a new combination, fresh combination side. Can we put 40, 50 plus, or will it be a bit scrappy and maybe a 20 plus game?
I think if you look at 40, 50 plus, just to jump in there, Chris, I think that is a scrappy game. I think that is a scrappy game. I think a good performance is 60 points plus. I think a scrappy game is 40 to 50 points.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we don't know if you want to add anything there. I think 70 points is about right. I think maybe we'll be just short. I don't know. It'll be the second half, won't it? It's a lot about the second half with these Minnow teams, of how much they got left to hang on, Rudes. But I know you said,
I'm going with South Africa 77. That's 11 tries, but only 8 conversions. So the final score 71. Romania are going to get 1 consolation try, so 71-5.
All right.
So you get that right. I'll buy you a bottle of whatever it is that you drink, buddy.
Well, that's actually what we are.
And then I say Romania to score a try. I think we're going to give them a try in the 80th minute, just because we don't want them to Romania.
Oh, gee, Rudes is so full of it, eh? So full of it this evening, eh? Nice, Rudes. Yeah, well, actually, we'll say we want to talk on to contribute. Quite a big talking point of the weekend was the cards, right, and the decisions, and we've gone through this many times. I think we all agree that we want to protect the players, and we should protect the players. So there's all these rules in to do that. We also don't always want to criticize the referees, but they brought in to man this, right? And they've been heavily criticized when they've had to make decisions on the field. So in brings the bunker system, and we think that's all going to sort it out. However, we've almost got 3 identical collisions and 3 completely different outcomes. Guys, it is not, I don't think it's acceptable. I'm not going to put it on the refs because we are humans, but it's not working, right? I'll start with you, Reza. What are your thoughts on those collisions for one, and the decisions that were made, and what do you think actually, where do we go from here? Do we have to just ride this out and hope it improves, or do we change? Do we have to simplify it? What do you think?
I do feel for the refs in this case quite a bit, because the card situation is actually quite ambiguous. The punishments, though, for cards that are, well, let's go first with play that is dangerous. That is the one reason for citation, and 2 is contact with the head, right? And so you can have a reckless play, and contact with the head is there after a aggravating factor. In fact, when you're looking at penalties over and above cards, because I don't want to go too much into the cards, I'll let one of the other boys do that. But those scenarios where they look into post game, there's been no consistency at all. It says there that they should get, I think it's a minimum, a mid-level is a minimum 6 game ban. And we saw even before the World Cup started that simply just isn't happening. There's a whole bunch of reasons that they're offering up as, this is mitigation, and this is aggravation, and this is just, we're just keeping quiet on it. This is just the punishment we're giving out, and no one seems to know what the standard is that they're working off anymore. And I find myself very frustrated at what's going on. And you know what? If it had been consistent throughout, and even the Creel card, if it had been consistent throughout and he was given a card for it, I'd be sitting here going, yeah, no lacquer, shot, 100%, we move on. But that isn't the case. And so you can understand other nations, when it goes against them, are rightfully up in arms at the moment.
Yeah, Wes, I'll move on to you because I know you wanted to comment the Creel. Let's talk about the Creel. I mean, I think do you feel that it should? What should have that outcome have been? What do you feel it should have been? I know it wasn't. It was obviously not even looked at. Do we even know if it's cited as well? But secondly, also, I mean, what do you feel? Because for me, how come us as the public can see it and go, okay, that's obvious. Why are we as non-professional referees not getting paid to make decisions? Seemingly can make the decision. Like, what do you think is going on? It's the same for VR and football, right? You see some very dubious and weird contentious. So we just brought more human error. Let's add on some more human error, and let's be happy with two wrongs make a right. Like it's very odd. What do you think there, Wes? What first with the Krill incident and all of it? What do you feel?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, but I'm going to just try keep it as simple as I can. So we saw obviously Tom Curry with a sort of upright in the tackle, head-on-head contact, no real mitigation, got the yellow card, which I think is definitely the correct call, to the bunker for the review. And I think the ref made the right call there. Fine. And then you go to the TMOs, and again, they judged that there were no mitigation factors, and so that could be upgraded to a red. And I think it's a harsh call, but I think it's a strict or a reading of the laws, like as they are. This is what it is, and it's a red card. So I think you can't be too cross with that, because you can go, okay, I can see how they got there, so I get it. But then you had Martin Sigrin, the captain for the Chilean side, doing almost the exact same thing as Tom Curry, and got a yellow card, got reviewed. So cool, the ref did the right call there. But then it goes to the bunker system, and it's deemed that it's going to remain a yellow. So all of a sudden you're thinking, wait a second, how can that be? If you look at them side by side, I think it's almost the exact, like, identical tackle. So for public, I think what the players are after as well, what I think they're desperate for, is give us the reasons why. So you said there's no mitigation, but then why was this one? What's different? Show us the difference. It's like the office meme where Pam says, corporates asked us to pick out the two, spot the difference between these images, and there isn't one. It's like we need to know what's going on. And then Jesse Creel, again, the ref, I'm not going to blame the ref because there's so much going on in a game. They've missed it, but this comes to the TMO. I mean, we've seen, this is the most involved, I think, TMOs and VAR and bunkers and whatever's been involved. So how do you miss that? Is it the directors, the TV directors? Again, I don't know how it all works in the operation room, but surely someone saw it. Well, clearly someone did see it, because the ITV commentary team would not shut up about it. And again, rightly so, because if it was happening to us, we would be, I can tell you there, Nas Twitter would be absolutely fuming in the SuperSport studio. I mean, it would just be unbelievable. So again, it comes down to that. We just want consistency as players, as fans, as sportsmen and women. You want consistency, and what that breeds, I think, is actually then safer conduct, because if players don't know what they can and can't do, then you have this sort of weird gray zone. So
Well,
totally
I mean, the one thing you can't do is have contact with the head. It's just about what is the correct punishment for different severities of.
Sorry, I'm there with you, and I agree. I think if I was to look at all those situations, I think all of those are red cards. Looking at a strict interpretation of the rules, I think they're all red.
Yeah, I agree with where they are today, right? But say this whole head thing. But guys, we've got to remember we play in rugby, yeah, right? We've all played the game. Head contacts happens in every single game, no matter what, if it's intentional or not, it happens, right? I know so let's go to you, Ruth. So that's what I'm saying. Do you think the onus is much more on the players, because it is happening in every game? I mean, do you? In a rugby high-speed collision, when you got split seconds to make a decision, and the head contact is going to happen no matter what. Is it still on the onus on the players, or do they actually? Is that the mitigation? We say maybe it is lowered, because we are seeing red cards for what for me is accidental head contact that you can't prevent, and also like Safriki makes a point. I was going to make it with you. Do you feel these umpires these refs need to be on loudspeakers on the stadiums, talking through the reasons why they made a decision. So 2 questions there: how much of it are on the players to actually not have their head contact, and do you think that maybe refs actually been heard at the grounds? Could that make a difference?
I think for me, the refs obviously have a tough job in as much as these sort of decisions. But in my opinion, it's like there's a sense of a frenzy or euphoria that's overcome the referees. They've been given a mandate, and all of a sudden they're making the decisions in that moment of frenzy, basically like from the worst possible scenario that they'll go to that first. So they'll go. I know they talk about mitigating factors, but if I look at a referee, to explain my point, I think it's Wayne Barnes from England. He's always of the notion that obviously contact that's deemed foul play, he will start at the very bottom being a yellow card, and then at a point where it is a red, he'll make that decision. But I think for the moment, the mitigating factors are not really apparent to me. It's like frenzied decision based on moments where it's split seconds where you have to decide you must now drop your angle and tackle, where the person who's attacking you's hip is much more likely to knock you out as well than your ability to perhaps stand up in the tackle, you know. So sometimes I think the physical contact thing, we mustn't get away from the fundamentals of rugby and spoil it with these sort of nuances in the laws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Can I?
If I, sorry,
Yeah, I think we've also.
Yeah, go guys.
Sorry,
Okay, you go first.
if I could just very quickly, I think that it's a bit of an aside to the card thing. It's just that the experiment that was had with the 20-minute red card rule and then replaced with another player was one that was quite interesting to me, because I feel like that takes pressure off a referee to make that red card. You know, if they suspect it's within the definition of the rules, give the red card, because it doesn't totally ruin the game. You know, it's 20 minutes off for that player, and then they're allowed to replace him afterwards with somebody else. I think that rule probably needs re-looking at. I think that there's some tweaking perhaps that needs to be made there, but I think that it takes the pressure off the referee to make those hard calls, especially when they're unsure. If their first instinct is it's within the rules, I think it's a red card, then give the damn card and let's move on with the game. But yeah, that's something to add to the conversation.
Add on that, Riza, it's like we want to see, or I would like to see, a scenario where the World Cup, there are more yellow cards. We don't want to see any red cards for that matter. And perhaps a scenario where if you build up 1 or 2 yellow cards, you suspend it for the next game. We're losing the basics of it by bringing in the red card bunker system, etc. I think it's complicating a scenario that could be quite simple. So in other words, let's just see more yellow and less red.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video.
Your ways, I think you wanted to also chime in some last comment there.
I mean, we could be here, you know, and talk about this for about an hour by itself. But I think 2 things, and then I promise I won't say any more about it. But I think one, I agree with you guys in terms of, and it was brought up in the comments as well on one of the watch-alongs this weekend. I don't agree with watching things in slow motion all the time. So I think you should use slow motion to identify where contact was made. So you use slow-mo to see, okay, there is contact on the head. Cool. So we've got a head contact. Or if you're not sure, it's kind of like when in cricket, when the ball goes past the bat and it's kind of close, it's like, right, can we get ultra edge just to see? So you use slow motion just to see, okay, was there where contact was made? Then I think when referees and the TMO in the bunker or whatever they are, they then need to watch the incident in real time, not slow down, because there's contact with the head. So you need to watch it at the time that the player had to adjust to the decision. And I think that will give them a more realistic understanding then of could the player realistically get out of position. I will just say though, for Creel, Curry and Sigrin, they were all bad tackles. They were all in the wrong position. They were never going to make effective tackles. They were all upright, high. That's a bad tackle. I don't know about you, Oaks. We say we all played rugby. I was never taught to tackle like that. They were all upright. Like it's just yeah.
But have you never gone into we've all at some point gone into guys a little bit shorter. The games we've all gone in high at some point, not deliberately. At some point, the angles of the tackle, what's happening. I'm not, you know what I mean. For me, my last shot, I just feel those type of incidents are at the moment, yes, red by letter of the law. Now all three were red. However, for me, some of these incidences are too strict. These rules are too strict for the incident. I think we need to strip it back a little bit. Some of those things are not red card offenses. In a game of rugby, that's not a red card offense. But we are where we are. So that's my last.
But if you talk about no, so I had two. Go. I already said one, but I was going to talk about then if you say in the game of rugby. Because at the end of the day, and I know we hate saying this, but it is a game and people's lives need to carry on after rugby. And there's a real issue with CTE and head collision and concussion and brain damage. Like that's just it. And so if we want people to continue playing rugby and there's a massive fallout in the US of what's going on with football, American football, like parents are not wanting to put their kids into American football because of the CTE. So that sport, might crumble, might not crumble, but what we want to see is rugby preserved. And for me, the core of rugby is not making head contact. I know that's not what you're saying. The biggest tackles I've seen ever made in rugby have been good, low, strong, hard, positive tackles where the head's not even anywhere near the other person's head. So I'm all for the physicality in rugby. Okay. I'm 100% there with you, but I do think sorry.
I agree. So I think with the games, because this is kind of shifted in the last 5 years. So in saying that, I agree. So I'm totally agree. If this embeds all players to be going low all the time, like it becomes this normal habit. But then I guess that's maybe where I'm missing the point. I'm going to see a different game of rugby, not the game of rugby I knew and watched and knew. And it's going to be a different-ish game, right? It's going to be more aerobic. What's the word they call it? So are we prepared to say goodbye to the game of rugby almost as we prepare, because we are changing the rules that much for the good of the person, maybe not the good of the game.
But the
maybe
rules
rugby,
have changed. We 50-22, kicking it directly out into touch, line up, scrum, hold set. Rules have changed.
Chris, I've never looked at a game of rugby where there hasn't. I've never looked at a game where there hasn't been a high tackle and gone, geez, that was a pretty soft game. Like that's never crossed my mind once. Like rugby, when it's done properly, is still hard. It is still aggressive and physical and all of the above. And yeah, I think if this is the approach you want to take, then I'll send you the Owen Farrell highlight clip again, and you can have some dreams about that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a high-paced physical game. You're not going to get it out. I'm sorry. You guys might think if you want that, that's fine. There are going to be head contacts every single game, no matter if it's deliberate or not. Maybe the guy's trying to go low or not. It's going to happen. I promise you that. So every game you're going to watch the rest of your life, you'll see a head contact somewhere. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I'm just
handballs
saying
happen in football. Okay. Handballs happen in football in the penalty box. It's a card or whatever the case is, a penalty. So that's it, right? So that's against the rules, and if that happens, then there you go. Anyway,
I know, but we need to protect the players, and I totally agree. I just said just get them set up, but no, because I was going to talk about headgear, right? But you're right. Go to NFL. These guys have state of the art helmets, and these guys, but they get properly slammed to the ground. Yeah. So but I mean, you're talking about this might be maybe people getting upset. What I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to say we should go headbutt each other every game and get dementia. I'm just saying maybe there needs to be laws that everyone needs to wear proper state of the headgear. It's available. So why aren't rugby players putting on headgear? if they can use it. You know, why would they?
No,
Anyway,
because
that's
headgear has been proven to just be it's actually makes American footballers
Yes.
go in with worse tackles
fair enough. Good,
because they've
good
got their
point.
headgear on, and it's been shown
Yeah,
to
that's
not
a
be a
good point.
deterrent to terrible tackle technique. It's actually one of the worst things for
Oh,
it.
yeah. Roots, you want to say something? Add one more last. This has gone on 50 minutes. We thought it might do. I should have started it earlier. But yeah. Roots, you got anything else to add before we go into some quick fire predictions before we end the show?
I'm good, my brother. You fire ahead.
Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go to. Yeah, we've gone a little bit over. Apologize, guys, but I hope you guys
That's World
enjoyed
Cup.
that
It's World
theory.
Cup.
And
It's okay.
yeah. So we'll do predictions. Yeah, we'll all have a go. I think there's 8 games, so we'll all have a stab at 2. I will go first as the host because I'm allowed to make that decision. So, there we go. France by 50, New Zealand by 60. There we go. Easy. And then we'll go around the table as we go with Roots first. Roots will take you to the next games, and that will be Samoa versus Chile and Wales versus Portugal. What's your Samoa-Chile prediction?
Samoa 38-12 against Chile, and then obviously, sorry, what's the other game? Portugal?
Wales, Portugal.
Sorry, Wales by 50 at least. So 53-3.
Wales by 50. Okay, the bookies have got them 30. So you thinking they got that very wrong? Then it's a heavy Wales victory. Yeah, I also think Wales should be putting them by 50 as well. Wes, we'll move on to you. Wes, we've got Ireland, Tonga. How do you see that going?
Yeah, I mean, we know the Tongans love the World Cup, and I remember when we played them last in the World Cup pool game. So, I think the Irish do come out on top. Obviously, I'm going to say Ireland by about 20 points. So, yeah, I'd say Ireland by 20.
Yeah, the bookies got there by 30, so it just shows you how it's these games that we not used to seeing, how it's hard to kind of match them, right? Even though we know it's going to be a dominant wins, but by how much, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then, we've got you in the South African game. I think you did give it earlier. But what's the margin in the South African game?
Yeah, I was
buddy, commit.
torn. I know. You boys are saying big margins, but I do think like maybe potentially some of the combinations could be new. But I think if you just look at how star-studded the backline is and the power of the forwards, so I'm gonna say South Africa. Yeah, South Africa by 65.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was leaning as well. Yeah. And Riza will put you on the probably the best, they're leaving the best games for last for us this weekend, really teasing us this weekend, even though they are big games, but they are going to be quite interesting to watch. Australia, Fiji. How do you see that one?
Oh man, you've given me sure. I'll tell you what, I want to go with Fiji, but I think that Australia probably takes some heart from that first win, and I think Fiji will be quite demoralized. So I'm going to go Aussies by 10.
Yeah, I like that. Also agree. I think Aussies will just be too much. I think they've grown. They would have taken out of that Georgia win, and I still think that if you want to call them tier 1, because I think Fiji might still even be above Australia. I haven't seen the last rankings, but I still think when it comes down to the crunch, at everything equal, to these teams at this level, the better the team wins, right? And then England, Japan, Riza, as I say, it's 22 points. I'm calling in England 10-15. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I actually think I'm going to go with an England by 20.
Ooh, close to the. Yeah, you think you build on that win against Oz? You saw enough there.
Yeah, I'm actually. It's more about the Japanese at this point. I think that they aren't actually playing the rugby that they should be at the moment. So yeah, I think it's more down to their performance.
Yeah, fair enough. It could be. We got on the bet. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I think it should be 15. So I'm taking the points there on the betting angle. But yeah, I agree with you there. I see some of the comments, guys. Yeah, Josh and Mario, they want us to talk about Marcus' injury. We didn't. I hadn't. I'll be honest. I have been busy all day. I hadn't picked up on that. Just before we end off, does anyone want to comment on it? How is he injured? What's going on there, guys? Because I don't know. So fill me in there as well. What's going on there?
We don't know, right? That's the issue. He's kind of gone off for scans and stuff for an undisclosed injury, so it's all being kept a bit hushed at the moment. Which is not right.
I think the last headline I saw was that apparently it's been touted as minor, but what minor means, in the context of a World Cup is Mine could be 2 weeks out for something, so, and that's quite a lot. But yeah, look, I mean, keep. I'm sure Stevie P, he's going to keep us updated.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just
'Cause
keep following the channel, guys. You'll see it. You'll see it here as soon as we know anything. Yeah.
Just quickly, I'm interested. What did this happen in the game? I didn't see it. And what is the injury? Do we know what parts of the body? Do we not know anything
I
at this
think
stage?
I think it's something a knee, I believe. I think
Okay.
it's a suspected ACL something.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Brings us to the end. Now we're looking forward to another weekend of no matter who's playing. We love it. We always will. And yeah, thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. Guys, please join into the boys. Stevie P will be in France. So exciting for them and for the channel. Loads of stuff going on around the channel. Give Wes support
France,
on
Uruguay
the
tomorrow
weekend.
night.
France. Are you on? Or who's doing the watch along tomorrow? Is
Yeah,
it you,
on
Rudes?
Rudy's doing
from
France,
8:30.
Uruguay.
Join Rudes on the watch along tomorrow, and obviously across the channel there will be fan cams and pre-shows and gist for the boys.
And don't forget
everyone's-
to make your predictions and your super brew and
Yeah, your
fantasy.
Super Brew.
Do all those
fancy
things.
team.
And
Yeah,
Yeah,
and thanks to
do
Boyle
all that good
Sports,
stuff.
our sponsors, to get on board with us for this journey. If you fancy signing up, get a sign-up bonus with the link in the channel as well. But thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. And yeah, guys, we'll see you all soon. Cheers.
thanks,
Guys.
Chrissy. Appreciate it. Cheers, guys.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for a team announcement reaction, which is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, that is the team that has been named, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to fix it quickly just so that we can reflect that Bongi Mbonambi is your captain for the day. And what a day it's going to be. And I can tell you right now that I am very excited because I will get to watch what could very well be the strangest Springbok team to ever take a field play this weekend. I mean, it is so far from a team that I think anybody would have called. And yet, I don't hate it. I think that's the funniest thing about this whole situation is that it is such a strange team. And yet I'm in for it. And it's interesting because, if you were to name the side and as an outsider, if you were to name the side and look at each position in terms of positions that these teams were sort of picked for, really, or the players were picked for, it would just make zero sense. It would make absolutely zero sense. We have got 4 scrum offs in the lineup, lads. 4. And yet I don't hate it. We have got only 1 out-and-out hooker in the 23. And yet, I don't hate it. We do not have a single player here who plays their domestic rugby at 10. Let that settle in. We do not have 1 natural out-and-out fly half in the 23. And yet, I don't hate it. It's a bizarre team. It really was. And I'm interested to see what everybody's going to have to say because I think it's really fun. I really do. So I'm going to ask questions saying what the poll is. Do you like the SA team? Let's bring my team, should I say? Yes or no? Simple yes or no. And I want to know what you guys think in the comments. I really, really do. And we're going to have fan forum after this, by the way, which will be kicking off at 8 o'clock. And that's going to be a lot of fun. Trying to sort of really, have a go try and decide for this. Because it's gonna be pretty cool. So yeah, let's get your comments in. I'm trying to get the next one. And the title of our fan forum has changed. and it's changed to Springboks revolutionizing rugby. And just because the innovation, the experimentation, what we're doing as a side, as a squad, has never been done before. And whether it's a good thing or bad thing, I mean, we'll kind of wait and see, won't we? Because obviously this could all backfire, and it might be a bad thing. But it's pretty weird. It's pretty fun, and I don't know, why not have a bit of fun? Eh? Why can't we have a bit of fun? Why can't we do something a little bit different? You know what I'm saying? Why do we always have to be so boring? So yeah, that is the team. So I'm going to give you guys some time to sort of look at it. I'm going to get your comments into the description. I'm going to go through them in a little bit. Because yeah, there's a lot to talk about in terms of there being so many weird aspects to the team. So let's get some of the comments, shall we? Well, before they do that, should we go through it? So in the front row, Oxen Chair, Bong Yimanambi, Vincent Koch. The only thing really there for me to really sort of look into, it's interesting that Vincent Koch is starting. He doesn't usually start. He's usually off the bench. He's an impact player. I had gone with Trevor Nyakani starting, him coming off the bench in my prediction. But I'm pretty happy with either, to be honest. So, yeah, I think that's fine. No issue there. Jean-Claude Marvinori, I think we all knew that barring any fitness concerns, that was going to be the combination there. Marco Verstappen was always going to play. For me, Dwayne Vermeulen was always going to play. Crocker Smith, for me, was always going to be in the 23. It was whether he was going to start or come off the bench. So, at 7, very happy with that. I think I went Kubas when I come off the bench in my prediction. I'd started Jaden Hendrickson. I went with Monty Leibach, and to a certain degree, I may be a little bit surprised we haven't gone with Monty Leibach. I think a lot of this means that we'd be currently training for Ireland. We'll be, doing a lot of work on that. And so, yeah, David Willemse, who is our second choice 10 and might have to play a 10 if he goes down, will get some minutes at 10, which is probably quite important. But Pimpy back into the side. Andreas Days in back of the side. Kane Amude at 13 doesn't surprise me. I even said in my prediction video, I would quite like to see him at 13, but I also want to see JC Krill at 13 next to Esterhazen. So we should be able to get that wish. I should be able to see that, hopefully, in this game. Grant Williams starts on the wing. He's never played on the wing, as far as I can see, at a professional level. He does cover wing and has had to in the past, both for the Sharks and the Springboks, for example. In fact, I think when he made his debut, he actually came on at the wing. But he's never started there. He's not a wing. So that's going to be very interesting. And it's going to be interesting. Obviously, he's not going to be tested defensively like he would be in 2 weeks' time if he was up against James Lowe. But it's still going to be a test positionally and testing the high ball. Because we all know on attack, he's got the skill set. And he's an absolutely terrific player with ball in hand. But structurally, it'll be interesting. And positionally, it'll be interesting to see how he does cope on the wing there. And then Billy Lou at fullback was also pretty predicted. Dion Ferry was always going to be an interesting one to see whether he would actually play some minutes at hooker. He is our third choice and our alternative option. So it's an interesting one that they are going to start him there, or not start him there, but they are naming him as the hooker replacement, for example. I'm not opposed to it, and but I think that's going to be an interesting and good to see minutes once again, because I think you're going to get the information. Are they going to be? So I'm just making sure that's updating the fan forum thing. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. The biggest thing I think is can these players who have been named in different positions be relied on in those positions? Are they legitimate options in these positions or not? because a lot of the guys are playing in what we would call, the break, in case of emergency break glass type positions. Grant Williams will never start on the wing for a World Cup final at this stage. We wouldn't have Dion Free ideally as our hooker replacement in a World Cup final, for example. But is that the case? And that's the kind of information that we're going to get out of this game, and that's what I'm so excited about is to see if the contingencies and the experiments that we wanted to have pay off, and how much merit there are to them. Have they trained there in training, for example, and or else is this going to be the first time we're really going to get information on that? So that's for me, it's an interesting one. Apart from that, in the bench, it's all pretty straightforward until you get to the backline players, Jaden Hendrickse, as well as Faf de Klerk, who is our third choice 10. Jacques Ingelbach confirmed that in his first press conference after the World Cup announcement. And I suppose if you are going to be option at 10, you have to play some minutes at 10. So, I mean, again, Faf de Klerk's not played a lot of rugby at 10 in his career. But he's going to get some minutes there this weekend. And again, I'm not opposed. But let's go with what we're saying here. So, Matthew earlier saying, interesting team. Angela saying, I'm mind blown. Contender saying, I'm delighted with the 15. Love to see some experimentation for once. I mean, for once. If there's one thing that these guys do, they do experiment. Angela, how many tries? Spiros, I knew they were going to start Williams at 10. Money needs to rest. I don't think he really needs to rest, but I don't mind Williams playing at 10. Safri Kiwi says, Williams at 14. Definitely testing for when we get injuries in the backs with a 6-2 split. Spiros saying, I wish he had started Dion Free at 2 or 6. Lorenta said we don't need a 10 for Romania. Campo records he called it, so I'll have to go back and check to see if he did. Spick says, what time are you leaving tomorrow, Spare? I think in the evening. I think this time tomorrow we'll actually have just taken off. This is me trying to show you how I am not currently panicking about the entire thing. Lots and lots to do tonight before we do leave tomorrow. But by Friday, we'll be broadcasting on the ground, and I can't wait to be able to bring you guys that kind of coverage. Vic says, conspiracy, they're trying to get one of the scrum halves injured to bring in Pollard. Dear. Christian says, eventually the 4 scrum halves in the squad makes sense. Kate says, Baff at 10 is up for grabs. Creel at 15 is also a possibility. Could we even see all 4 scrummies on at the same time? 9 Henderson at 10 to Clark, Ranach, Williams. I mean, I suppose we could with the right injuries. Not the right injuries, but with certain injuries. Safki says, wait, I just saw the 3 scrummies on the bench. Well, 2 scrummies on the bench. But Bradley says, that's absolutely a Rusty team. Vic says, Grant Williams about to beat Amanda's try scoring record. Marnus Pereira saying, I think Marnus should have started to really settle in the practice goal kicking. Doug creates, I mean, this is the team to try it out against, 100%. I think that's the main thing. Theo DePria says, much as expected, surprised that Dion's not started. If you expected to see Faf de Klerk as a reserve 10, as well as Grant starting in the wing, fair on you, mate. Safra Kiwi says, Romania has a couple of speedsters on the wings, so we've got to be careful. Sav says, well, speedsters galore with that back line. I'm all here for this side. As Bradley says, a lot of questions answered here. Lorenta's saying Williams will eat the Romanian souls. Mario saying it's the perfect team to put 100 points on the board. Strong engine up front and strike players to a man in the back. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. TJ says, name one bad ball carrier in that 15. You can't. Nandila says, super stoked to see Grant Williams granted wing. The guy has jet shoes. So I was saying, the people must look down on Liebach. He is a good player. Yes, he missed a couple of kicks, but he on fire in the back line. Don't look down on Money. I think everybody's starting to get behind him in that sense. Theo saying, Force Gun was the same team. Way cool. Ryan says, what do you think about Jaden and Faf on the bench? Well, I think they both need game. Well, I think Jaden needs game time. And yeah, so then we need to, and if Faf's going to be our option at 10, then we might as well give him some game time at 10. I like the concept. I think he'd be quite cool at 10. Tabo says, Grant Williams, only choice that surprised me. Rest of the team, no-brainer. Rest big guns for Ireland. Lorenta says, let's really go all out metal here and move Arkia to the wing. Put him at fly off. Put him at fly off. Ricardo says, like the team, just had to keep Money on 10 for consistency. And Tons of Refrigeration says, who's going to kick for poles? I'd imagine the starting lineup it'll be, or in the starting lineup it'll be Damien. If he comes off, then Faf will take over. I do think Faf will come on a fly half. I think that's exactly what will happen. Steven says, I think a lot of the selections are made to give the new guys World Cup play time, so they will have experience for defending title at the next World Cup. Yeah, interesting point. Although, I mean, to be honest, I think if you look at the players getting game time in inverted commas, I don't think a lot of them are players who necessarily would be around for the next World Cup. Like Grant Williams will, for example. I don't necessarily think Kubas Reinach will. Don't know if After Clerk will make it. Don't know if Dion Free won't make it, for example. So I think there's some players that will make the next World Cup, some players that won't. I think this is generally just seeing what we've got in the squad. Deathstroke says, what if this goes wrong? Well, then we panic, don't we? So Terry Master says, which three do you pick for your fantasy team this round? Who's going to be the kicker? Actually, Gaz with the glaring option is not a kicker. Yeah, I think he will. To be honest. I don't see it. I mean, maybe MJ Esterhuizen might have a go, or Willie LaRue might have a go. Maybe Katie Moody's just been decided to add that string to his bow because he's just apparently could do anything at the moment. My cousin says, has Rassi unfollowed Scotland yet? I think he has, actually. Felix Fox says, if we get outside 12, we score. Tennis says, there's also possibility to see Kitsop as an unused substance in your can come on at 1. Hopefully, Oxgrant, Estes, and get a first test try. Sean Keegan says, predict 120 score. Cheapest. Christian Van saying, World Rugby already thinking about outlawing scrum offs altogether. Dearie me. Well, yeah, so, I mean, as I said, we are going to be having our fan forum after this, so, yeah, I think the Buggers are really going to have a good time breaking this team down and seeing what seeing what we have to look forward to. So hopefully you guys will join them. They go live at 8 o'clock. It'll not be with me. I need to go pack and make sure we got all our equipment so that we can bring you guys on the ground coverage from France from Friday morning when we arrive. And there's also a transport strike. Typical. I leave South Africa. I go to a first world country. What's the first thing they do? They strike. I mean, I'm leaving the land of the striking to go to another strike. What am I doing wrong, people? What am I doing wrong? Why is it always me? Why is everything following me? Dear. But hopefully it won't be too bad. And we can get through it. But yes, so the fan form, but what I'm saying, I think the bottom line is I think the fan form is going to be a lot of fun trying to break down this team. So don't make sure you go and check out. It'll be Reza, it'll be Wes, it'll be Chris, it'll be Roots, it'll be entertaining. I'm hoping that they call out Reza's All Black affiliation and interested to see what they've got to say about the past weekend's worth of rugby, as well as what they think of as innovation. So that goes live in about 45 minutes. We'll be live for another 14 minutes. So plenty to still talk about on the stream here. So get your questions in, as well as your comments, and let's go through this, shall we? Ron says Rassi mind games, and Uchina Butle saying would have loved to see Kwaka and the Dupree twin. Well, he's not in the squad. Sadaki says ban from never check the comments. Yeah, I have advised that they will be going through some of the comment stuff today. So we have done a bit of a tweak on the format, and so yeah, they are going to be doing a bit more interaction today, hopefully. Well, they will. So please do come and join and give them some input on that as well. Dad says only Irish and SA fans knew how to be gracious in defeat. Oh, you have to lose first, mate. Sorry, I'm going to be that guy. I don't know who you support, what the agenda you got against Ireland and South Africa, but it's a weird thing to harp on about. Especially this particular Springbok side. If there's ever a Springbok side that you could not accuse of being arrogant, it's probably the Scrub side. If you want to go after the fans, different story. And again, good fans, bad fans, and that's kind of the same for any nation. But yes, Lorenta said, I cannot be the only person who actually liked the new kit. I wasn't crazy about it before. I saw it against Scotland, but it's just so in your face, just a piece of toy. I don't really mind it, to be honest. It doesn't look really like a match jersey. It definitely does have a certain amount of a sort of training jersey feel about it. I don't absolutely hate it, for example. I mean, I think the concept's pretty cool. I think the coloring maybe is probably what people hate about it most about it. But I'm not absolutely against it. I don't think it's as bad as everybody makes it out to be. I mean, it could be worse. I think that's the main thing. It could definitely be worse. I do like the conspiracies that everybody's saying that it's to match, F&B colors. And I do like the Shaker 60 chart because that Shaker 60 has got an ad spot on the Super Sports stream. So everybody's saying it's to match the kit. It does make me laugh. Contender saying the last time since we saw a scrummy at 10 in the box was Ruan Pino a long time ago. Last time a scrummy was on the wing was Francois Hocart back during Coetzee era. Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a scrum half starting on the wing as well as coming off on the bench as a 10, as well as having 2 other scrum halves in the matchday 23. This is definitely pretty groundbreaking. And hopefully it works. It'd be very cool if it does. I'm in for it. Daniel says Molly should have had more game time, especially going into the Ireland game. Yeah, I said I had him in my team. I did say I'd like to see him play as many times as possible. Again, though, if Marty Libak goes down, then what? You know, and it's all very well to say, well, then we just replace him with Andre Pollard. But Andre Pollard has not played rugby for a long time. So if Marty Libak does get an injury and Damien Willemse has to start at 10 against an Ireland or in a quarterfinal, I suppose you do want him to have had game time there within the past month or two. So I suppose it is a bit of a chicken egg situation where you want Damien Willemse to be capable at 10, but at the same time you want to give as much game time to Marty at 10. So it's a tricky one to try and get right. I'm not quite sure what the answer is, to be honest.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
That was it. Watch media lose their shit. Rusty selecting 4 scrummies. World Rugby must change the laws. Lorenta said, Checker saw an opportunity and went for it. Loved it. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think they saw the jersey and went, right, boys, I've got an idea. We can get in there. Katie says, don't mind the safety net of Creel on the bench just in case Grant on the wing doesn't work out too well defensively. We can shift Kane there and Creel to 13. Yeah, well, that's the thing is you've got options here. You've got lots and lots of options. Because you could have JC Creel at 13, you could have JC Creel at 14. You could have JC Creel at 15 if you needed to. You could have Dion Free coming on hooker. You could have Bongi and playing all 80 minutes, Dion Free going onto the flank. You could have... the only options you don't really have is if we have 2 lock injuries, you'd be a bit short, but generally that very rarely happens. You can replace Kobus Reinach 3 times. Damien can slot in at 12, Damien can slot in at 15. Kobus can go onto the wing. We've got every single position sorted here. So the versatility is mental from that perspective. Yeah, Gareth says, who do you think needs to shine this test to be utility forward on the bench versus Ireland? I think, what would I change for Ireland? I don't think I would make too many changes. The only changes I would potentially make for Ireland is maybe look at Jean Klein on the bench. Maybe instead of Markovic starting. But the problem is then you've got Dwayne, who's more of an outline 8, doesn't really play on the flank, and maybe you're going to be a short on flank. Obviously, you've got Franco Masters who can start there. So it's a difficult one to get right, really, isn't it, in terms of that 6-2 split. But in terms of utility forward on the bench, unless Dwayne actually starts against Ireland, for example, which you could do, and then you could have Quacker Smith on the bench with Majan Clayton and Arceus Neyman, go with the 2 big locks coming off the bench and a Quacker Smith who covers the entire back row. Wouldn't be the worst thing, having Quacker Smith and his pace and scramble defense with it in that Ireland game as well. But Brian saying the jersey can't be worse. Jersey are terrible. He says they could have used the same design, just make it green and gold instead of the blue. Yeah, it wouldn't really be an away jersey with the same colors though. That's kind of the point, is to be an alternate jersey and therefore be different colors. So yeah, it doesn't really help to be a different color to Ireland who are in green by wearing a different green jersey. Daniel says, I think talking about money saying, I'm just thinking confidence for the Ireland game. To be fair, I think game time is important, but from a confidence perspective, Molly, but I don't think we'll have ever felt more confident in his abilities right now than to go and get a man of the match performance against Scotland in his first Rugby World Cup game and to pull out an audacious no-look kick to Kurt Lawrence to save that try. So I do think confidence-wise, he must be absolutely through the roof. I would have liked to have seen him get more game time, but I don't think we need to worry about his confidence so much. I think that maybe that's why. Maybe they're sitting here going, yeah, listen, he's going to be absolutely fine. He's on cloud 9. We don't need to worry about his confidence right now. Mario said, can you imagine the moment Dion Free runs on the field? What a story. The oldest Springbok ever to debut. And one of the oldest Springboks to play in a World Cup, which is very, very cool. And Save Khan said, remember how everyone lost it when Force Cummings were named in the squad, not for the second. I think they'd all be in the same 23. Versatility is the hallmark of the Rassie era for me. Lorenzo said, Jamans, I don't think there's a good answer for Liebach. We'll just have to play around his kicking boots. If he's having a shit day, we just have to shift to a very aggressive, more attack-heavy game. Tennis says the push comes to shove. We could see a 4, same and 5 Visa for Milan combination. I don't think you'd see Visa there. Dwayne probably. Why didn't we look at Nahamba at 9-10? The stats were higher than the other scrummies. Yeah, look, and listen, back to Sanella. It's a big season coming up for the Lions. So I'm keen to see how he goes there. Wingless says, I bet 5,000 rand a vodka on Boyle. Well, did you bet for them to win the World Cup or just for this particular World Cup game? Because I know if you bet for the World Cup, there is a price boost on that, and so you will get a bonus, actually. We've actually got some very cool price boosts, and that's what I actually wanted to mention. So if you're looking to go and get some bets in for this weekend, then Boyle have boosted 4 particular bets for you. So first things first, you're going to go and you're going to get a Boyle Sports account by clicking on the link. I'm going to put it in the comments over here. You're going to get yourself a Boyle Sports account, and you can then go and get the following bet boosts, which have officially been launched on the platform. And they are as follows. So we have got a price boost on France to win both halves by more than 30 points against Uruguay, which is tomorrow. It was at 3.5. It's now at 4. We've got a price boost on South Africa to win both halves by 36 points or more, to score more than 36 points in each half. It was 3.5, now at 4. We've also got England to win the match by 11 to 15 points versus Japan. It was at 6.5. It's now at 7. So there are 3 price boosts on Boyle Sports for the next couple of days. And so, yeah, maybe go put some money on those and see what you can get out of them. So, yeah, Mario says you put Franco, Kwaka, and Clayton in the Saints for Ireland. Yeah, I tell you what, I would be tempted to have all 3 of them, to be honest. I'm not starting this. I'd have Kwaka off the bench, Khan off the bench. Yeah, Monsieur, probably not wrong. Tandoza said, I wish we gave Grant Williams a start at 9. You should roll the dice with only Visa or Vermeulen, says Mario. Daniel says, thoughts on the centre combo for the Ireland game? Jesse Creel at outside centre for me. I don't know who we go to inside centre. Look, it's going to be probably go at Damien Delendi. And in terms of why, Bandiaki looks red hot at the moment. And that's before they even think about playing Robbie Henshaw, for example. So I do think for a certain amount, defense might be the name of the game for Ireland when it comes to the centres. And with that regard, Damien Delendi is a better defender than Andre Esterhuizen. I think I would say. But Andre Esterhuizen has been knocking down the door and saying, you can't ignore me. So I would be starting Jesse Creel outside centre. It's just whether I partner with Andre Esterhuizen or I partner him with Damien Delendi. And I don't really know what the right answer is. I'd probably like to see Andre get a chance. But at the same time, defensively, I think Damien Delendi will be very important for that game. And as much as I love Kane Moody, and you guys all know I do, I wouldn't be starting him at 13 against Gary Ringrose, and against Ireland. This is going to be a second game at 13. Yes, he played well against the All Blacks, but the All Blacks weren't great. We put them under so much pressure. He didn't have a lot to do when it came to on the defensive side of things, for example. So I wouldn't say he's been truly tested so far. I think you'd probably be okay, but I think you go with your safe option. You go with your best defensive outside centre. You can really try and shut down Gary Ringrose and Hugo Keenan and the wings, and that's going to be Jesse Creel. So thank you so much, Rudes. Off tomorrow. So tomorrow, by the way, now that he's in the chat, you will be joined by Rudes for the Watchalong. And I'll be on a plane. So I unfortunately can't even watch good old Rudes. Give us thoughts on France versus Uruguay because I'll be on a plane. They might have Wi-Fi. I might even see if I can get the game though. Who knows? We'll wait and see. Air France, over to you. Let's try and see if you can get Steve to watch some Regas on the plane. It'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Mario says start game at 12 and he tunes up the fly half on the day. Johnny Sexton, he looked pretty good over the weekend. Yes, it was Romania, but he looked very good. So he says after this weekend, would that mean everyone in the squad has gotten a run? If so, that's quite impressive. Yes, I think they would have. Who would not have played after this weekend?
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. You suck. Stage fail. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
I would have all played. Trying to think. Yeah, everybody would have played after this weekend. Yeah, I think that's an interesting point. You know, the fact that they can get everybody into the game time after the first 2 weekends. Stefan says that they didn't know play Amelia on the out center. He is super talented. I agree, he's super talented, but again, playing against a New Zealand, a frazzled New Zealand side and a Romanian side could be very different to playing against Ireland. And I wouldn't throw him into the deep end. He's always look. I would probably play him against Ireland, but I wouldn't play him at 13. I'd probably play him at 14. I'd probably have him at 14 for Ireland. So I would play him. I just wouldn't play him an outside center. You think that grooming Kane as the next 13? I do think his future will be at 13. I do think that the Bulls will play him at 13 next season. I think they're going to have to. I think, first of all, I don't think the Bulls have got centers who are better than him at 13, or who maybe right now, but who aren't going to be better. He will be better than whatever they've got right now. And Bulls have got more backline and outside 3 players then they know what to do with. When you think of Villaroo, Johan Clausen, they've just brought in Henry Immelman, they've got Kirkley Orense, they've got Strumino Jacobs, they've obviously still got Kane and Moody, they've got Savuka, for example. They've got so many outside backs. Play Kane at 13, and that solves a lot of those issues for them. So I do think he will settle at 13. I think he'll play a lot of rugby at 13. But there's no need to rush that, and I personally wouldn't play him there for Ireland. Kachena says there have been 14 changes to matchday 15 with 1 positional switch in the 15. All in all, pretty much a new 15 versus Romania. Long time since we saw that. It's impressive considering you can only take 33 players, isn't it? Barry says if we lose against Ireland, point difference might be everything, and this is a mistake. Well, I suppose we'll see how many points we score this weekend. I mean, if you go and score 50, 60 points, do we know that the other team would have scored more, for example? Happy Zimmer says, how does this help anything? I guess we'll have to wait for Jason the Sun too. Anton Muscat says, excellent experiment. It's a win-win situation. Great mind game if you win comfortable and want to get a last chance experimenting before choosing their A team. Just must lose. Must lose, assume is what you mean. And yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Daniel says, given what we've seen so far from Ireland and France, who would you actually say is the bigger threat to the box? Well, it's difficult to gauge that Irish performance because it was against Romania. But that second half, they looked absolutely red hot. Johnny Sexton's looking very comfortable. Bandy Aki was looking good. Peter O'Mahony, Ty Byrne. A lot of those players look top class, but they're playing against Romania. So it's difficult to see where they are. We'll get a better idea of where Ireland are this weekend. France, for me, were not particularly impressive for large parts of the game, and some very parts of the game where they were very impressive. So, again, I don't think they were France at their best. I think they can get better. They play against Uruguay tomorrow, and it's a very rotated side as well. No Anton Dupart, no Jalabert, no Aldrit, no Francois Kroos. Tuban Fluminense coming off the bench. No Thomas Ramos is off the bench. Different centres, for example. So again, I'm not sure. It would be difficult to know exactly where France are based on their first 2 games. I have to wait probably next week. I think after 3 weeks, you can probably get an idea of where every single team is, because they've probably all played against a pretty good opposition by that stage. If Evan's unavailable for Ireland, who starts, I think Jean-Claude would. Right, so I think some players for Bulls will go on loan, perhaps to the Lions. I hope so. Contender says, I wonder what. Of course, he's thinking, looking at the team. I think he's come to terms with it. I think at the moment for him, it's about finding what his next step is. We haven't heard about a new club, for example, so I'm not quite sure what his plan is. But yeah, Riri says, in fact, that this is a high point scoring team than the other one that played against Scotland, minus Kurt Jarense. Well, it's a team with a lot of players who can score a lot of tries. Whether we will be able to put it together on the day, we'll kind of wait and see, won't we? Altiab saying they should have picked Pollard in place for some of the scrum halves. Well, they were injured, so weren't available to be picked, unfortunately. Mario says France should watch out for Italy. I have a feeling. I'm all in for that. Roberto reckons that the team will put on 100. People, we are going to wrap it up there, and the fan forum will be live in less than 30 minutes. So go and show them your support and go and have a good time with them. I will see you. Well, we'll have a couple of videos tomorrow. I'm not sure I'll get to my daily news show. That'll depend on how the packing and the organization, everything is going. If I do not get to see you live tomorrow, I will see you live from France on Friday. I am on a plane tomorrow night. We are going international, boys and girls. We are going to the Bordeaux, the Marseilles, the Lyons. We are going to go watch 8 or 9 games. I'm going to Stade de France. That is a bit of a bucket list thing for me, to be honest. Yes, I probably in my original bucket list thought it was going to be for like a Springbok French game. It'll now be for an Ireland-Scotland game. But going to Stade de France is a bucket list thing for me, so I'm going to tick that off. This is the last major World Cup. I haven't watched a match, and I've watched the Cricket World Cup. I've watched the Football World Cup. I'll now finally get to say that I've watched the Rugby World Cup. So yeah, I'm going to get to see so many different. I mean, the last time I watched the Springbok game, I think was against Argentina, down in Qabeja, 2018. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 2018. So I have not watched the Box play in person in 5 years, and the next time I'm going to is going to be in a World Cup, which is blowing my mind. And I'm going to get to go to some really, really cool places. So a massive shout out to all of you guys, because it's because of your support, because you guys watch the videos, because you guys become members. You know, that would be absolutely brilliant. You guys have been brilliant, and it's because you guys support that we are able to do these things. Because the main thing is, the reason we're going over there is to up our coverage. You know, is to give you guys more for what you guys come and watch for and stuff like that. To try and make sure this is the best possible channel we can make it, and yeah, that's a big part of it. So big shout out to all of you guys. If you are new, we are like 60 short of 43,000 subscribers on the road to 50,000, which sounds mental. So a big shout out to all the new guys, and welcome to the new people. I see that there were a couple of new people from the weekend who are back on here, which is very cool to see. But yeah, people, so if I don't get to chat to you tomorrow live, I will see you guys on Friday. But we will have Rudy on tomorrow night for a watch along. We will have the fan forum going in about 25 minutes. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We will be directing you guys right over there, so you can go and just don't have to do anything. You have to wait 20 minutes, and they'll go live there. And yeah, please do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. And we will see you guys all tomorrow. Keep safe, keep well, and yeah, let's start building up to the weekend as we get to watch a really fun Bok team do their thing against Romania. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up. Get yourself an account and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and the potential worst fears imaginable for Springbok fans has potentially come true. Malcolm Marx is reportedly out of the World Cup after apparently tearing his ACL in training yesterday, which would be an absolute disaster for the Springboks and put a huge dent in a potential title defense. Before we speak about exactly what we know, what we don't know, what we're still waiting to find out, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So we put a video out last night after it was confirmed that Malcolm Marx had been sent to the hospital for scans after suffering an injury in training. We had no additional information with regards to what the injury was, what the nature of the injury was, as well as how sort of serious it was expected to be. However, this morning, or even last night actually, there were a couple of rumors coming out that it was an ACL-related injury, and this morning it has now come out that apparently it is an ACL and that it will rule him out for the World Cup. There is at this stage no final word or word from the Springbok camp. There has been no release or anything like that. But Hendrik Corneer, who is a very reputable journalist when it comes to what's happening within the Springbok camp, often gets team news, for example, and leaks and stuff. So he's very much informed of what's going on within the Springbok camp. He earlier tweeted that the bad news for the Springboks is Malcolm Marx is out of the World Cup. And that is absolutely massive. I mean, I cannot actually think of a player who is more valuable or less replaceable than Malcolm Marx. Springboks got fantastic depth, we know this, but there are certain positions where there are certain key players that we cannot afford to lose. Malcolm Marx is one of those players, and this is going to be a huge dent in the World Cup defense. You know, we're talking about a player who is arguably the best in his position in the world, and arguably one of the top 10, if not top 5, best players in the world. On his day, could be the best player in the world. You know, he is that good. And he is that important to the box. You know, Malcolm Marx, Bongi Mbonambi are so important to the box that we didn't even take a third hooker. You know, that was the plan. You know, Deon Fourie is not filling in a hooker, for example, but we kind of backed those two to do the work. And I mean, Malcolm Marx is now playing 50 to 60 minutes every single game. He's incredibly important at the breakdown, his line of work. The power he brings is unmatched when it comes to the box. So this is an absolutely huge blow for the team, and a massive blow for the individual, who I think is playing his best rugby he's ever played. He's been so good in the last couple of years. You know, class of his own really at times, and this will definitely put a bit of a damp on it. But more to the point, it's a position we couldn't afford to lose out in. I mean, ironically, Eben Etzebeth, for example, has been one of the most important players for the Springboks over the last few years. But the way that John Clane's played recently has made it seem, you know, if Etzebeth were not to be available for the Ireland game, we've got a capable replacement. You know, now Bongi Mbonambi is more than capable of filling in for Malcolm Marx. The issue comes in with who the next option is, because we didn't actually take an out-and-out hooker, a third out-and-out hooker, which means that Deon Fourie is covering this weekend. But if Malcolm Marx is injured, we're gonna have to bring in an extra player, and it will most likely be Joseph Dweba, who I'm a big fan of. I like Joseph Dweba. I think he's really had a good season in the past for the Storms. I think he's really grown. He's no Malcolm Marx. Nobody's Malcolm Marx, to be honest. And he is a player who has struggled at times in international rugby. He's blown hot and cold. He's taken a while to adapt. They backed him. You know, they put a lot of faith in him, but they didn't back him enough to take him as an option for the World Cup. And now, potentially, he's not only going to have to be called into the squad, but he's going to be playing in matchday 23s, to be honest. So, as I said, it could not get bigger in terms of a blow for the Springboks. And yeah, for my thoughts go out to Malcolm Marx if this is the case. We haven't had any official announcement, but some very reputable sources are reporting that this is the case. And if it is an ACL tickets, he's not going to make it back to this World Cup. And that's what I was saying yesterday. You know, we're now at a situation where we're almost midway through September. The tournament ends end of October. So anything between a 4 to 6 week injury rules you out of the tournament. So even if it's not an ACL tear, for example, if it's an ACL injury which has got a 7-8 week recovery, that's out for the tournament. If it's a 4 week recovery, that puts you into almost out of the tournament, maybe semi-finals, final. And whilst I think Malcolm Marx is an important player that they would keep at all costs, if there was a chance of him making it, you know, if it's an ACL tear, he's gone. You know, and that's it. And absolutely heartbreaking to lose him so early in the tournament as well. and it's a big blow to the box. So, we'll give you guys a final confirmation when we do hear it. But some very, very good sources are reporting the news, and so we thought we would give you the update. What do you think? Down in the comments below. How much does this dent the Box World Cup chances? How important is he? Could this be the difference? Between winning the World Cup or not? And it's difficult to always say that a World Cup's going to come down to one player. But World Cups can come down to moments, for example, and that's like a match-winning penalty. It's a turnover and a try. And we're talking about the highest try score in Springbok history for forwards. So that's what we're losing out on. We're losing out on a player who creates turnovers in incredibly important situations, who can create penalties that can win us games. We're talking about a player who wins matches for the Box, and we've now lost him. So it's a huge loss. It's a big opportunity for whoever takes his place. And, this is where we really hope that, World Cup stories are written like that, where a player who was not back gets called into the squad, has the tournament of his lifetime, helps them win the World Cup, makes history. That's where, these stories and these narratives can come into. And hopefully this injury, for example, will galvanize the Springboks and sitting there saying, right, a bit like last tournament where, for the likes of a Trevor and Jesse Creel, players who got injured and didn't manage to feature as much as they would have. Now they're playing for those players. And sitting there saying, let's go out and do this for a Malcolm, for example, for an Andre Pollard, for a Kanya. But I mean, those three players, the fact that those three players are not in the squad, how important they were in the last World Cup, shows you how big injuries can impact squads and stuff. So let me know what you think. Can we cope with that? Down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For some breaking news, we put it out not particularly long ago that Malcolm Marx is set to be out of the World Cup. It has been confirmed that Malcolm Marx has officially been ruled out of the World Cup with a knee injury. So we wait and find out exactly what the seriousness is, but the short-term story is that he will not be taking any further part in the World Cup, and it's a huge blow at the end of the day. It's difficult to quantify just how important Malcolm Marx is and just how big of a blow that is to the squad. But what for me is the most interesting about this entire thing is how the Springboks are planning on coping without him, and what the update has actually been, which is Springboks doing what no other team would do and being very alternative, to be perfectly honest. So it's a very interesting release that they've sent out, and a very interesting update, and it opens the door for a lot of players potentially coming back. So yeah, this is where the conspiracy theories are rife, and the Boks have not ruled out anything just yet. So before we go into exactly what's been said and what the situation is, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So Jacques Ninaber has confirmed that he is out of the tournament, and he said that first and foremost, we are extremely disappointed for Malcolm, and we wish him all the best in his recovery. He's been working very hard to be in the best possible form for a tournament, and it's tragic that his campaign has ended. As a team, we remain in contact with him as we do with all our injured players, such as the Kanya Andre and Lua Diaga, and support him as much as we can through the recovery process. This is where it then gets interesting. He says that we have enough cover at hooky with Bongi and Dion in the squad. Well, wait for it, and I don't think anyone called this one, Marco van Staden has also been training there and has been named on all our team sheets so far as a hooker option. Very, very interesting. This is why it's so interesting. We'll assess our needs for the rest of the tournament and confirm who we are calling up as an additional player later this week. So that pretty much means and lends itself towards us not replacing Malcolm Marx with a direct replacement in a hooker, but actually going somewhere else. And all of a sudden, as everybody was expecting and was talking about, an Andre Pollard, for example, could suddenly make his way back into the squad. So it's very interesting. And yeah, the conspiracy is always there, saying that someone was going to get injured and Andre Pollard was going to come back into the squad. An injury was not always likely, but it was always a possibility. The fact that it's Malcolm Marx, I think it goes to show that it was definitely not a conspiracy and that there was a chosen player. I mean, people going as far as to sit there and say there's a certain player that they know is going to get injured and have to drop out. That's not the case. And I think, people that were sort of rattling those kind of rumors need to have a serious look in the mirror. But this is how we are potentially going to adapt. We've lost Malcolm Marx, but they're very happy with Bongi Vanambi, apparently. They reckon that Dion Free can do a job. And the fact that they've now trained up Marco van Staden is also a very interesting situation, because we saw last year Dion Free on the bench as hooker cover in inverted commas, but it didn't even come on at hooker. And I think it was Malcolm Marx who was played a full 80 minutes, and they put Dion Free on the flank. So you could do exactly the same thing here. You could have a Malcolm van Staden listed as hooker in inverted commas, but only actually replace the starting hooker if there's an injury. But apart from that, come on the flank. And this is what the Boks have been doing a lot in the last couple of years, is that they've not gone with the bench. It has to be this. There are certain rules about a bench, which include the fact that you have to have a replacement front row, and you have to have two specialist props and a hooker that can play that needs to be listed that can play in the front row. So you've got specialist front rowers. That is the only rules in inverted commas you have about the bench at the moment, and so nothing prevents you from, not having an out-and-out hooker who then actually has to replace the hooker. Nothing says that your props can technically play the full 80. There's nothing against them, but you have to have trained players who can play in the front row on the bench. That is the only requirement. So you could technically have a front row on the bench and then five backline players if you wanted to. There's no rules against it. So this is what they've been doing. They've been with the 7-1 split, with now looking at different players, that they're looking to sort of, well, I'm not saying it's exploit a loophole, but they're sitting there saying, well, just because this is how it's always been done and traditionally been done, we don't actually have to do it that way. So it is a bit of innovation. Again, it's one of those things where if it works, everyone's going to say, how amazing is that? How cool is that? And if it doesn't, everybody will sit there and say, well, this is why it's not like that. But at the end of the day, if you don't try, you don't know. So no player has been called up just yet. There will be a player that is going to be called up. That will be next week. So basically, Jacques Alba said that we'll assess our needs for the rest of the tournament and confirm who are calling up as an additional player later this week. So that sounds like we might have a confirmation tomorrow or Saturday. Otherwise, we'll probably get somebody on Sunday. And I think that Andre Pollard could very well be that player that does get called up. So yeah, it's a very interesting situation, and as usual, not straightforward when it comes to Supreme Master, because it never is. So let me know what you think down in the comments below. Is this a smart thing to go and say Malcolm and Staden can fill in that hooker if we need to, and therefore we can bring in an Andre Pollard, or we can look at bringing in an additional, flank, or we could look at bringing in another center, if a Lakanya was fit, for example, or, So what do we think, and who should come up? Let me know in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and as you can see, I'm coming to you from Bordeaux. That is the Stade de Bordeaux Stadium behind me, where the Springboks will be taking on Romania on Sunday. And a bit of an injury update. We have obviously been in the air for the last night, and we've been on the move today, getting here and making sure we are all set up. So I thought I'd do a very quick video just to give a bit of an update within the Bok camp. So in terms of injuries, yesterday we heard that Malcolm Marx has officially been ruled out of the tournament, but at this stage will not be replaced in the squad just yet. He will be replaced, but the actual replacement themselves is still yet to be announced. We expect to get that announcement hopefully either before this weekend, in the next few hours, or else on Monday. But there has been a bit of an update on Eben Etzebeth, not so much out of the Bok camp, but Skalk Berger actually discussing the injury and saying that the shoulder injury he has usually sidelines a player for around a couple of weeks, and that around is quite important. We're talking about an injury that was diagnosed on Monday where he went for scans, and a 2-week layoff for Etzebeth would take him out of contention for that Ireland game. If it was a 7 to 10 days, it will put him in the mix potentially, although the Boks traditionally do have a decision where they make a call on Wednesday with regards to if players can't train on Wednesday, then they generally will not get selected, or on Tuesday when they make the team announcement. So it does look like it's going to be a bit of a race against time for Eben Etzebeth, although if there's one player that the Springboks will probably give as much time as possible to recover, it is probably him. So you wait and find out exactly what happened with regards to the Ireland game. If he doesn't play, first of all, we'd expect to see Jean Klein coming into the side in place of him, but we're now talking about a very different sort of situation with regards to the bomb squad, because the bomb squad initiative back in 2019 was seen as a way to try and get what we would consider one of the 4 of the best locks in the world into the same 23, and Franco Master, Loert de Jager, Arches Neyman, as well as Eben Etzebeth. There's already no Loert de Jager in at the World Cup. However, we have seen Jean Klein step into that role, and we have seen 4 locks being named in the 23 so far. So it would be interesting to see if Etzebeth were to not be available, how does that affect the bomb squad? You know, because I think traditionally we always liked a bomb squad where we could put 2 locks starting, 2 locks on the bench. We couldn't do it during the British and Irish Lions series because of Arches Neyman. So the makeup of the bomb squad is very dependent on the players that are actually available on the day. So we'll have to wait and see on that. There's officially no update from the Springboks. Hopefully we will hear something from them. They will be having the eve of match press conference tomorrow where he might be asked. Otherwise, hopefully we'll get an update on Monday with regards to the availability for Ireland. We'll be coming to you live over the weekend from the stadium as well. We'll be here on Sunday for the South Africa Romania game. So make sure you tune in to Watchalong for some live crossovers and lots of different content coming out of Bordeaux on the ground. My name is Stephen for Forever Sports, and I'll see you guys soon.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. Stage failed. SERUM. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Coming at this morning, very early hour. We have José Nenesi, the assistant coach, Thomas Kirtu and Ali Manake, who will be on the bench for this game. Both of them the youngest 2 players from our squad for the World Cup. Alin, for Thomas will be the first time playing for the World Cup. He's let's say a French-based player with Romanian roots. Alin played already 1 game in the World Cup. Is already an experienced guy. So if you have questions, shoot. I will try to be the box that doesn't work.
Alin, maybe we could start with you. So you made your World Cup debut against Ireland. How? What was your emotion? Did you speak with your family afterwards? and how excited are you to potentially play again this weekend?
It was a great feeling. I mean, I never played in front of 40,000 people in the stands, so it was something new for me, and I think for the boys. No one played against the best team in the world, so it was something great. I spoke with my family, and I think they're proud of me.
Okay. And can you tell us your thoughts on the playing against a team like South Africa, reigning champions, or number 2 team?
Again, we are playing against the world champions, so it will be hard, and we prepared for this game. We will never give up, and we'll try our best to show rugby.
Thomas, do you prefer English or French?
Français, c'est mieux pour moi.
Français. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer un petit peu vos origines françaises, votre lien en France?
Je réponds en français?
En français.
Ouais, ok. Bah moi c'est ma mère, elle est guadeloupéenne.
Un peu plus fort.
Ma mère est guadeloupéenne.
I came from 7:30 to do this. Please speak in the mic. Yeah, it's good.
Ma mère est guadeloupéenne. Du coup, c'est le lien un peu avec la France. Et mon père, du coup, est roumain, mais il est venu en France à 17 ans. C'est là où il a rencontré ma mère. Du coup, j'ai grandi en France. Donc voilà un peu le lien que j'ai avec la France. Mais aussi, du coup, comme mon père est roumain, le lien que j'ai avec la Roumanie. Je passais tous mes étés là-bas. J'ai mes grands-parents qui sont à Constanța en Roumanie. Donc voilà un peu les nationalités.
Donc vous parlez la langue?
Alors je parle pas beaucoup la langue. Mais je l'apprends de plus en plus, on va dire, à force de côtoyer les joueurs et le staff de la Roumanie. Mais j'ai mes frères qui le parlent un peu mieux. Mais j'apprends de jour en jour.
Est-ce que vous aidez vos coéquipiers à connaître un petit peu la France, la culture,
oui, bien
la
sûr.
nourriture, etc.
Bien sûr. La nourriture et le vin, hein, comme c'est connu en France. Mais bien sûr, que ce soit par la culture ou même par des mots, parce qu'ils aiment bien, quand ils viennent dans un pays, s'imprégner vraiment du pays et apprendre quelques mots, donc oui, bien sûr.
Et la culture guadeloupéenne aussi?
J'ai pas pu trop leur faire découvrir cette culture-là, mais on a le temps pour.
D'accord. Et qu'est-ce que ça va signifier pour vous, si vous jouez ce week-end, de faire votre premier match à la Coupe du Monde?
Ça signifie beaucoup, hein. Surtout pour mon âge. Je pense qu'on s'imaginait pas forcément être ici à cet âge-là, donc c'est une chance et donc voilà, je suis très excité, surtout face à une équipe comme l'Afrique du Sud, donc beaucoup de bonheur, beaucoup de fierté par rapport à ma famille, donc très heureux.
Est-ce que votre famille vont tous regarder, j'imagine?
Ah oui, oui, j'ai ma mère qui va venir dans le stade, et puis le reste de ma famille, je serai qu'ils sont derrière moi devant leurs écrans.
D'accord. Est-ce que vous avez, pardon, est-ce que vous avez introduit un repas spécial ou quelque chose comme ça à vos coéquipiers?
C'est-à-dire?
Je sais pas, est-ce que vous avez sorti en resto ou un truc typiquement français?
Ah non?
Je sais pas, le foie gras ou...
on en a mangé, après moi je l'ai pas introduit, mais je sais qu'on en a mangé, après je sais pas s'ils étaient tous fans, mais oui, on a découvert pas mal de plats français déjà depuis qu'on est arrivé à Bordeaux.
D'accord, merci.
Au coach, est-ce que après le match contre l'Irlande, c'est plus de la crainte ou de l'excitation de jouer champion du monde?
Translation.
So after the last game against Ireland, are you feeling a little bit more concerned or excited to be playing South Africa?
Very excited to play South Africa. We've had a taste of what the level is in the Rugby World Cup, and we have our final rehearsal this morning, and then hopefully we'll be physically and mentally ready for South Africa.
Sur les attentes de ce match, what do you expect from this game?
Well, physicality. We know they're big and mobile athletes, but we just got to make sure we focus on what we need to improve from last week. We got to get our set piece right, our defense, and in attack we've got to keep our hands on the ball, hold on to the ball.
On a vu hier soir la différence entre les All Blacks et la Namibie. Est-ce que vous avez peur qu'il y ait aussi une grosse différence avec l'Afrique du Sud?
So last night they saw the difference between New Zealand and Namibia. Are you worried, expecting that it's going to be a similar?
Well, look, if we improve on what we need to improve from last week, get some confidence and belief in what we're doing. We know what South Africa is going to bring. Physicality, the kicking game. We just got to make sure we stick together, focus on us, and hopefully we can put in a performance that we are proud of. Yes, we've seen the match last night. Chile and Namibia and All Blacks, but we also saw the match against France and Uruguay. So it can be different situations tomorrow, but we just got to make sure that we're up for the challenge.
Can I ask, with so many young players making their Rugby World Cup debut, in these two matches, does it feel like they're learning more than they may have learnt in maybe a year or two or three prior to that?
Yes, it's different environments, different ball game. We've prepared. I think we prepared enough for this games, but we probably learned a lot in these two games that we've learned in the past 2 years in our competition. The level is very different. The speed of the game is very different. But it's in these sort of games, it comes down to make sure that we do the simple things well. And you can look at our game against Ireland. We didn't quite keep the ball that we wanted to. We let some soft tries in, and tomorrow we've learned a lesson from last week, and then tomorrow we just gotta make sure that we execute this.
A question to the players on the camp: what's the spirit like amongst the team at the moment, and are there any more experienced older players that you look to in the squad?
For me?
To both players, yeah.
A good spirit here. We are waiting for the next games to play. We are excited to be here, and we want to play and learn from these games. That's why we are here.
And are there any players, maybe guys like the one next to me, who you look to in the squad to sort of lead you out there when it's like your first World Cup?
For him, it's also the first.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
I think only Surju has been before at World Cup. I think this one is his fourth, no? Third? His third World Cup. So for everyone, it's something new and a good experience. We want to learn and play better and better to improve ourselves.
Thanks, Thomas.
French.
Any particular individuals that, yeah, you can speak in French.
Je voudrais savoir s'il y a des individuels dans l'équipe qui suivez l'exemple pour apprendre des choses, des joueurs plus seniors que vous, qui vous guident, qui vous apprend un petit peu.
Oui, forcément. Forcément, il y a des joueurs qui ont plus d'expérience. Donc c'est sûr qu'on va les suivre, qui vont un peu nous guider, nous corriger sur certaines choses. Mais oui, il y a un peu de ça, forcément. Ils sont tous très... Parce qu'on a envie d'être tous le meilleur possible quand on rentre sur le terrain. Donc on va forcément tous se tirer vers le haut.
La même question qu'au coach. Est-ce qu'avant d'affronter l'Afrique du Sud, il y a plus de l'excitation ou plus de la crème?
Non, je pense que c'est beaucoup d'excitation. Beaucoup d'excitation. C'est une belle équipe, mais je pense qu'on est tous très contents et très fiers de pouvoir jouer une équipe comme ça, donc de ce niveau-là. Donc beaucoup d'excitation.
Quand vous êtes dans le bus pour aller au stade, est-ce que vous faites quelque chose de spécial pour au collectif, pour vous motiver? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui met des chansons ou des trucs comme ça?
Bah, avant le match?
Oui, sur le bus pour aller au stade.
Pour aller au stade, il y a un peu de musique.
Oui.
Des joueurs qui sont un peu des îles, qui mettent un peu leur musique. Donc il y a une atmosphère assez joviale, on va dire. Mais après, pour aller au match, je pense qu'on est tous concentrés dans notre bulle. Donc on est un peu plus enfermés sur nous-mêmes pour bien se concentrer avant le match.
Quel est l'objectif de la Roumanie sur cette Coupe du Monde? C'est, je sais pas,
What is the objective for the Romania on this World Cup?
We want to make sure we improve every game. We trust in the game that we want to play, and learn from these games. And it's going to be very important for us for the future. It's going to be a spectacular day tomorrow, a special occasion, and we're looking for the challenge, looking towards for the challenge.
Does anyone have any specific favorite meals before the game?
I think one of our, I don't know about the players, but one of our analysis, which is David, he likes to load his bread with a lot of butter, before the game. Maybe he's a bit more nervous than the players, but David's been helped with how we've been prepared. I'm sure the players got their own routine when it comes to game time, but yeah.
What about you, Ali? Do you have any specific favorite go-to meal before a game?
No, I don't think so. I have something special. No, I don't have.
Whatever's on offer.
What?
Whatever's here in the hotel. Nothing special. No.
Just play, yeah.
Est-ce que vous mangez quelque chose de spécial avant un match, un repas préparé?
Non. Je pense qu'on est tous concentrés avant le match. On pense qu'au match. Il n'y a même pas forcément une grande faim avant le match. On a juste après le match, il y en a. mais avant le match, pas forcément une grande faim ou de plats préférés. Voilà.
Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui a des goûts un peu bizarres?
Alors, pas à ma connaissance. Mais peut-être, mais je n'en ai pas vu pour l'instant.
D'accord. I'm not sure if we asked, is the full team available? There's no last minute injuries or?
No last minute injuries. I'm very very happy and fortunate that we don't have any injuries. We're prepared really well this week. We have our final run this morning, and hopefully come tomorrow we'll be ready.
Obviously, Malcolm Marks was a big loss for South Africa. They're still a very good team with a lot of depth. What was your reaction to that? Does that take just maybe a little bit of pressure off you guys?
Yes, it does. But if looking at their selection, they've gone with 4 9s in the team. We know how South Africans are with their tactics and their strategy. They've gone with a 7-1 against the All Blacks in England, but they probably have some objectives for this game. The focus is on us to make sure that we get our preparation right, and come tomorrow we'll hit the ground running. We need to fire some shots tomorrow, and it's going to be a special occasion for us. Thank you very much.
Did you have a question? Yeah? Okay.
No way. Not yet.
Any questions? Good for me?
No, so thank you.
Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's World Cup Round 2 predictions, the Super Bowl did not operate for me, unfortunately, last week. To be honest, I didn't go big enough. I think that was my problem. I did not go big enough. Was too cautious, I think, with my predictions. I've got to try and up those odds. My fantasy actually didn't go too badly. I'm sitting like almost 200 out of almost 300 in the predictor, but the fantasy, on the other hand, sitting 36th out of almost 200. So clearly a better fantasy player than I am a score predictor. But to be fair, I did tell people last week during my show, don't back me when it comes to Super Bowl. So this weekend we need a big weekend. We need to come back. We need to come back strong, and I think you're going to need to go big. So this is a pre-recorded video. I would like to be doing this as a live show, but unfortunately, when this video goes out, I'll probably be on my way to the airport. And as a result, let's not try and do a live show in the car, shall we? So this is going to be throwing out my predictions and stuff like that. Next week, we'll hopefully be doing a live show. I'll try and do it in some cool place, for example. But until then, you'll have to settle for a pre-record. But these are just my picks, and I want you to know what your guys' picks are. So if you haven't already, go and join our Super Bowl. Link in the description, and go and join over there. And let me know what your guys' picks are. So yeah, basically we're going to go through the 8 games of the weekend, which you're going to be able to see over there. Starting with France versus Uruguay. And again, I'm going to go big this time. So for example, I'm going to go France here by like 40, for example. And I'm not even going to be ashamed about it. I'm going to go France by 40. it could actually be more. We saw Ireland beat Romania by like 80 almost. So I'm going to go big here. So in fact, I'm actually going to go France by 45. I get myself into those margins. That was the problem. I called most of the results. I don't think I called a Fiji win, so I think I was right there. I called an Argentina win, so I think that was kind of, and I called a Georgia being very closer than Australia. So I wasn't getting a lot of the games wrong. Just the margins were the issue. So for that reason, similar to New Zealand, I'm going to put New Zealand by 60. To be honest, it sounds very harsh on the poor Namibians, but I think that New Zealand are going to respond. They're now 2 losses on the trot. I think they're going to have a lot to prove this weekend, and so unfortunately, I think Namibia are going to be at the receiving end of quite a big backlash. Things like Samoa versus Chile are difficult because first of all, we haven't seen Samoa play in the World Cup. Chile, I thought, were quite spirited. Actually, I thought that Chile, gave a reasonably good account of themselves. And it's difficult because when your first World Cup game, you're always going to be able to pick yourself up, aren't you? You're going to be ready. You're going to want to make a difference. The question is, how can you keep that up? Can you keep that sort of momentum, that sort of hype going into a game, which on paper should be more comfortable? Though, I mean, Japan have not been great the last few months, and Samoa are a good side. So, I mean, Samoa are really highly ranked. So I'm going to go Samoa by 25. Because I think that Samoa want to hit. I think they'll be a bit sloppy coming into the tournament now, and I think Chile just might not be able to be as competitive. But maybe Chile score some tries. So I'm actually going to go Samoa by 28. Wales versus Portugal. I see this being pretty big, to be honest. I think Wales have named a very good side. Also, this is a problem, by the way, because we've got no idea what these sides are going to be named. But I think Wales beat Fiji last week, which I think will give them a lot of confidence. I think Portugal are one of the lower ranked sides in the competition. I'm going to go Wales by 40. Ireland versus Tonga. Again, we're not quite sure what to expect from Tonga. They could be competitive, but I think Ireland are going to be a class in themselves. So I'm going to go Ireland by 30. I'm going big results here. I'm just going to go big. South Africa versus Romania. How big do we go is the question. And I'm sitting here at the 70 margin. I think we're going to score a lot of tries. In fact, I'm actually going to go 65. It'll be a little bit thing. I'm going to go 65. We'll see how we go. It is a bit of an experimental team, but I do think it's a team that I see lots of tries being scored. I see lots of points out there. So I'll go by 65. Australia versus Fiji. This should be a bit closer. So I'm going to go Australia. And I think it's going to be Australia by 10. That's my more cautious one. I think Australia looked pretty good against Georgia. Yes, Fiji's a whole different kettle of fish. So I do think this will be a closer game. But I think that Australia took a step forward. And I think Eddie Jones, he operates in World Cups. That's what he knows how to do. Everyone will sit there and say, "Oh, what's he won and stuff?" But he's a good World Cup coach. He is, and you can try and deny it, but he is. He's got the record. He's produced big results with teams over the years. He was 1 game away from winning the World Cup with England. He's beaten the Springboks with Japan. He comes up with plans during World Cups. And then the final game of the weekend is England versus Japan. I don't think England are going to run away with this. I think they will win. But I'm going to go England by 18, which is still a pretty big result. In fact, I'm actually going England by 15. I'd like to see the Brave Blossoms be a bit braver. I'm going to go back to my 18. So, yeah, that's what I'm going with. I think England will win. I was impressed with England because they went down to Van Daan and played very well. But I also didn't see a lot in that England performance, which sort of says they're going to score tries for fun. I do think Argentina defense is much better than Japan, and I do think England will beat them. 18 points is quite a long margin, to be fair. So maybe I just don't really rate the Japanese side, which is hard considering that they're sitting on top of Group 5, where they beat Chile, who are playing their first ever World Cup. So those are what my picks are. So in summary, we have got France by 45, New Zealand by 60, Samoa by 28, Wales by 40, Ireland by 30, South Africa by 65, Australia by 10, and England by 18. Those are my picks are. Let me know what yours are down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
Yeah, it's a big loss, Marco Max. World class. Probably one of the best workers in the world. And very sad for him, very sad for his family. And but once again, injuries are part of the game. As coaching staff, we always prepare and probably about 3 to 4 options that we've got in that position, and you can't ask for any better guy like Bongi Mona, one of our leaders, world class is our captain, and we know he's got what it takes. Even though it's sad to lose Malcolm X, it would be nice to have him. But once again, also a guy like Dion Forey, we knew when we came to the World Cup is our third option, and I think the excitement in our team, in our squad, the energy levels behind the plans we've got, and yeah, even though we said, but we're excited and looking forward to seeing the other guys what they can also offer for us.
Sorry, just 1 second. Translate the Spanish.
Gobus, if I can touch on your game and what you expect of the game tomorrow, how do you prepare different for a game like this, which is supposedly against Minnows, or is it like every other game that you prepare for?
It's still a rugby game, it's still a World Cup, so you cannot prepare any different to what you will prepare for any other team. You have to focus on things you have to rectify, especially in the games going forward as well. So for us this week it was the same. It's tough, it's hard training. We have to get the miles in the legs and fix the little things we did wrong in the first game. And then with them coming or playing Romania, we don't expect anything less than a huge challenge. They're prideful, is that a word? They're a prideful country. They're going to come out guns firing, backs to the wall. So we know it's going to be tough and it's going to be physical, and that's what we expect.
Last one for me. I'm trying to find a South African player that's ever played in Bordeaux. Have you ever played there?
I've played against Bordeaux, yeah. There's a few Saffers I know that played here, but yeah, I've played here.
So how's that compared to Marseille? Give us an idea of the atmosphere that you get here compared to Marseille.
Well, that's top 14. It's very one-sided then, especially if you go up against Bordeaux. Their crowd is hostile, but yeah, it's good fun. I think it's going to be a little bit different on the weekend, as we'll get our supporters in too. You can't even walk on the streets without hearing Afrikaans and all of that. So I think we're a lot of people here, a lot of support. So it's going to be exciting.
Good afternoon to both of you. If you can maybe just both answer this question, how you guys have been preparing. It's expected to be wet tomorrow with some rain. How you have been preparing the squad, how the team have been preparing, and then also just your because you have played in France, what it's like to play rugby in comparison to kind of a rugby environment in South Africa.
Yeah, I think for preparations, Kova's touch on it, is that we always prepare the same way. We respect every game we play, and we know Romania, they've got pride in what they do. And for me personally, I know them very well because I've played against them. I think it was in 2011 when I played Nations Cup in Bucharest. So I know how passionate they are when it comes to for playing for their country. And it's going to be a physical game. It's going to be a tough game. But once again, if you also look at what's happening around, you look at a game like Uruguay against France, you know very well that if you probably don't mentally and physically don't pitch up on a game, it will probably be a tough day. And so that's the respect we've got for Romania. We know they're gonna come very hard against us. And but once again, like Kova's touched on it again, the way we prepare for test matches, irrespective of who you're playing against, we always give respect to the opposition, and we know it's going to be a tough game. We're going to have to be at our best to be able to perform. And regarding the conditions, I think you were not in Toulon. If you were in Toulon, you could have seen how we were training. We prepared for wet conditions, so we had a lot of buckets with water and soap. So I think our players will be well prepared for the conditions, more especially playing at 3 o'clock. So we know it's going to be hot, very humid. But I think we've done everything in our past to make sure we're ready for the game.
What was the second part of the question? Sorry.
Just for you. Just making a comparison of the rugby culture in France as opposed to South Africa.
Yeah, I'll compare it to probably my club. the French is a very emotional-driven culture for me, which is a good thing, I think, for them. They get up for the huge games, and if I say they get up, they are buzzing. They are really up for it, and they beat teams with emotion and just confidence they get from that. Where I think we're a very solution-based team, solution-based culture, that we have a plan and then we stick to it, and if something goes wrong, we get together, we talk about it, we find out what's happening and how to fix it.
Coach, you spoke about expecting Romania. In the last couple of weeks, you had challenges in terms of personnel, players getting injured. How difficult has it been not to focus, not necessarily focus, but there's a big game next week as well. And in terms of having to have your best 23 available for that, how big a challenge has it been this week to just focus on this game?
I think for us, like I said earlier on, every game we play, it's always a big challenge. And I know a lot of people, they always try to focus too far ahead of themselves. And for us as a team, I think the energy this week was invested on Romania, and after the game, and the nice thing is that we're playing at early kickoff, which is 3 o'clock. That means it will give us extra few hours. So it will give us at least extra few hours for us as a coaching staff to go to Ireland, but at the moment I don't think Ireland is in our heads. We just want to make sure that we do everything in our powers to win the game against Romania, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Like I said earlier on again, you also can learn from other people, if you look at the other games on the other side. And I think also the key thing is that we have to make sure that we play according to our standards, and irrespective of who we're playing against on the day. And I think also the discipline will be key. I think that's going to be probably one of the biggest challenges because of, as you can see, the last game we played, we've only considered 7 penalties, which is a good record. So I think the plan for us, yes, while we're still trying to apply pressure and be physical in the game, also we want to be on a good side when it comes to the ref.
Hi, first of all, sorry for my English.
No problem, we're the same.
For the coach. There are white tissue around the field. Your training seems secret. Why is that so important to keep your training sessions really secret, like nobody can see it around? Why is that so important?
It's World Cup. Playing World Cup. So it's the biggest tournament you can ever be part of, and our sessions are mostly private sessions, and we had one good training in Toulon, where the public was there. I think we had plus minus 8,000 people that came to support us, which is, we also appreciate the support. But once again, when you play the World Cup, it's the biggest tournament in the world. So why are we private? Because it's a World Cup. You happy? Shut my voice.
When you talk about the injury of Malcolm Marx, you mentioned 3 or 4 options, if I understood well. I have read that Andre Pollard is now back on the training field with his club of Leicester. Is this an option for you and the team, calling back Andre Pollard?
As a coaching staff, we haven't made any decision on it, and as you saw earlier on in the week, the media statement was we're still looking at the options. Yes, Andre Pollard is probably also one of the guys, but at the moment we haven't made any final decision, and I think the key thing is that we just wanted to focus on the Romania game. Maybe something officially will come after this game, but if you want to know about Andre Pollard, we watched him yesterday. I think he had about 30 minutes. Unfortunately, he had a yellow card in that game, but we did follow his minutes, and also we've got a guy like Joseph Toeba, who's currently back in South Africa in full shape, who's also one of the options. Unfortunately, Lucanio, I think, is probably 2 weeks away from being fully fit. So at the moment, we still got a couple of options, but nothing official at the moment.
Coach Stucker, can you give us an update on Evan Etzebeth, please?
Yeah, actually, Evan is actually, last week, we also as coaching staff were surprised, like he was going full out in all the training sessions. I think at the moment he was probably 5 to 4 days being fully fit, and he's currently was busy today in the gym. And last week he did probably 1 or 2 full sessions with the team, and it's a matter of just management when it comes to him. I don't think it's a massive injury. It's a matter of just to manage him. But once again, he's probably a few days away from being fully fit.
Happy? Everyone? Cool.
Thank you. Thank you. Down, go.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Hello there and welcome everyone to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Wes and today we will be looking at the preview for the match between South Africa and Romania. The match is set to take place in Stade de Bordeaux and is going to be refereed by the Frenchman Matteo Reynal. The only previous meeting between the two sides was in the 1995 World Cup hosted by South Africa. The match was played down in Newlands Stadium and the South Africans were victorious, 21 points to 8. So let's dive into the South African side and team taking the field this week. So they started their campaign successfully with an 18-3 victory over the Scots in their first opening game of the World Cup. The Springboks are currently on a 5-game winning streak, their best set of results since 2019, where they had a 7-game streak, so they will undoubtedly be looking to keep that form. Notably, the victory over Scotland this weekend was the first time South Africa has been able to win their opening pool game since 2011, where they edged out the Welsh 17 points to 16. Obviously, the South Africans were lost to Japan in their opening game in 2015 and then to the All Blacks in 2019. Positively, though, the Springboks managed to keep 15 players on the field for the first time in 5 matches against Scotland, and so will be looking to continue that good disciplined form. Slightly concerning for the Boks, though, against the Scottish, it was the first time this year that they had lost one of their own scrum put-ins, heading into the tournament with 34 out of 34 own scrums won. Conversely, though, the South Africans were able to turn over 3 of the Scottish scrums and 4 of the Scottish lineouts, more than any team in the first round of the Rugby World Cup 2023. So let's have a look at the side that will take the field on Sunday, and Jacques Nienaber has named 14 changes to his side, with Damian Willemse being the only player to retain his spot, although the Stormers' utility back is now named at fly half as opposed to 15. Willemse will also likely be the team's kicker for the weekend, having successfully converted only 8 out of 14 attempts in 2022. Vincent Koch makes his first start in the Springbok side since 2019 when he played in a match against Canada. Since then, the prop has come off the bench in 28 appearances. There are plenty of exciting combinations to look forward to in this Bok starting side, notably that of Kobus Reinach and Damian Willemse start alongside one another for the first time at this level. Additionally, Esterhuizen and Moody will pair up once again after their emphatic victory over the All Blacks, their history-making victory over the All Blacks. I, for one, personally cannot wait to see what they can do once again. Going back to Kobus Reinach, though, he is the fastest player to have ever scored a Rugby World Cup hat-trick, and that came against the Canadians, where he was able to cross the try line 3 times within 20 minutes, his first try coming only 5 seconds after the whistle was blown. 3 of the starting 15 make their Rugby World Cup debuts. Esterhuizen and Moody pair alongside one another, and Marvin Orie packs down next to Jean Klein in the absence of Evan Etzebeth. So now let's have a look at your match day 23 for the Springboks. At number 1, we've got Nche. Number 2 is Mubum Nambi. Number 3 is Kok. 4 is Klein. 5, Ori. Your loose trio, 3 is Van Staden. 7 is Smith. And 8, Vermeulen. At number 9 is Reinach. 10 is Willemse. In your centres, you have Esther Hazen at 12 and Moody at 13. Your wings sees the return of Makamazola Mapimpi, and Grant Williams makes his start at 14, and with Willie LaRue rounding out the starting 15 at fullback. Coming off the bench then, Dion Fleury at 16, 17 is Kitsoff, 18 Nkanya, 19 is Snyman, 20 Visser, 21 Hendrikse, 22 Faf de Klerk, and at 23 is Creel. Moving on to the Romanians though, they were the first side to name a full squad of debutants against the Irish in their opening game. However, the strategy didn't prove to be too successful, as they then went on to concede 80 points, making them the only second side to do so since the Namibians conceded and lost over 80 points against the Welsh in 2011. Looking at more positive aspects though, the Oaks have won their first Rugby World Cup game in 1987 against Zimbabwe, but have only gone on since then to be able to win 5 games. One of those most memorable victories will be one of the biggest comebacks in Rugby World Cup history, where they were able to come back from 15-0 down against the Canadians to win the game, with most and all of their points actually being scored in the last 20 minutes, edging the Canadians out 17 points to 15. The Romanians really were on the back foot for a lot of the game against Ireland, having to make 161 tackles. Unfortunately, though, only 66% of these were completed positively, so that is a stat they will be looking to improve on this weekend. Their attacking stats, unfortunately, aren't much better, with the Romanians having made the fewest amount of line breaks, meters made, offloads in the opening game of the Rugby World Cup 2023. So they will be looking for points to improve both defensively as well as offensively. Head coach Eugene Upchuk has named 3 changes to his starting side to face the Springboks on Sunday. The wingers are retained, however they do switch their positions. The starting 15 for Romania only have 323 caps between them, with tight head prop Godras and number 8 and captain Chikra having 35 caps apiece. Looking at those 3 changes though, in the pack, Ifti McEwick comes in to make his starting position in the lock pairing, while Gorin makes his Rugby World Cup debut on the blind side. And the only other change is in the centres, where Gontiniak now gains his starting place. So having a look at the match day 23 for the Romanian side now, at number 1 is Hartig, at 2 is Kojokaru, at 3 is Godras, 4 is Motok, 5 is Ifti 6 is Gorin, 7 is Nekulau, 8 is Chirika. At 9 is Rupanu, at 10 Valvosa, at 12 is Gonitek, at 13 is Tomane. At your wings then, again retained but only swapping jerseys, is Onotu, and at 14 is Manu Mawa. At 15 then is Simonescu. Coming off the bench for the Romanians then, at 16 is Irmeescu, 17 is Savin, 18 Cretu, 19 is Ianacu, 20 is Stratila, at 21 is Bobok, 22 is Konash, and at 23 is Hop. So ladies and gentlemen, there is your preview for the game between the Springboks and the Romanians, which will take place on Sunday. Make sure you tune in to Forever Sports for coverage. I have the privilege of streaming that game with you all, so I do hope you join me on Sunday. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe, and let us know down in the comments who do you think is going to win. Give us some score predictions, and I can't wait to see you guys on Sunday. Until then, thank you so much.
Mosquito invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. You suck. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Oh. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby here on Forever Sports. As you can see, I'm slightly upside down at the moment, but I'll have that fixed for you in a second. Thank you very much to our technical team. That's great. So I'm so fortunate enough to be able to bring you coverage for the I almost said the Ireland South Africa game. You can see where my mind's at. I'm already excited for a game that's happening next week. But we are covering South Africa versus Romania today. Of course, the Springbok game is an occasion for celebration for everyone here at Forever Sports. Today, I'm joined by Carl for our pre-match show. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Carl, for joining us.
All right.
Carl, you're watching from England, right?
Edinburgh, actually, so Scotland.
Edinburgh. Okay, from Scotland. I mean, so yeah, I'm sure last week you saw plenty of Springbok jerseys out and about in the town.
I was watching it at a Scottish bar, and there were some very disappointed fans, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I can imagine as much. But Carl, we're very fortunate enough to be able to say that today we are bringing on a new sponsor on board. You might be able to see the cans in the background. I'm joined here with a can of SERUM energy drink. SERUM is a fantastic new energy drink that's come out on the market. They've come on board for today's game and possibly again, hopefully in the future. They're a new South African brand, proudly South African. They're engaging, immersive, and they are meaningful consumer brand experiences that they offer. They blur the line between what is the metaverse and what is real life. They make the digital world tangible and driving mass metaverse adoption. Now, that all sounds very great, but it all boils down to what is a fantastic product. I can tell you now, this may be my first time having SERUM, but it definitely won't be the last. Having said that, though, the SERUM has an ecosystem of products on their roster. SERUM Energy Drink being the one that's first and foremost, and the one that we'll be tuning in with. You'll see the ad being played continuously throughout the stream, and please do go check out their website. There is a link in the description, and give them our support, especially if you are in South Africa. They do only ship to South Africa for the moment. But yeah, give them some love. They're just sugar-free. It is actually diabetic friendly. I'm sure our friend Wesley, who you would have seen on the stream and who is hosting today's Watchalong, is actually diabetic himself. And when I told him about the product, he was quite pleasantly surprised to see this finally a diabetic friendly energy drink. I'll tell you a little bit more about it a little later on, but please do go check them out in the meantime. Also, please check out our other sponsors in BOYLESPORTS and BITDEFENDER. BOYLESPORTS being our official betting partner. Please go check them out for the best odds. If you'd like to also just tune into Chris's show, you'll also be seeing it in the build-up as well. He gives us an official, proper analysis on what are the best betting odds, and he makes us quite a bit of money, so please do go check him out and check out BOYLESPORTS as well. BITDEFENDER, of course, being the leaders in cybersecurity, they are committed to defending people all around the globe from against cyber attacks and to improve their digital experience. Please do go check them out as well. But what you're here for and what we're all here for is, of course, rugby. I'd like to start off by saying that we are a community here at Forever Sports, and we would like to get your input. We aren't always able to deal with comments as they come in, but please do go check out my Instagram, Reza the Rumbler, send me a message, and perhaps at halftime, if I manage to get to your question, I'll bring it up on stream and answer you there. But yeah, let us know where you are in the meantime. Give us your score predictions while me and Carl talk a little bit of nonsense about some rugby. So, Carl, having said all of that, we're very excited about today's game, are we not?
Yeah, I think despite the hammering they got last weekend against Ireland, I think Romania, they had some standout players, and I'm particularly excited to see how their number 10 Valvasa goes again. He played really well last weekend, and we'll see how he fares against the Springbok team.
Yeah, hopefully better, of course, from their perspective. This is a game obviously being held slightly earlier than perhaps usual, 3 o'clock South African time as well as French time, at the Stade de Bordeaux. And of course, we know that we've got Matteo Reynal as our referee for today. It's something that's been a hot topic during the World Cup, of course, is the topic of referees and the decisions that they've been making and the consistency of which they've been making those decisions, in particular with regards to reckless and dangerous play. We talked about it a little bit before. You vented some frustrations. I hope you wouldn't mind sharing them now with the community and tell us why exactly you're concerned about the standard of refereeing, or rather the decisions that have been made.
Well, I understand why World Rugby have tried to I suppose give referees a backing in the bunker system. And oh, you're about to be you got a little visitor. And I understand why they've done that. Obviously, referees, regardless of this new system, they've always come under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of pressure for their split-second decisions. Are you really going to annoy me? Come on. And I think it's the right way to go. The bunker system is the right way to go. But I think why people are so annoyed is that if they've then got an extra 8 minutes of zero pressure to make the right decision, how are they still getting it wrong? Or how are they making the right decision on some things and then a completely similar, almost identical situation, and the guy doesn't get a red card? And it's happened with obviously the Tom Curry one, where I'm English, so obviously there's a level of bias there, but still a reckless challenge. So 100% a red card. I don't think the ban was necessary, but when you look at the French
Let me ask
game,
you something. Would you have felt better if the Jesse Creel decision had also been given a card?
I think at least a yellow. Like I can understand where they're coming from, where there wasn't a high degree of impact. Like it wasn't a massive impact, especially going through the head-on-head clash. But it was definitely a yellow from what they deem to be non-mitigating factors. He wasn't really bent to the hips. He hit its shoulder and then head-on-head, with whatever degree of force. So at least a yellow with a review. I wouldn't be upset if they didn't red card it, because low degree of danger, but still, I mean, it feels like inconsistency.
All right, fair enough. And I'm sure we'll get into a little bit more as well later on. And we've got assistant referees today in Angus Gardner, Pierre Brousset, and our TV match official for the day is Brett Cronin. I'm just going to run through the lineups quickly in case you haven't already seen it. In South Africa in particular, this has been huge news during the week. And we were arguing in our personal chats about, which scrum half should get a chance during this game and give a chance to show their prowess. And as you see, as you will shortly see as I run through this lineup, we've got Oxenchair, Mbogeni Bonambi, Vincent Koch, Sean Klein, Marvin Ori, Marco van Staden, Kwaka Smith, Dwayne Vermeulen, Cobus Reinach, Damien Willemse, Makazole Mapimpi, Andreas Days, and Kanan Moody, Grant Williams, and Willie Leroux. What you will note from that starting lineup is that we have been blessed with Cobus Reinach, Kanan Moody, I should say Grant Williams rather. And then on the bench, we've got, of course, our favorites in Faf de Klerk and Jaden Hendrickson. So all 4 scrum halves that were picked for our squad, which we were already quite concerned about as Springbok supporters, that we were taking 4 scrummies, are playing in the same match day 2023. I mean, what do we make of that, Carl?
I think they will probably give Faf a little bit of a run at fly half if needed, or they'll chuck Willie Leroux in as an attacking fly half. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, Grant Williams just pace to burn, and he showed it again against Scotland that he in space basically no one's going to touch him.
Sure. I mean, his first touch of the ball during that game was ridiculous. The break that he showed and the pace, but for a very lucky ankle tap, he would have been one of the tries of the tournament. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, he's a great player, and I think he's both blessed and cursed by the fact that South Africa have a good group of scrum halves at the moment. I mean, he'd probably start for most other countries. He's a very good player, and I think especially in this game, giving him a shot at wing is actually a really interesting call. Obviously, all the wings that have played for South Africa are tried and tested, so why not give a bit of a go to someone new?
Yeah, it might be an attempt to give game time to guys. Obviously, even though it's outside of their position, game time that they so much needed. So let's run through the subs quickly. The rest of the subs, I should say: Dion Fourie, Stephen Kitsoff, Trevor Nyukani, Archie Neyman, Jasper Wiese, Jaden Hendrickson, Faf de Klerk, and Jesse Creel. Man, they are just star names throughout that. It's very hard to say that there is a weakness in this matchday squad. If there is a weakness, it would probably just be in terms of who is starting and who is being played in what position. But other than that, we can't really complain too much, can we?
I think South Africa, it's a good place for the coaches to be in. They've got the best of a bad headache. They've got all the players to choose from, except maybe in the fly half position. I know Pollard played for Leicester. I think it was yesterday, but he did get a yellow card. I saw. But I think
needed the break.
I think South Africa's blessed with their players at the moment, and just like a squad with that depth is going to be a nightmare for most teams, let alone Romania.
Right, so let's run through this team, and I do apologize if I do butcher some of these names. I'm going to do my absolute very best because it's important to me that I respect the names that people have, but some of them are a little difficult. But we've got for Romania starting today Ludian Hartog, Ovidiu Gorjukaru, Alexandru Gordas, Adrian Matok, Marius Iftimisiuk, sorry, I should say that, Andrei Gorin, Vlad Nikulau, Christian Chirika, who is our captain for today, Gabriel Rupanu, Hinkley Valvasa, Nicholas Onutu, Taylor Gontiniak, I want to say, Jason Tomane, Davita Manumanu, and Marius Simeonescu, I should say. On our bench, we've got Robert Iramescu, Alexandru Savan, Thomas Cretu, Stefan Yanku, Damien Stratila, Christy Bobok, and Alan Konache, I should say, I think, and Gabriel Pop. Again, I apologize for butchering all of their names because I'm quite used to having my own name butchered, so I know how it feels. But I'll do my best. I'm going to find a phonetic list very soon, waiting for it from World Rugby, and then we'll get those right during the course of the game. Carl, do any of those names stand out to you? I mean, we can't pretend to be knowledgeable in Romanian rugby, but no. Does anyone catch your eye there?
Yeah, I think I suppose the three that stand out for me are the 9 and 10, Rupanu and Valvasa. Valvasa again I think he had a very good game last weekend against Ireland, and Rupanu scored their only try, which I think was the first try of the game. And it's been a bit of a World Cup for the minnows scoring first and then kind of going downhill after that. But then also their 15, Simonescu, I think, had a really good game last weekend.
We said that we talk about the importance of this fixture in the greater context for both teams. In fact, it's fantastic for Romania to get exposure to Tier 1 teams. It's such a pity for a lot of these Tier 2 nations that they only get that exposure during World Cups. Because I do feel that they would improve far more if they had the ability to play against South Africa, maybe even once every 2 years. This is only the second time the teams are ever meeting, and the first time also being within a World Cup. How difficult is it for Romania to come into the setup? I mean, obviously they're riding the high one of qualifying for the World Cup, which is a mammoth task in and of itself. But then it's quite deflating for them, isn't it? Because they've qualified with other players and other leagues, or other teams within their own sort of ability range. And then they come to a World Cup and they kind of get blown away. It's difficult for them, right? How do you fix that problem? How do you address it so that teams are more equal when it comes to World Cup time?
It's an interesting one. And I think Romania are probably the worst off of all of the Tier 2 teams, and considering their pool is just an absolute nightmare for them. I think that the biggest issue for it will always come down to money. It always will do. I mean, it starts at grassroots rugby, which obviously needs to be developed and it takes time. It was interesting. I saw someone I know put in ChatGPT recently, how do we improve Namibia's rugby and over 4 years for the next World Cup? And it gave them a whole breakdown of what they would need to do, but how difficult it would be to see an improvement by the next World Cup. And I thought that was quite interesting. But there's so much.
I mean, AI giving us the answers that we don't have, right? I mean, if you had to venture a guess as to the last time that South Africa and Romania played, or the only time they ever played, when did you think that was?
2007?
1995 World Cup, the very the very first time that they ever played. It was in Cape Town, and the Boks actually only won that game 21 points to 8. Crazily enough, I mean, obviously a lot closer. And that is 95, World Cup winning team that was putting away guys like Samoa. I mean, sorry, what am I saying? John Olomu. And obviously that was perhaps a stronger Romanian team at the time. I actually might have to go back and see if I can't dig out a replay on that from the archives, because obviously the state of rugby has changed so much in those years, and now we're seeing some crazy figures going up. So I'd just like to say to everyone, please do like and subscribe to the video. We will be joining us for the watch along, hosted by Wesley, who is a fantastic rugby player in and of his own right. And he's a fantastic host as well. You'll really enjoy your time with him. So please do stick around. Carl, South Africa have won each of their last 5 test matches, right? It's the best run since we won 7 in a row between 2019 and 2021. And that is the run, of course, that saw us lift the BOYLESPORTS Cup for the 3rd time. Now, there obviously is a trend in consistency, correct? If we go on to win this World Cup, it will, I think, if my math is correct, it will be our very best stretch of winning games ever. How important is it to ride form? And is form considered a win against Romania, or is form considered a good win against Romania?
I think there has to be an element of, look, it's 99% going to be a win. But they have made a few changes. Obviously, they're experimenting. So, and we saw this with Samoa yesterday. You know, they've come into the tournament. It's their first game, and there's a bit of rust. So I expect to see a little bit of that, but they always had the better build-up. Most of these players, you know, they've played in the build-up matches, especially in that walloping of New Zealand, and some players out of position. But I think, yes, a winning mentality builds on winning the next game as well. And a game like this will give a lot of confidence more than anything, I think. And I think one person in the South African team, I think they're really trying to bolster in confidence is Kane Moody. Obviously a great player, but I think they're giving him a shot at 13 again to see if he'll be worth a start in that position against Ireland.
I mean, I'm glad you bring that up, because my question to you is: are we at a point where do we know, or do we think that the Ireland team should already, for the most part, be selected? I would have thought, having gone into this, they had a team in mind going into that. And maybe there are a couple of positions up for grabs still, such as the Kane Moody one at outside centre. Would you have liked to see, though, them put out a team that was more consistent with what they had in mind for Ireland? I doubt that this is the team that they've honestly got in mind. I really do. I personally, one personal change I'm a bit disappointed about is I would have liked to see Manie Libbok get an opportunity in this game, even if it was off the bench, for, let's call it half an hour, 20 minutes, to continue on the form that he's showing, because he is a confidence player. And particularly off the tee, we expect that there will be lots of kicks in this game, right? I would have liked him to get that opportunity to focus on maybe that aspect of his game without the pressure, of it being perhaps match defining. Are there other positions, or is that something that you would agree with me on, that you think that maybe the guy should have been selected for continuity going into the Ireland game, or do they deserve the rest? They played their big one against Scotland. They're ready for Ireland regardless.
I think this South African team, you're kind of your first string side. It seems that they're always ready. They've kind of stood up to every test. As you say, they're on a 5-game winning streak. And those have included some really big games. New Zealand right before the World Cup as well. So I wouldn't worry about continuity of form, because I don't think that these players seem to be having any dips in form. I agree with you in a sense on Manie Libbok's goal kicking. I think it would have been a good practice game for him. But I imagine that he's getting a ton of practice during the week on that anyway. And considering Damon Willems is probably your second choice fly half, probably not a bad idea to give him a start at 10, just in case Libbok gets injured. You have to put him there. So in a sense, I get both arguments.
Yeah. Maybe there is no wrong answer to this, and
Yeah.
obviously we're not coaches, and we are as much fans as everybody else, and it's very difficult for us to sit here and try and get into the minds of Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Naba and their team. I look at this Romania team though, and I feel for them quite substantially. I like to focus on them because we don't get enough opportunities to talk about these teams, right? But Romania have lost 9 of their last 10 matches at the Rugby World Cup, right? 1 win, a 74-point defeat to Ireland their last time out, and it's their heaviest loss since 2007. Admittedly, this Ireland team are arguably, I say arguably just because otherwise South African fans will tear me apart, but they are arguably favorites, right, going into this. So maybe there's not too much to read into that because they are a damn classy outfit. Their game against Tonga was phenomenal. We talked though before this about the run-in that Ireland have had, obviously having played Romania and now Tonga. Do you think that they would have preferred to get one of their harder games out of the way first? Maybe this easier run, so to speak, is it a good or a bad thing that they've maybe built up momentum and going into their hard game against South Africa? Or is it to their detriment that perhaps there might be a sense of complacency going into that game? Because obviously the opposition are not comparable.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that complacency will be Ireland's problem. They know that they've probably, in order to win this World Cup, they probably have the hardest route of any team. As you said, they're going to have to play South Africa and Scotland back to back. And then, depending on where they are in the pool, they're going to have to play essentially 3 what would be considered great finals in a row just to win the tournament. It's a huge ask for them. And I think, which is what a few commentators were actually talking about last night. They were surprised there weren't some more changes and they almost went for a full strength side, is that this team they put out last night essentially now has to play every single game. And I get it. From a coach's point of view, I think Farrell came out and said, well, I want my best players playing. That's, they had to respect Tonga. They're not a bad side and they do have some pretty big stars in their team. But Ireland did end up blowing them out of the water, and I think they'll be okay for it, but injuries will be their biggest thing. They have to keep their players fit.
Yeah, and they'll be particularly happy that Johnny Sexton has come through both games with flying colours, and it seems that injury-free as well. I will also just touch now on South Africa, and it's something that will probably be very critical against Ireland as well. They are one of just 3 teams to maintain a 100% success rate in exits from their own 22, which is quite an important stat, and not one that's often focused on because it shows a defensive mindedness that is clear, concise. They've got a plan when they're under pressure, and they seem to be able to execute that strategy quite often. Having said that, though, that's probably a more pragmatic approach that they've taken. Romania gives them the opportunity to throw this around a little more. Do you think that they will stick to the exit strategies, the defensive mindedness that they've shown so far, or do you expect to see them throw it around a little bit more in their own 22 from their line and just kind of throw caution to the wind?
The thing is, for South Africa, with obviously the remaining tests they've got, I don't actually see much of a point in changing game plan. They'll want to perfect the game plan they're going to play against Ireland. The game plan they'll want to take out of the pool. Obviously, they've already beaten Scotland in what was a pretty one-sided game. I mean, South Africa squeezed the life out of Scotland, which even not very many people expected with Finn Russell at 10. I think it will be a bit more of a flair type of game, considering the players they've chosen, but the game plan will be set to promote what they're planning to do in the future, rather than just go, right, we're doing this for this game and then something different for the next one. That speaks to the continuity you talk about, not only in the team, but also in game style as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm a big advocate for don't change what you already know, or don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah.
There is something though that is quite important for a South African team. Again, ahead of the Ireland game, Romania have the best. I think it's Ireland and Japan Ireland was 67%, and Japan was 62.2% in terms of gain line success rate. Romania are the third best team, surprisingly enough, was 62%, at least during the opening round of the World Cup. But more than that, during the Rugby's Europe Championship, they were also the leading team in that competition for gain line success with 59%. It's more than us. It also shows their ability that they are incredibly strong with ball in hand, and they will pressure you throughout the line. They may not have the finesse and the skill to get over the line at the end of the day, but they will test your defensive capabilities quite a bit. Do you think that the team would have been looking into that and been looking forward to the challenge, especially since Ireland are a team that also have a lot of gain line success, in again implementing that defensive capability that we know they have, and hopefully trying to stifle that go forward that Romania might get? In particular, I'm looking forward to seeing Andre Esterhuizen on the defensive side of things as well. But we also talked about, of course, the fact that we've got a number of scrummies in our team for once, and not to say that they are weak or small or whatever the case is, but it may not be as physically dominating side as we're used to seeing. Are you concerned about that at all? Is this a chance for them to show their ability in that department as well?
I wouldn't say I'm worried about it, because I imagine that Portugal have, that decent game line success rate, but that's based off quite a small amount of possession. So because it's based on percentage, it's you could have three possessions, you get two of them, that's already 66%. So I think South Africa won't worry about that. As we know, they've got a good defensive line, but also if you keep possession long enough, you don't allow them to attack you, so they won't cause that many issues. And this is a team that can certainly keep the ball away from an opposition.
Yeah, I mean, England know it best, hey, Carl. But sorry, I mean, I had to take at least one job during this one, 32-12 and all of that. But I apologize. I apologize. England are looking substantially better, but I digress. I will also say that someone that I'm really excited about, and you had mentioned to me as well, is Gabriel Rupanu for the Romanians at that scrum half position. Yeah, I mean, but he's up against world-class opposition of course, in Cobus Reinach, who might, as we had mentioned before, any of those scrummies could probably walk into a number of teams around the world. How much do you think these minnow teams draw off these individual performances, these superstars in their midst? And I mean, how important is it to draw inspiration from guys like that?
Well, I think it's being at the World Cup is good for the minnow teams, obviously, because if a player from a minnow team, shines out of the rest of their team, chances are you actually often find that they then get a move to France, play club rugby in France, and that in itself can be a huge bolster for the minnow sides. Their star players are getting star level kind of training. They're playing in a lot more competitive competitions throughout the year, not just internationally. And so I think a number of them will be, maybe playing for that kind of thing, to look almost to be scouted to France or other countries. And it's a nice showcase for them. And Rupanu played well last weekend.
Okay. As we wrap up now, I would just like to say, please do go check out our sponsors again, BOYLESPORTS, BITDEFENDER, and of course, SERUM Energy Drink, our newest partners. Please do join Boys Watchalong. We've got some great coverage coming from CVP from France as well. We really look forward to it. We'll see you again at halftime. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. If you'd like to send me some questions on my Instagram, Reason the Rumbler, and check us out there. Send me a message. I may be able to deal with it during halftime. Please be kind, be respectful to one another in the chat, and let's have a great, fantastic watch along. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Carl. Really appreciate your time.
Cheers, mate.
invasion. Level 1, defend yourself. Oh no, you suck. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. Unstoppable. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Wes, and today I'm going to be taking you through the game between South Africa, the Springboks, and Romania, the Oaks. So that was a fun fact I learned this week, that they are known as also as the Oaks. So great to be with you here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Don't panic, you are in the right place. I know it's not Stevie P taking you through a Springbok game, but I am honored to take us through this watch along. Stevie P is on the ground in France, and we will be seeing and hearing from him a little bit later. But thanks so much once again, guys, for joining, and thank you to our sponsors, our partner channels, which are BITDEFENDER, BOYLESPORTS, and a new sponsor that we've got on board today, SERUM, and specifically the SERUM Energy Drink. So we'll take a look at all their stuff a little later. But first, we want to make sure that you've hit that like button, you've subscribed to the channel, and if you can, check out becoming a channel member, guys. It allows us to bring you all this amazing coverage from around the globe, and we're looking to expand into different areas and different sports. So please do give that a look out. Having a look here, we've got about 43,000 channel subscribers. So you guys are absolute legends. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, do make sure you become a subscriber. And I've just been having a look through the chat. Lots of support in the chat for the Boks at the moment. We'll have a look. I haven't seen much for Romania though. So if you are supporting Romania today, sound off in the chat. Let me know what we think the score is going to be. I've seen lots of score predictions. We had a great poll about who we think is going to win. I think it's coming to close now. About 99% of you said that the Springboks will emerge victorious. So thank you so much for that. Speaking of the Springboks, what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the team lineup in just a bit. We'll talk about some selections, maybe some combinations, get your guys' thoughts. You know, if you were coach for the week, who would you have put in there potentially? And then we'll do the same for Romania in just a bit. But first of all, let's check out the Springbok lineup for today's match. So there are the BOK players taking the field today against Romania. Let's have a brief chat about that time, should we? So, as I said, in the chat, guys, in those comments, because I've got it up here, going to be interacting with you guys. It's something that we're really proud to do as a channel here on YouTube. It's a bit more interactive. You know, we're able to have polls to see what you guys are thinking when we get score predictions. But please let me know in the chat there. I've seen, I think it's Jacques Malande saying Grant Williams is not fast enough to play wing. He should have been at 9. So let me know what other, potential positions or combinations you would have changed for this game. I think Grant Williams showed, my personal opinion, showed great pace last week. Granted, it was 1 run, but we'll have to see what he does on the wing. Very controversial decision, to include all 4 scrum halves in the side. So it'll be interesting to see how they move those players around. I think another notable selection for me is that of Dion Fourie. I think he was probably always going to play this game. However, I do think there's now more importance on that position, especially given now we are as South African fans and the South African team, in a phase of life after Marx, obviously suffering that horrible injury during training and ruling him out of the World Cup. So Dion Fourie will be looking to get off to a good start on his end. I think, personally, I've been really, really excited and looking forward to seeing Esterhuizen and Moody once again pairing up in the centres after that, really emphatic win against the All Blacks. So very excited to see what they can do. And I really hope that good old Makazola Mapimpi has a fantastic game. I think, he's shown glimpses of 2019 Mapimpi. He's still so rapid, but I think the Boks have just really got to work to get him into space, and I can't wait to see him unleashed. So let's have a look. Layla Lewis in the chat saying, scary to think I'm taller than Faf. Hey, dynamite comes in small packages. Faf has shown that time and time again. He is a real defensive monster there. So really great to have him there. Yeah, Jacques saying now we only have 1 world-class hooker. So, I think Munambi's shown his skill. I think Dion Fourie will be looking to prove it, right? I mean, he's obviously there for a reason. He was that utility forward. Now we're going to have to put all our faith and support behind him and hope he can, come into play where we are needed. Also, guys in the chat, let me know what you think score predictions. I saw earlier in the chat, a lot of us were saying the Boks about 50-odd. I'm hoping for a bit more. I'm hoping for a score like Justin has suggested, 76-8. In my Super Brew, I think I said the Boks by about 70 points. So I need more than a 50. Backup Generators CC, clearly watching from South Africa, said 55-30. So Backup Generators CC thinking that the Romanians are going to get quite a few points. I mean, 30 points is not insignificant. So fantastic to have that maybe potentially happen, but lots of support for the Boks here in the chat. So V61 saying my blood is green. Fantastic to have you here, V. We appreciate it. Your fave girl saying born to play for SA, Bokkers for life. Lots of emojis, guys. Fantastic to have you here on the channel. Irban isn't playing, asks Bonnie, potentially for just resting him from that shoulder injury. He was ruled out for about 10 days. So they definitely want to just rest him and see if he can be at 100% for the Ireland game, which is arguably one of South Africa's biggest pool games. I think in terms of strategy, I think probably the Scotland game was a bigger game because it allows us now, had we lost in that, then all pressure, even more pressure would have been on the Ireland game. But won that, we can go into the Ireland game, obviously still wanting to win, but with a bit more freedom. Luciano asking what time will the match start? So kickoff is indeed at 3 o'clock, and that's in just under 17 minutes really. So I will be bringing you the match coverage from there. Just a huge shout out actually before we go on any further to the guys in the pre-match build-up. Thank you to Reza and Kel for taking us into the game. Really appreciated what Reza was saying about the Boks kicking strategy, the exit strategy, right? I think that's something I like to focus on. I think it's a skill that often goes unnoticed, but the Boks have a 100% record at getting out of their 22 successfully. So really impressive here. Let's then start to move over because time is going by quite quickly and I want to give enough time at the end to have a chat. Let's then start to move over to the Romania side. So as Rees and Kel said in the build-up, this is a side that we haven't seen play much rugby. We on yesterday's stream, I had the privilege of bringing you guys Portugal and Wales. We decided to move away from the term tier 2 nations, and we've sort of come up with the term, or Alan Robinson over that side came up with the term, well, I don't know if he came up with it, but I heard it there from him first, emerging rugby nations, right? I like that. So we don't really see much of these emerging rugby nations play, which is unfortunate, and they don't get any better by not playing any developed rugby nations, right? You can have them in their own tournaments and they'll rise to a certain level, but we really do need to focus on, I think World Rugby needs to come up with a feasible plan to to get those nations up. You know, I think Argentina's been a good test case for that, including them in the Rugby Championship, has seen them, you know, come to a new level. They're probably still not where they want to be. Italy has been also a bit of a test case, a bit slow to get where they want to go, but it's in the right direction. So yeah, not having much knowledge about the Romania side, it's almost, you know, a little bit not sure what to expect, which is quite exciting. I think they will hope to, you know, they'll have their own certain victory points, right? Not necessarily winning. I mean, I'm sure they'll want to go out and win, but they will view certain targets. Like yesterday, Portugal scoring a try, that was a massive victory for them. When they went over that line with that brilliant line-out play, by the way, if you haven't seen it, definitely go check out that Portuguese try from the line-out. That would be a victory for them. Even though they lost the game, they'll be disappointed with that. They will come away with some positives. Okay, but let's now have a look at the Romanian players that will take the field against the Springboks today.
So there are the mighty Oaks taking the field today against the Springboks. They've got a tough task ahead of them, undoubtedly. I really liked looking at the chat during that lineup, and I think it was Starboy saying he learned it the hard way. But what he learned the hard way was never underestimating your opponents. And I think this is something we've seen potentially, definitely France, Uruguay. I think they potentially went in the French side with a bit too lackadaisical, and they struggled to sort of fire. We saw that yesterday with Wales as well, not quite finding their groove against a Portuguese side. So I think, my mindset is you have to go into every game almost like it's a final. You don't want to underestimate, you've got to show respect. And we saw Ireland do that yesterday against Tonga, and came away with a resounding victory. They started a very, strong side there, showing the Tongans respect. And managed to come away with a convincing victory. So I think the Boks need to do the same, guys. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Don't worry, you're on the right place. Stevie P is on the ground. We'll be hearing from him just a bit out in lovely France at the World Cup. But great to have you all here with me. I see Alan Robinson. How's it, Alan? Good to have you back in the chat, saying he expects a cricket score from the Boks. That would be quite something. I think I saw someone earlier in the chat, way up earlier, saying they had a dream the Boks won 100 and something. So let's see if those dreams do indeed come true. Waar is die Afrikaans? Ignis, yeah, I'll have to work on my Afrikaans to provide a bit of a dual or bilingual comment. But for now, it's just going to be in English. I think that's going to be the best for everyone. Trust me. I don't want to offend anyone. Denzel van Rooyen, hello. Great to have you guys here. Yeah, so let's chat about it then a bit further. What I want to do, because again, a big plus on the stream is being interactive with you guys, and we sort of came up with a bit of a fun thing to potentially do. So we're going to start a poll, right? And the poll is, how many points do the Boks have to be ahead by at the half for me to shave my beard and just have a mustache for the second half? Okay, so that poll should be popping up soon. So depending on how many points you guys say, if the Boks are ahead by that many at halftime, I will go and shave my beard and just come back in the second half with a mustache. So let's see how this goes. But yeah, looking at that Romanian side then, I think, definitely key pairings and combinations we're going to have to keep our eyes out for are the likes of your scrum half and your fly half. So Rupanu and Valvosa undoubtedly will play a key role in commanding the troops today. Their captain as well, their number 8, Chikira, is going to have a massive game, sort of commanding his forwards and getting his boys to meet the physicality of the Boks. We know they're going to come out firing. So it's going to be a big task, a long day in the office for them, undoubtedly. But they will believe that they could do it. They will come out with passion. We know how passionate the Romanians are. And very interesting that the only time these two sides have met was in 1995. In that World Cup that the Boks obviously went on to win. So as I said, there's that poll. It's just popped up in chat. How many points do the Springboks need to be ahead by halftime for Wes, that's me, to shave his mustache? 20, 30, 40, 50. So get that going. We will close that poll just before kickoff because we know how quickly some of these players can score, especially Kobus Reinach. He is the record holder for the fastest hat-trick ever scored at a Rugby World Cup. I think it only took him 5 seconds in that game to score his first try. So we need to get your votes in there as soon as possible. Yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to seeing the Boks clinical today. If you talk about, Reza was talking about in the pre-match build-up, what does good form for the Boks look like? I think it's not disrespectful, but I think a win should be expected. But is it a good win? Is it how many points do the Boks feel like, yep, that's what we wanted to do? Or more than points, is it how many scrums, lineouts, set phases, positive tackles did we make? They'll be, I think, after those finer details. So potentially the score might only be by, 10 points, 20 points. But I think if the Boks can come away and say, look, we did what we needed to do, we're happy with that, we've got things to improve on, that might be more important for them. Likewise with the Romanians, they will go away and they will look at things and go, right, how many positive gain line meters did we make as well? So thank you so much, guys. Yeah, fantastic to have you all here. As I said, this will be commentary of the game. I'll be streaming it on my end here and bringing you sort of audible commentary, a really fantastic way to bring it to people who might not have access, as well as to interact with you guys in the chat. I really have enjoyed my time here and enjoying my time here on Forever Rugby with Forever Sports. And a massive thank you, because it's made possible, I think, by 4 major players. One of them is being you guys. So thank you so much for liking and subscribing and becoming channel members. So check out becoming a channel member if you aren't already. It's 19.99 a month. It allows us to bring you this awesome coverage. And then the other 3 partners are our channel partners. So you guys know the likes of Boyle Sports. You know, if you think you know what's going to happen, go put your money where your mouth is. Check out Boyle Sports. They'll match you up to R1,000, your first deposit. BitDefender as well for all your cybersecurity needs. You know, they've got top of the range stuff protecting you from all types of attacks and threats. And then our new sponsor today, we're very excited to bring on SERUM, and specifically SERUM Energy Drink. Reza had mentioned about me being diabetic. So that's true. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I see that SERUM is sugar-free. So for me, that's incredibly important. I know I can get the benefits of the energy drink being high in vitamins and giving me a boost of energy when I need it, but not spike my sugars and having that crash afterwards. So I'm very excited for Reza to send me up some SERUM to Botswana. And that's true. Actually, those of you who haven't caught me before, I am coming to you live from the Okavango Delta in Botswana. So any technical issues, we do appreciate your patience. We are asking a lot from the Wi-Fi out here in Okavango. But let me know in the chat where you guys are coming in from. Really appreciate, you know, having you all here. As I said, this is what I enjoy. I enjoy being able to interact with all of you. Let's see. The boy saying, you think they will lose to Romania? I don't know, unless you replying to someone in the comments. I don't think they will. You know, as I said, I think a win is expected, but we'll have to see. But guys, we are going to quickly cut across to Steve, who's bringing us some footage, I believe, from the park, and we can't wait to see what he brings. So over to you, Steve.
It's a sea of green. Kickoff. By the time it's reached you, very, very shortly. Looking to go 2 from 2, but is where I am. As you can see, it's a sea of green. Zaka versus Romania kickoff. By the time it's reached you, very, very shortly. The Springboks looking to go 2 from 2. But the important thing for today in a very changed team for Darking Elbows men is to test some combos and momentum. Momentum is a strange thing. Losing is a habit and winning is a habit. So it's about getting out there today. And whilst it is Romania side we should be comfortably, it's about making sure we stick to our process, about making sure that we get the job done. Lots of different players in different positions today, so we're going to get a lot of answers about the squad ahead of what we are expecting to see. An Andre Collard call up, for example, expecting to see a couple of changes to the squad. The big thing I think is obviously also no injuries, but very interested to see how the Turks going to go at 10 today, for example. We've got 4 scrum offs in the 23. We're going to see potentially scrum offs on the wing. Grant Williams getting an opportunity on the wing today. We should see how he goes. So it's
right. Hi guys, welcome back. Sorry about that. A little bit of a technical difficulty with that video. We will work to get Steve across to you. Quickly, a last minute update before the game gets underway. Vincent Koch is out and Trevor Nginikane will start. So Vincent Koch, unfortunately, he will not take part in the game. So Trevor Nginikane starts, and then with Frans Malherbe on the bench. So just a last minute update for the game there now. So we do have the players on the field here taking the anthem. So the Romanians are singing their hearts out. So amazing to see these players sing their national anthems. Was really impressed with the Portuguese yesterday. I mean, I haven't seen one of the Portuguese players just absolutely bawling his eyes out. Such passion shown by the guys there. So the Romanians undoubtedly feeling the same level of passion as well. So have a look. Fantastic there. I did see there was someone tuning in from Cape Town, El Chucho, Cape Town Type 1 2. Right, El Chucho, we'll have to see if you can get your hands on some SERUM energy drink. So if you are in South Africa, guys, at the moment they are just shipping to South Africa. So see if you can get your hands on some SERUM energy drink. El Chucho, you have to let me know what you think of them as well. Yeah, massive thanks, Reza, there in the chat, just saying, guys, that we will bringing you every coverage of every single game, and it's all only possible with your support. So we really, really appreciate it. And Marie Stradom in there from Gauteng. Great to have you there. Karen saying, thanks for streaming the game live on YouTube because there's load shedding. Oh my gosh, in Tongat from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. tonight. So sorry about the load shedding there, Karen. Right, the box come onto the screen and singing the anthem. and we see them there lining up next to one another.
Stade Bordeaux is where I am, and as you can see, it's a sea of green. South Africa versus Romania kickoff. By the time this reaches you, very, very shortly, the Springboks looking to go 2 from 2. But the important thing for today in a very changed team for Jacques Nienaber's men is to test some combos and momentum. Momentum is a strange thing. Losing is a habit and winning is a habit. So it's about getting out there today. And whilst it is a Romanian side that we should be comfortably, it's about making sure we stick to our processes. It's about making sure that we get the job done. Lots of different players in different positions today, so we're going to get a lot of answers about the squad ahead of what we are expecting to see an Andre Pollard call up, for example. We're expecting to see a couple of changes to the squad. The big thing I think is obviously also no injuries, but very interested to see how Faf de Klerk's going to go at 10 today, for example. We've got 4 scrum offs in the 23. We're going to see potentially scrum offs on the wing. Grant Williams getting the opportunity on the wing today. Interested to see how he goes, and so it's very much a experiment from Jacques Nienaber that needs to come off, and it's going to be a difficult one to judge with regards to exactly whether it has or has not worked, given the fact that the opposition today is not the strongest quality. But the important thing is to get up there, get game time, get through this nice and safely. In terms of the vibe, it's brilliant. I mean, as I said, you look around here and there's just green on green. The amount of Afrikaans we've heard on the trams, the Springbok supporters over here. We bumped into a couple of subscribers already at the tram station. We bumped into Rob, who watches the channel. So really cool to see so many South Africans out here. A lot of Romanian fans as well, a couple of yellow shirts around. The main thing is really cool to see some subscribers and supporters out here. We will have interviews going up on the channel both before and after the game. We'll hopefully do a bit of a halfway crossing as well. So the atmosphere here, I mean, we've still got well over 2 hours till kickoff. The band's playing, the beers are flowing. This is the stuff of dreams. World Cup fever has firmly hit, and as you can see, as you can imagine, the amount of hops being drunk today is going to be pretty impressive. Already hearing stories of a pub last night with a lot of South Africans where the brandy special sold out very, very quickly. So South Africa's in Bordeaux, and Romania are going to have to try and cope with that. I don't anticipate them coping particularly well. In fact, I've gone with about a 65-point margin, and hopefully we'll see that. Potentially opportunity for people to start upping their try-scoring records, and for us to really start settling into the tournament ahead of the Ireland game in just over a week. Ireland have very much thrown down the gauntlet last night. A big victory against Tonga, who were a little bit poor, but Ireland were brilliant. And they very much seem to be the form team of the tournament. A big block win today would start to put us in those discussions as well. Over to you, Wes, for the watch along. Everybody make sure you subscribe to the channel, enjoy it, and we'll see you guys all very soon.
So there we go. We got across to France. Thank you so much, Stevie, there. So fantastic to be able to do that. Fantastic you were in France, guys. And yeah, Forever Sports going to bring you all the coverage across all the games, which is absolutely phenomenal. Excellent here in the chat. Got good coverage across from South Africa. Lots of people from Cape Town. Lots of people out in Paarl. If there's anyone watching from George, I hope you guys are staying safe in the massive storms I've seen there. I hope everyone is doing all right. Daniel Allen asking, why is Koch injured? Yeah, we will work to get you that information, see if we can find out anything and get it to you guys. But it does seem to be a little bit concerning, the amount of injuries. But fantastic to have you all here. And the players are in their positions. The Springboks will be kicking off. They are playing in the characteristic green and gold. So not the what the checkers go colors I think someone referred to the other jersey as. I quite like it. I mean, I'm obviously a massive fan of the green and gold. And then Romania in their yellow tops with the red and black sleeves. So just a couple minutes, if not seconds away from kickoff. Matal Reynal, the Frenchman leading the game. He will be the referee for today's game. We've got Kayla Thomas coming in from the Netherlands, and we have kicked off. Here we go, the box. Nice and high, just inside. Good, strong tackle there by Grant Williams on the Romanian players. So the Romanians now will look to clear well. Rupanu gives to the big men at the forward number 1, Hartik making a strong run, still staying within the 22. Then it's a nice little pick and go. So the Romanians here showing that they are here to play. Now out to the back to 10, who clears well. It was taken back inside, so he'll make sure he doesn't kick it directly out, which he does. So we should indeed go back to where he kicked it from. Unfortunately there, the Romanians just losing a bit of that rugby IQ. So he was within his 22 of the 10. However, the ball was brought back inside from those strong runs. So now we will have the first line out of the game within the first minutes. With Marks out due to injury, I think Mumnambi will really have to make sure that his throwing is on point. It has been. He is undoubtedly a professional through and through, so he will work hard to to make sure that that skill is up to par. Right, the Boks go to Ori, who bobbles a bit. It does fall backwards, I believe, so the Boks still have possession. Not the best line out I've ever seen. Right, Reinach to the big men. Reinach around the corner to Jean Klein, supported by Ori. Reinach then again. Good, strong defense by the Romanians, really chopping the Springboks, not allowing them to get any physical prowess going. Out to Munambi, now strong run up the center for him. A little bit messy. Penalty advantage to the Boks. Looks like off their feet. Oxenshare making a solid run up the field, supported by Jean Klein. Good momentum now for the Boks. Out to the right they go. Inside, and there's a bobble forward there. It did look like a knock-on. So positive from the Springboks. Good start from them. They come back for the advantage of the Romanians going off their feet. Thank you so much to Vuyo Kazi for becoming a Forever Sports member. As I said, guys, just 19 Rand 99 a month. You can support us here on the program and allow us to bring you more coverage. Victoria Stevens, hello from Dubai. Victoria, great to have you with us. So excellent, strong work from the Boks. I think a little concerning, potentially at that line out, that it didn't go to plan. We should be on point with those. Those small sort of set phases should be key. So they're trying to get the ball off to Kwagga Smith, but not coming off. But we go back for the penalty advantage, and the Boks have called a scrum. So first scrum within the first 3 minutes of the game. And we see Willie Leroux standing at first receiver. Always useful to have Willie Leroux up in the line. Great decision maker. So Kobus Reiner feeds. Solid strong from both sides. The Boks will try and milk the penalty, and they do get it. We go around the right-hand side. He's got options, and Kobus Reiner goes over himself. 2 minutes and 46 seconds round the corner. Didn't need to utilize the players to his right. So we do have the first try of the game. We know how quickly this man can score. So it's not quite 5 seconds, but it's within the first 5 minutes. So fantastic score there from Kobus. Yeah, we see the scrum, the Boks getting the possibly penalty advantage, and then just round the corner, no one was able to tackle him. We've got Buffalo joining in from Cape Town. Buffalo, how are you? And we've got then Johan Basson watching in from New York. So quite a global audience, guys. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here on the channel. Make sure you get those votes in, because we already have the first try. We are going to close that poll soon, I'd say in the next 2 minutes or so. So how many points do the Boks have to be ahead by at halftime for me to go and shave a mustache? A little bit of fun we have here on Forever Sports. So Heidi here in the chat saying Boks must play it safe and guard against injuries. Yeah, I think this is something I think that all sportsmen and women will tell you, is that the moment you actually start to go into a play it safe mindset, or you go in sort of half-hearted. So Willemse lines up the kick, but he does drag it across the face of the posts. So no conversion there for the Springboks. Back to the point there, I think you have to play at full speed, because the moment you start to question and doubt, not doubt, but pull back, is when you actually get injured. So the Boks will be looking to just fire through the whole game until the day is done. But yeah, absolutely trying to hope for no further injuries in their World Cup campaign. Okay, so the Romanians now will kick off. The Romanians playing from left to right, and number 10, Bovosa, gets us underway. So deep into the Bok 22, it is Vermeulen who catches and makes one of his trademark storming runs. But again, the Romanians chopping him down right nice and low. Again, everyone's ankles are just about the same size, so it's a smart tactic from them. We are within the 22. Kobus Reinach will look to box kick, and does so. Williams gives chase, but Kobus gets us out into touch. Williams there preventing the quick throw. It's a great box kick from Kobus Reinach, finding good territory, as well as making sure the ball is not collected by one of the Romanian players, so they can't go quick. So excellent work. Enver 77 watching from Namibia, great to have you here with us. Right, so the Romanians look to go to the lineup. They find their number 5, their jumper, Ifiti Mukyug. And they go to the centers then. Big strong run by Gontiniak there. Right, 9 feeds again, once again, from the big men taking it up. Good, strong, positive runs from the Romanians. They are getting over the advantage line. Nice little out the back here. To the left they go, to stab through, but it is cluttered in traffic. Oh, okay, that's got to be a penalty. Indeed, it is. So it was that man, Van Staden, all over the Romanian number 10 and getting the penalty for the Boks. So good, positive, defensive play from the Springboks. Willie Leroux kicks us out into touch and takes us for a line out just about 12 or so, maybe 15 meters from the Romanian try line. The Boks will be looking to come away with points once again. Okay, so hoping for a better line out here. Second go around on the other side of the field, 15 meters out. Once again, they go to Ori, who they find. Strong rolling maul set by the box. The Romanians doing their best to prevent it, but it does look pretty stable. Romanians sort of splintering off a little bit. Slightly messy. Here comes Reinach, pulls it out the back to Esterhazen, who makes a good solid run. Moody in support. Reinach then out to Willemse, long pass to Leroux. He's got support in Mapimpi. Will he need it inside? Makazola Mapimpi over for the second try for the Springboks. Excellent work by the Springboks, showing that they can be clinical when needed. So nice little bit of play there from forwards, driving it up, really positive. I thought last week we were trying to milk too much ground from the rolling mauls, which often resulted in that ball being sort of collapsed and a turnover. The Scottish did really well, but here we saw Kobus Reinach take it out at the right time. And we see the replay here. The Willemse, nice skip pass to Leroux, then got outside one of the Romanian players, a nice little cut back in, and Makazola Mapimpi. He's not going to not score from that far out. So a fantastic try for the Boks there. I think the Romanians are in for a long day, but the Boks need to keep it up for the entire time. So I think we're at about, when we get 600 votes into that poll, guys, we will close it, because I feel like it might skew some of your answers. So just 8 more votes, 7 more votes. We're going to close that poll then, and we will see, do I need to shave my mustache at halftime? So let's have a look. Buffalo Springboks are batting first here. They're absolutely out there. Okay, so Willemse lines up a second kick, arguably potentially a little bit harder, close to the left-hand side here. But he makes the corrections and slots the ball through the posts. And that is a much looking better penalty kick from Damien Willemse in the number 10 jersey. A position I think he would say he's comfortable in, but I think we know he probably prefers his position at fullback. But so important to have him, feeling confident in that position if ever we need him to play there. So great to have him there. Excellent work from the Springboks. Good stuff from the men in green and gold. Keegs there saying very behind, not lacquer. Sorry, Keegs, as I said, we are coming to you from the Delta. We'll do my best to get up-to-date footage for you. So asking lots from the Wi-Fi. So the Romanians now have ball in hand. And here they come. What can they do? Strong attempt at a tackle there by Kane and Moody, but not quite finding his man. The Romanians now go to the left. It is Rupanu out to the big men, but a pass goes askew on the ground. It is scooped up by Van Staden, who couldn't quite keep his feet, but now here come the Springboks. Lots of Romanian players offside. It is Kobus Reinach. He will find another try, a pick and go, and not tackled by the Romanians. So fantastic try. Is he in for another hat-trick? My goodness. We are in here potentially for a very big one. Right, I think we need to get that poll closed when possible, because soon it's going to be, tough stuff. Appreciate the compliment there, Dylan, in the chat. Commentating is way better than SABC. Really appreciate that. Doing our best out here. KS3, again, we do not have the rights to show you any of the rugby, but we do love to bring you commentary as well as interactive bits and bobs like this in the chat. And yeah, fantastic stuff. So we appreciate you all being here. Right, the conversion is good. So at under 10 minutes, we are 19 points to nothing. What can the Boks do? I don't mean to make waves saying who should they call up as a replacement hooker. Well, they do have Dion Fourie in the side today, so we will have to see how Dion does. Van Staden has also been touted as potentially playing in the hooker position. So the Romanians, once again, kick it deep into the 22, into that arms of the madman Dwayne Vermeulen, who takes a massive tackle there from one of the Romanian defenders. So Dwayne probably not used to being hit that hard, but ever the soldier, he'll get back up on his feet. So good box kick. Williams making an absolute hassle of himself, causing a bit of messy ball for the Romanians, but they do well to clean it up. Here come the Romanians to the right-hand side. to one of the big men, Motok, I believe, taking it up. Then Rupanu out to his number 5, Ifti Mikuik, driven in backwards in the tackle by Smith, by Kwacha, who then steals the ball, doing Kwacha Smith things. Excellent work from the number 7. Such an engine on him. Esterhazen picks and goes around the right-hand side. Support is a little slow, careful not to get isolated. Reinach comes to the left. It is Kanan Moody, switches again with Mapimpi. Mapimpi going sideways. Willemse, lovely step from Damien Willemse. Inside, here he goes. Damien Willemse, try time just to the left of the posts. Unbelievable skill shown by Damien Willemse there, scoring a try just out of nothing. My word, we are at 24 points to nothing at 11 minutes. Could we be in here? So excellent tackle from Kwacha Smith over the ball, pick up and go. This is what Kwacha Smith brings to the side. His engine, his ability to recognize when to put in effort and when not to is fantastic. We see the replay here. Moody switching with Mapimpi sideways. Willemse coming on, lovely step off the left foot and then accelerates through that hole. Gets the conversion. 26 points to nothing. Fantastic work there. The Springboks here almost scoring at will. So fantastic work from them. They will need to keep this up, showing their class. The Boks kind of saying anything Ireland can do, we can do better. So let's see what the final score will be. So the score is, yes, 26 to nothing. Can you believe it? So once again, the restart goes to Dwayne Vermeulen. And outside the 22, he eventually is brought down. But the Romanians are able to get a penalty for Dwayne hanging on. So support there from the Springboks, a little bit slow. Romanian defense doing well to get in over that ball. Okay, so with the polls closed, the biggest margin is indeed 20 points there. So the Romanians have to come back and make quite a score if I am to not shave a mustache. But thank you guys so much. We appreciate you getting involved in the poll. They're just a bit of fun. So let's see if the Romanians can come back and close that margin, or will you see me in the second half with a mustache? So the Romanians here, what do? They decide to go to the shot, which is probably the smart decision. Just outside the 22 to the left-hand side. It is number 14, Tavita Manumawa, who is going to take the kick for the Romanian side, try to get some points on the board. So Manumawa lines up to kick, pushes it across the face, and so no points for the Romanians there. You can see a shake of the head from the Romanian, disappointed with himself. He would have been hoping for better. So an opportunity gone missing there for the Romanians. Oh, cheeky little kick there from Damien Willemse to Willie Leroux. The Romanians caught a little bit sleeping. So nice play from the Springboks, recognizing that opportunity there. Excellent work from them. That pass looked very flat, but referee says play on. Mapimpi down into contact on the left-hand side. Reinach then looks to his big man, finds Trevor in Nkani again, who started because Vincent Koch was replaced. One of the Romanian players, unfortunately, just getting caught on the wrong side. He was working hard to get out there, but Reynal, the referee, said, nope, not hard enough. Willemse looks to kick us up the field with a great touch finder into the Romanian territory, looking to speed up things, deciding to dictate the pace of the game, which is what we want to see from the Springboks. A world-class side need to really make sure they are on top of things. So having a look at the check is Mursa Bokba saying 4 tries already, only 18 to go. My goodness, could we be in for just that many tries? So going to the lineouts, we go to the back, we find Dwayne Vermeulen. They set the rolling more, better from the Springbok forwards. Seems to collapse under its own momentum. So referee saying play on. The Boks have access to the ball, so it is play on. But there is a penalty. So it's obviously word in from either one of the touch judges. The ref determined that the Romanian player is collapsing that rolling ball. I believe it was number 3 who's been penalised, Gotras. Willemse. finds the 5-meter mark. So again, an excellent opportunity here for the Springboks to practice, not practice, but to run out what they would have been practicing throughout the week, to be really clinical with their set phases. This is, again, we know that games are won off the back of positive set phases. It's your backs only fire when your forwards are doing well. So the Boks here will look to do so. They find Ori in the middle. That rolling maul shifts around, splinters a little bit through their power. Can he get it? He's over the line, but can he get it down? Indeed it is. It is a fun starter who comes away with a try, another try for the Springboks. Good clinical work from them. You would have liked to potentially see that rolling maul a little bit tighter in formation, but the Boks really, really powerful there. Huge thank you to Martin Janssen van Vuren, who's just become a Forever Sports channel member. We really appreciate that, guys. It allows us to bring you all this, this coverage. Thank you so much. Great to have lots of conversation and discourse going in the chat there. I've got Colin My Rainbow saying 26, SA 26, Romania 0. That was the score not too long ago. It is now 31 points to 0. Although we do seem to be going up to the TMO potentially to look at a reason why the try should not be awarded. Usually when these things are looked at, the tries are disallowed. Very rarely does the referee disagree with the TMO. So we go to the line out here. We splint around to the left-hand side. So from what I can see there, I don't see any immediate reason not to award the try. The only thing is potentially, is it Vermeulen who could be in front preventing access, but he's taken out pretty quickly. Splinters through to the left. Smith is pulling Van Staden through. So from what I can see, I don't see any immediate reason, maybe a different change in angle, but I think the try is going to be disallowed. We'll not be trying to have a chat with the ref, but maybe a bit of truck and trailer potentially. So the try does look like it's not going to be allowed at all. Okay, try disallowed. Again, let me know in the chat there. I can't hear the decision. Oh, obstruction is the call. Difficult to see where that obstruction was from the angles given to us though, but clearly the referee and the TMO thought enough reason to not allow the try. So the Boks will just have to do it once again. Iris Solomon saying, "Ons prep for Ireland next week, go Bokke." Absolutely, they will see this as prepping. And I looked away at the wrong time because the Romanians have not found touch, and Makamazola Mapimpi is making a fantastic run up centre field now. Reinach to the left-hand side finds Klein, strongly tackled by the Romanian defence. Reinach to the right now finds Oxenche, strong run from Ox, but well tackled by the Romanians. Reinach to Leroux, who hoists it up in the air. Grant Williams, that should totally be a penalty for the Romanians, I believe, but it is an advantage for a knock-on. I probably suspect we might see us go back to a replay from the TMO. There it is. Here comes the penalty. I believe it was for playing the man in the air. Yeah, I was surprised the ref didn't call that immediately. Williams never actually went for the ball. They just ran into the player. He has to do better to time his runs. Yeah, tackling the player or taking the player out in the air, just overrunning it a bit. He did have eyes on the ball, but he does have to keep in mind where the other player is. So new poll, guys, in the chat there. How many tries will the Springboks score? Is it going to be more than 5, more than 7, more than 9, or more than 10? So get your votes in. Let us know how many tries you think the Boks are going to score against Romania today in the chat. Again, thank you so much for all of you joining in. Jabulo saying, I predict a century of points. Can the Boks get to 100 plus points? Romanians now with their lineouts. They go to the center. Relatively uncontested. Good driving more by the Romanians, finding a few meters. Springboks not throwing too many in there. Slowing it down. So just over the half into Springbok territory. Here come the Romanians out to the right-hand side. Strong tackle from Van Staden and Willemse. Kick over the top, looking for space. Willie Leroux is back there. However, a bit of an awkward bounce. Collects well, though. Inside to Williams, who now look to run. There's open play. He loves this sort of thing. Strong finds a tackle. Nice little offload. Kubis right off to the boots. Kanan Moody on it, chipping it into the hands of the Romanian 15. So Romania look to now counter-attack. Strong run from the fullback, Simon Escu, excuse me. Then out to the 13, Tomane. Tackled well by the Springboks. The 10, Vavosa, taking it into contact strongly. Little pick and go on the side there. The Springboks deemed to be offside though, or a high tackle. So Romania with the penalty advantage. Out to the right we come. So a little bit of an up and under cross kick happening. Does look like it's going to be caught, but then eventually taken out. So we will go back for the penalty though. I believe it was a high tackle there. No degree of danger. I don't think I saw anything there. Potentially just something around the shoulder, slipping up around the neck. So nice little play by the Springboks there, but a good strong run by the fullback, Simon Escu, looking for the counter. Breaking the first tackle of Bongi Umlambi, but then eventually brought down by Kobus Reinach. What can that man not do? Kick, score tries, defend. So the Romanians look like they are going to the post, but first we are going to take a water break. So due to the heat out there in France at the moment, guys, the players are getting water just about every 20 minutes, allowing everyone to catch their breath. So in this break, what we're going to do is just a massive shout out to our channel partners, one of those being Forever Sports, which is us, and then BITDEFENDER. So Forever Sports has partnered with BITDEFENDER, a global leader in cybersecurity. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks to transform and improve their digital experience. So a big thank you to BITDEFENDER for sponsoring today's stream. Additionally, we have a new stream sponsor as well, in that of SERUM, and specifically SERUM Energy Drink. So the SERUM Energy Drink is the flagship physical product of the SERUM ecosystem. Like everything in the SERUM ecosystem, it has a backstory. If you go check out their website, as well as the visual ads we'll be playing for you guys, just like the bored apes consume serum to mutate into mutant apes, consumers drink SERUM Energy Drink to mutate into more energized and focused versions of themselves. So that all sounds nice and well, but what I'm really impressed with, what is in the drink itself. So it's got a high vitamin content. The energy drinks can provide boosts of energy and support overall health. Really importantly for me as a type 1 diabetic, it's sugar-free, so it's not going to cause me to have a sugar spike. And you guys, you won't feel the crash later on. It is aspartame-free as well, safer to consume due to the potential health risks associated with aspartame, and is also a nootropic. So an energy drink that is nootropic may improve cognitive function, such as memory and focus. So if you guys are watching from South Africa and you do fancy getting your hands on some of your SERUM Energy Drink, make sure you go check out and have a look at their website in the link below, and maybe get your hands on some SERUM Energy Drink. So a big thank you to them. Another massive thank you to Sonia van Us for becoming a Forever Sports member. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure if you can't do that, you are liking the video, you're subscribing to the channel, you're engaging with the chat, in the polls. It just lets YouTube know that we're doing a really good job, and we appreciate it. But a huge thank you to all our channel members. Zan Fam saying 92. So is that 92 points that we think we're going to get to? We see Inam there saying 110 full-time. Come on, Boca. Right, back to the rugby though. So we did see some heavy rain coming down in the stadium. We wonder how this might change the conditions. The Romanians have not decided to go for the post. They've gone for the corner. So will we see the box set for the rolling maul here, or potentially try and compete and disrupt it? They are just inside the Springbok 22. Again, these are the small victories that the Romanians will be looking for. Can they secure this line out? Can they make positive ground? First of all, first job, not quite done. They have knocked it on, but no advantage there for the Springboks. So the Springboks able to disrupt that line out. As Reza mentioned in the build-up, the box having 100% success rate in exit to successfully. So can they continue to do so? We set up a little bit of a chain here. Kobus Reinach will look to box kick. Does so. Just finds touch. So good clearance there from the Springboks once again. Tato saying a 300 to the box. That would be quite the score. Would be massive. Not sure we'll see that big of a score, but we can always hope and dream, can't we? So the Romanians now will look to have a cleaner lineout, almost on the halfway. Still Romanian possession. They go to the back of the box, able to disrupt once again. So really good from the Springboks. Here we come to the left-hand side. The ball does go to the floor, so things might start to get a bit scrappy here. Williams feeds Mapimpi, chips over the top. Round the corner, has he got the gas? The Romanians well to do there, bounces through everyone and falls into the hands of the 15, Simonescu, who does well. Strong counter ruck by the Springboks. Advantage. They're over the try line, but the referee has blown the whistle to bring the ball back for the penalty. Yeah, good, strong counter ruck from the Springboks there. Smart play from the Springboks, identifying when the counter ruck is on. So 5 meters out, we do go to the line. Yeah, we will probably start to see things get a bit scrap here with that rain coming down. Carolyn there just explaining to all of you why you might not be able to see the game here on YouTube. We appreciate it. We can give you live updates. We also give you fantastic commentary. Not putting words in Carolyn's mouth, but thank you so much. Right, to the back of the lineup we go. Vermeulen into those safe hands. Rolling ball is set. Tighter formation by both sides. Going sideways at first. Let's use it once. So Romania doing well here to slow that Bok forward pack, but here it comes around the left-hand side, just short of the line. Another advantage to the Springboks. Kobus Reinach picks and goes. Can he find his third try? Brought down short, and the referee stops play, deemed a knock-on. So we will have a scrum 5 meters out. Referee seems to be having a chat with the Romanian players. So it was Bongi Omunami, very short. Actually, a knock-on from the South African hooker. So we should see a Romanian, or maybe that was the knock-on, excuse me. No, there it is. Yeah. So it was a knock-on first before the infringement. So we will have a Romanian scrum here on the 5 meters. So big scrum for the Romanians. Boks will be disappointed that they weren't able to come away with some points there. Already having the bonus point though, but the work is not done yet. Right, 23 minutes done. First quarter flown by. Boks making good use of their possession. The Romanian feeds, strong push from the Springboks, absolutely outpowering the Romanians. Pick and go, Kobus Reinach over the line. He does indeed find his third try. Fantastic for the scrum half. Yeah, showing potentially why he should be always in the starting lineup. I know we've got some Kobus Reinach fans in the Forever Sports team, but across the globe as well. So the scrum here just absolutely decimating the Romanian scrum. Kobus Reinach picking up the ball as it pops out and over the line for his third try of the game. How many more will we see? Not just from the Boks, but from Kobus. Richard Riddick in the chat saying the problem with Romania is that they have been sponsored by EU Rugby for years with no progress. Yeah, and I agree with Richard to the extent that we've spoken about these emerging rugby nations not playing against high levels of competition. There was a terrifying stat, I believe it was between Samoa and England. Samoa had played, since 2020, I think they had played 10 tests, whereas England had played 40. And so when you've got two sides just playing just the number of tests, such a difference in that. And then also the quality of those tests, it's, you can't expect these emerging rugby nations to keep up with the likes of the developed rugby nations. I saw there was a cheeky comment from someone, I forget who it was, saying that potentially we should call England an emerging rugby nation. I don't think they'd take too kindly to that. But the Romanians get us underway once again. So again, playing from left to right in their yellow jerseys. Dwayne Vermeulen catches the ball and taken down with inside the 22. Ball did seem to come out there for a second, but referee might have missed it. Kobus Reinach looks to box kick. Does so again, excellently finding touch. Enver 77, I think I do need to shave. Again, that poll, most of you said by 20 points. So we'll have to see what the deficit is at half time. So we still have 15 minutes to go here. Potentially, the Romanians could mount a comeback and bring us within 20 points. But we will have to see. I might come out looking in the second half very differently. Right. The Romanians do have a line out. They'll look to tidy this up. They go to the front, but it's overthrown. Thankfully falls to the arms of the number one Hartig, but it is not straight. So again, the Romanians not having a good day all around. Their set pieces just not coming off. Again, we know how important set pieces are. Matthew Dixon, it is his second hat-trick at a World Cup. Indeed it is, right? We spoke about Kobus Reinach in the brief there, saying that he's actually the player to score he is the player to score the fastest hat-trick in a World Cup. We'll have to see how fast this one was compared to his last. I think it was within 20 minutes was his first one. So this might be pretty close. I don't know, Matthew, who has the most number of hat-tricks at a World Cup. That is something we can definitely find out for you and bring back to you after half-time. So we have a scrum in the Romanian territory. It does go down, so we'll have a reset. The Boks need to be careful here because a lot of the developed rugby nation sides with traditionally stronger scrums have been blown up for too much power, right? So not hitting and holding. So although they might be physically dominant, they do need to make sure that they're not unleashing that power too early. Hits, take the pressure, hold, wait for the ball to go in, and then unleash. A lot of the teams have been blown up for not doing that. So we are on the intersection of the 15-meter in from the touchline and the 10-meter within the Romanian half. So the Boks got lots of space on this left-hand side to exploit. Better scrum, strong second shove from the Springboks, but the Romanians hold well. It is starting to turn a little bit. It gets very sloppy. Dwayne Vermeulen having to pick up there. So again, I feel like Kobus Reinach should have maybe gone for the ball there. So out it comes to the forwards in the center. Now we go to the right-hand side to Willemse. Willemse dabs it through. It stays in field though. Simonescu, lovely clearance kick from him. Fantastic clearance kick from the Romanian 15, getting them out of their half and well into the Springbok half over the 10-meter mark. So again, I think they're the Boks potentially not making the right decision. I would have liked to have seen them play that ball earlier from the scrum instead of trying to milk the penalty. And then the dab through by Damian Willemse, I think, again, was the wrong call. Let's play a bit of phases before we decide to chip things through. So we have a line out within the Springbok half. Munambi finds, or he doesn't quite find Ori again. Ori's hands have not been the best. So the Romanians pick up on loose ball, but then split it forward. So advantage to the Springboks now. A little bit of opportunity to counterattack. Esterhazen decides to hoof it downfield. That man, Simonescu, again, number 15, at doing good things. Tries to do a bit of a banana kick, but finds Willie Leroux just outside the 22. Up and under from Willie Leroux. Esterhazen gives chase. Not in a real position to compete, but a strong tackle there from the inside center. So Romania with a bit of ball, but again, they will kick it quite early. Finds Willie Leroux in the 22. Oh, a little drop, but it did look like it went backwards. So play on. No. Being called for the knock-on. Willie looks a bit perplexed because it did look to go backwards. I think if we do see the replay, it very much will go backwards, but referee saying, no, sorry, none of that. Handling errors, though, the Boks have made more than the Romanians, 3-1. So the Boks will look to tighten up that aspect of their game. Just seeing the replay here. Yeah, I think at the very least, flat or backwards, but potentially any reason. So a Romanian scrum. So on the Springbok 22, good scrum by the Romanians. Out the ball comes quickly. Nice pick up from the captain, Chirika. Strong run from him, but met well by the South African backs. He can go around the corner from the Romanians. They'll look to convert here, get something before the half. Out it comes. For the Romanians. Solid defense by the Springboks, turning that ball over, forcing a knock-on advantage. A bit scrappy. They would have looked to have done better with the attack, but Viliru does well to get it to Makamazolo Mpimpi and almost takes his own player out, sliding on the wet grass, but we come back for the penalty advantage. So it's hoofed upfield by Damien Villenser, finding great ground. Line up for the box. So in the Romanian half, can they come away with more points? Find Dwayne Vermeulen. Been the safer line-out option today. Rolling ball is set. Line-out is over, says the referee. Slowly finding and marching their way upfield. Reinach looks to go to the right-hand side. Little wrap around from Grant Williams inside to the Romanian player, who's then eventually taken out. But I do believe that Grant Williams potentially might have stepped out into touch, which looks like it is the case. Thanks once again, guys, to have you here with us on Forever Rugby, on Forever Sports. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the conversation going on in the chat. Appreciate the likes on the video, the subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate you guys taking part in the polls, and to our sponsors. We really appreciate them all making it happen for us. Stevie P in the chat. Hello, everyone from Bordeaux. Hello, Steve. Great to have you here with us. Looking forward to hearing more from you, Stevie. So the Romanians are on the charge. Ball is loose, though, in the Springbok 22. It is cleared up nicely and hoofed downfield, and touch is found. Again, not allowing for any sort of loose play to occur. So a bit of an up and under there from the Springboks trying something, but the Romanians doing well to collect it and get it out as quickly as they can. So Springboks able to convert or turn over that line out, I should say, rather. They unleash Van Staden in the center field. Strong run up from him. Reinach out to the right-hand side there. Willemse to Leroux. Leroux to Kanan Moody. What can he do? Chip puts it on the boot then. The race is on. Grant Williams is flying down the field, but it is indeed the ball who will win that race. Unfortunate there. Looked like there was no yellow jerseys around him. So if only that ball had bounced a little bit kinder for him. Good steal there from Jean Klein. Alan Stevie is indeed at the ground. Lucky bugger. But we can't wait to bring you more content from France, from the Rugby World Cup 2023. So we will have a Romanian scrum from where it was kicked. About 5 minutes left of this first half. I think, it's been off to an explosive start there by the Springboks. Set piece, the scrums have looked solid. The line-out's not too much. I think Marvin already has struggled today to collect. Dwayne Vermeulen has been solid. We need to look to do better. Kobus Reinach putting massive pressure on the back, causing a bit of a spill, but it is the Romanian 9 who kicks through. Well collected at the back there by Grant Williams, who slips through. He's off, but then runs into one of the biggest men on the pitch, number 4, Montauk, for the Romanians. Out to the right we go. Nice hands from Jean Klein. Nice little forward into play here. Bongi Umanami down the right-hand side. Excellent work from the box. What can they do? It's knocked forward, unfortunately, by then Jean Klein. Would have expected better hands. But here come the Romanians to the right-hand side. They're making good ground, looking for support. Careful not to get isolated. It is Vavosa taking it into contact. Rupani finds out his big men. Rupanu then out to the left-hand side, the Romanian 9, asking his forwards. Pick and go from Hartig around the corner. Good positive meters made. Dwayne Van Staden doing his best to become a nuisance, but getting cleared off. Again, Motok, number 4, taking it strongly up the field. This is better by the Romanians. And they go to their 10, Barbosa, who kicks it, but it is collected well by the 14, Manu Mua, wrestled to the ground and does excellent work to stay in play, but the referee seems to have blown his whistle. So we are coming back for a Romanian penalty, I think for a box offside, about center of the field. So the Romanians have an opportunity here. We've got about 3 minutes or so before the half. They are not going to take the points. They are going for the line. So John Klein will be disappointed that he wasn't able to collect that ball. The Springboks were looking good on that attack. Would have liked to have come away with one more try before the half. It was a high tackle by Jean Klein. Potentially head contact there. TMO might get involved and say, hey, let's have a look at this. With the way things are going, you just sort of think any contact with the head does see a TMO intervention and potentially meet the yellow card threshold. I think there are mitigation factors in that tackle, but it seems to be play on for the moment. So the Romanians, arguably with their best attacking platform of the game, just outside the 5 meter. They collected nicely at the back of the line out. Number 8, Chikira, the captain. Round comes Motor. Good strong run from him, making positive meters. The Romanians are 2 meters out from the Springbok line, but the Boks are able to turn it over, and I can't even see who it is, but I'm pretty sure it's Kwagga Smith coming up, and it is indeed Kwagga Smith coming up away with the ball, turning over. Fantastic work from the Springbok flanker. The Romanian captain, Chirika, there, just having a conversation with the referee. It looks like he was complaining about being harassed in the air of that line out, but not getting any profit from it. Kwagga Smith so quick over the ball, so strong over the ball, not able to be moved. Margie Taylor there, high all from Greece. Lovely on holiday, Margie. Having a lack of time, I hope. Thank you for tuning in. So the Springboks will have a line out now. Still within their half. Dwayne Vermeulen now catches, but then bobbles a little bit. Kurt Reinach able to get the ball off. Does seem to be a bit slippery out there. The Boks will have to tighten this up. The conditions won't always be favorable, so they'll need to get used to playing in these wet conditions. Reinach then off to Oxen Chair, but the Springboks get a penalty, I believe, for being the Romanians, excuse me, for being offside. Yeah, we see the rain starting to come down a bit more. Billy LaRue looks to get us upfield. So within the last minute, arguably the last attacking opportunity for the Springboks, they will hope to score one more try. It does indeed look like I'm going to be coming back looking slightly differently in the second half. Unbelievable first wave of tries from the Boks in that first half. So Bongi throws, finds Klein, but not able to keep it. So a knock on. The Romanians are able to get over that ball. The rain is coming down, pouring down in Bordeaux. A lovely little interplay from the Romanians, though, showing that they can hang on to the ball. Strong run up the field by the captain, Chirika. Rupanu out to his backline players. Strong run there from Gontiniek. But there was deemed a forward pass and then a knock-on. And so that takes us to the half-time break, ladies and gentlemen. We are sitting at 33 points to 0. I think the Boks would be pleased with the way they played roughly averagely throughout that first half, scoring almost at will in the first 10 or 15 minutes. I think things started to slow down, especially when the weather started to play a factor. So can the Romanians look to come back in the second half, or will the Boks look to try and run away and open the taps even further? We know we'll see more of the players coming off of the bench. Guys, it's been a fantastic first half. I'm going to hand over to the halftime crew now. I believe it is once again Riza and Kel for their analysis of that first half, but I'll be back to take you through the second half, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you here later on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports.
is brought to you by SERUM Energy Drink, which is a brand new proudly South African energy drink, as well as BITDEFENDER and BOYLESPORTS. So, boys, I'd like to talk a little bit more about what happened in that first half. It was crazy. It was a frenetic start, wasn't it, Rudy? I mean, we had tries from Kobus Reinach, 3, 9, and 24 minutes in. Makazole Mapimpi in the 7th, and Damian Williamson.
Invasion. Level 1. Defend yourself. Oh no. You suck. Stage failed. SERUM. Oh yeah. SERUM energy drink. Find your flow. Game over.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
The referee looking for grounding, no clear sign there though, but it eventually awards it. The Boks are over within, again, 3 minutes, scoring the first try of the second half. Excellent work from the Boks. It is Dion Fourie. The man is on the field and he scores.
Powering on. Mic off.
Try. Excellent work for Dion Fourie. Nice teamwork there from the Springbok forwards. So welcome everyone. Great to have you back here. Sorry about the no sound. Hopefully you can all hear me now. Let me know in the chat. Sound should be good. So hopefully having you all back here. Excellent work from the Boks. Sound, please. Sound. The silence is deafening, says Alan Robinson. Oh, no. Can you still not hear me, Alan? Doing our best to get it sorted on this end. Still no sound from commentators. Only sound during ads, says Biff Jones. Let me know. We are working as soon as I'll keep talking. You guys let me know when the sound comes back. So I believe I'm seeing some comments. The sound is back. Hopefully you can hear sound back, says Biff Jones, loud and clear. Excellent. Great to be back then. Okay, so we're off to a pretty frenetic start there again in the first 3 minutes of the second half. The Boks scoring. The Romanians, that is not offside because it was tipped back by a Bok player. So the Romanians now able to collect. Within the Springbok half, they'll look to string some phases together. Corsi saying, do you think SA will score over 100 points? They've got a long way to go. Scoring, I say only 33 points, but if we double that in the second half, that only takes us to 66. It's a long mark off 100, but hopefully the Boks can get it together. Here come Romania. Nice little show and go from the Romanian 10. Excellent bit of work. Springboks able to counter. Kobus looking to set loose the backs. Unfortunately, it finds its way out into touch. So Springboks need to maybe capitalize a bit more on their countering abilities. Haven't been able to make the most when they do get the counter ball. So hopefully something they can work on. But nice work from Klein there to get it free. Billy Leroux, nice little out the door pass, unfortunately, from Villeneuve. But then maybe something not to have forced in that area. Okay, Kobus Reinach's day is done. And what a day he's had. Excellent performance from the 9. And it is indeed Hendrikse who comes on in his place. So Jaden Hendrikse on the field. Hasn't played too many times. Richard saying, what happened to your face? Thanks, Richard. There was a poll, and we said if the Boks were ahead by more than 20 points at halftime, I would shave a mustache. So here we go. You're welcome. What I'm saying is I don't see Stevie P shaving his face for you guys, so let that be known. Hope, Steve, you're well from in Bordeaux there. So we see Reinach and Faf catching up on the bench. I wonder if we will see Faf de Klerk. What do you guys think? Are we going to see Fafi come onto the field today? It is currently Jaden Hendrikse on. So a couple of substitutions. We see Achia Sneeman is on, Hendrikse. And Dion Fourie, obviously the try scorer in the second half, has come onto the field. So Springbok scrum in the Springbok half. Scrum goes down and the Romanians win a scrum penalty. And I believe it's Trevor penalized for collapsing there. Collapsing the scrum indeed. There's the Rassi Erasmus looking on ominously. So the Romanians here will go to the corner, fancying themselves to potentially try and get over the Springbok line. Again, we spoke about those victories that the Romanians will try and get themselves. Obviously, a win in the game would be a massive one, but there will be small victories within the game. How often can they visit the Springbok 22? How often can they come away with points? These are all things that they will be looking to try and achieve. So can they turn this pressure into some points now? So the Springboks not able to exit their 22 well there. They go to the front of the line. They set the driving maul. It is well set, looks tight. But the Springboks neutralize it well. Some of the Romanian backs now coming in. It does splinter off, and Staden seems to have his hands all over that ball. So it'll be nicely worked back. So the ball is available. Out they go to the forward, the Romanian forwards. The Springbok defense having to set itself quickly. Good work by the Romanians here. Are we going to see a Romania try? We come back to the left-hand side. Big men doing what big men do, taking it over the 5-meter mark. Willemse doing well to get out the way there. And a Springbok turnover, I believe it is Dwayne Vermeulen, was able to get his hands in there. So penalty for the Springboks. Romania not able to keep their discipline and come away with points. So they'll be disappointed with that. I think it was number 6, Gorin, who was penalized for sealing off. Penalty kick by Hendrikse is cleared long way down the field. So the Boks maintain that fact of not having their try line breached. There we see the fans clearly saying, yep, he was sealing off. So Springbok line-out, Marvin Ori off the field, not having the best day at line-out time. Achia Sneeman coming in to do the job. So we set the rolling maul. It is once again back with Dion Fourie. The Springboks do have a penalty though. The Romanians collapsing. Hendrikse finds Esterhuizen. Willemse long pass to Willie Leroux on the left-hand side. Leroux releases Mapimpi One of the Romanian players came up quickly, but Mapimpi now ball in hand, looking for gaps. Mapimpi finding a gap, steaming upfield, but then eventually swamped by the Romanian defenders. Our referee deems there was some obstruction there. I didn't quite see it, but clearly he saw something else. So we will come back for the South African penalty on the halfway mark, close to the right-hand touchline for the Romanians collapsing the rolling maul. Willie Leroux will look to get us downfield. Lovely run by Makamazola Mapimpi there in some space. Again, hoping that he will find some more space. So the Springboks go to the front of the lineup there, finding Jean Klein, once again setting the rolling maul. Swings around the left-hand side, but still in good formation. The Romanians having to work hard to prevent the Boks making much movement. We're about 10 meters from the try line. It comes to the right-hand side from Hendrikse, but it looked like it got intercepted. But it is Grant Williams now hot-stepping around, but he are a lot of big bodies in his way, unable to find a way through there. So he's tackled about 7 meters from the try line. Hendrikse then feeds some of the big men who are making their way out. The Springboks do have a penalty advantage. Hendrikse, hard run on from one of the backline players there. Hendrikse again to Willemse. Willemse stepping his way through under the posts. Damian Willemse with a try. Excellent work from the Springboks there and from the number 10, finding his way through there. Lovely, lovely work from the Bok number 10. So like a try for them. Having a look at the chat, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget, make sure you like the video, subscribe. We are going up to the TMO, though. Potentially, this try is going to be disallowed. As I said in the first half, normally when this comes in place, the TMO has spotted something, and not very often the referee will disagree with the decision. But let's see. First time for everything. So potentially Esterhazen maybe, or who is that? I can't quite see the number there. Not Esterhazen, getting in the way, causing an obstruction. Moody, potentially Kane Moody there, running onto the ball, but then being in a position to obstruct the defender. So it does look like the try is going to be disallowed. Yeah, try disallowed, obstruction. So we will see the Romanian. We won't come back for a Romanian penalty, rather. The Springboks did have an advantage, so we still have an opportunity for the Boks to score some points. Alan Mervyn Hughes lookalike. I'll have to Google that reference. Not a fay with Mervyn Hughes. So the Boks here will undoubtedly look to go to the line again and set the driving maul, although we might see a bit of a tap and go. We have seen some of the teams doing taps and goes from the 5 meter, but the Boks have not decided for the lineouts or the tap and go. We're going to go for the scrum here on 5 meters out. So tough day in the office for the Romanian forwards. They knew what they were in for. Once again, a huge thank you to all of you joining us here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And big shout out to our channel sponsors, BOYLESPORTS, as well as BITDEFENDER, and a new channel sponsor today, or at least a stream sponsor in SERUM. So make sure if you are in South Africa, you go check out SERUM and see if you can get your hands on a SERUM energy drink. They are only distributing in South Africa at the moment, but it's fantastic. Filled with vitamins, low sugar, aspartame-free, and potentially a nootropic, allowing your mental clarity. So the Boks go to feed on the 5 meter. Hendrikse feeds. Strong scrum from the Springboks. They are walking the Romanians back. They'll look to keep it in there. Hendrikse to the right-hand side. However, the number 8 for the Romanians tackles him, but a penalty try is awarded, and the reason for the penalty try is wheeling the scrum. Now, penalty try, but no yellow card. So will it remain that way? The referee does not seem to be sending any of the Romanian players off, and they will award that penalty try to the Springbok forward pack. Yeah, really good work by there. So the Romanians just wheeling it around. Springboks looked like they were in for all money. We do have our second try of the second half. Dylan, you're right. I didn't even see Damien touch the ball to the floor there, but the try was eventually disallowed, but made up for by the penalty try. Right, the Romanians get us underway once again, kicking just outside the 22. Achia Sneeman goes up into the air and they set a rolling maul. Making sure to keep it inside the field of play. Here go the box. And once again, the Romanians deemed to be cynically infringing on that rolling maul. Hendrikse out to Esterhazen out of the back line, but it is coughed up by Willy Leroux. But we will come back for that penalty. Now, Romanian defense and discipline really letting them down. Great to see some of the comments in here. Carter Paul, if we can't put at least 70 on these Oaks, then I'm afraid for Saturday. Yeah, I think, Carter, we spoke about sort of earlier on in the game, you know, potentially what the box will look for here. Is it a points differential thing that you deem success by, or is it potentially set phases? You know, we might put 70 on these Oaks, but I would still worry about things like the line out. Clearly, you know, Ori was having a tough time there. You know, the scrums look pretty solid. So, yeah, how do we judge a successful performance by the box? Points, I think, are useful, but potentially a bit one-dimensional. So I think we'll look at, you know, deep analysis of the stats and see how they did. But next week, Saturday, regardless of how we do in this game, is going to be a big one, which would be very exciting. We hope you join us here on Forever Rugby. On Forever Sports, Stevie P taking you through, I believe, the Ireland-South Africa game. Going to be a big one. So the box go in, they find Achia Sneeman towards the back of the line out. Van Staden comes round. Nice little inside ball there to Grant Williams, step off the left foot. Grant Williams is going to go over the line for another try. Excellent work for him. He's been threatening all game, making an absolute nuisance of himself on the wing for the opposition. But a nice little set play there from Staden out to inside pass, rather, to Grant Williams using his pace, and then a lovely step off his left foot. So definitely not easy work. Had a lot to do once he got the ball in hand. Lovely little work inside ball there. Grant Williams off the left foot, accelerates through over the try line. Fantastic, fantastic work to him. Dad Life there say, come on guys, sort the sound out. So Dad Life, are you struggling to hear me again? I had confirmation that the sound was working. Please do let us know. I've got some sound perfect from the other comments, so just let us know. All right, the conversion is good. So the box now starting to run away with things. We do cross the 50-point mark, 52 points to 0 from Staden. Looking there, excellent work into Grant Williams, who then did brilliant stuff in off the left foot. Lovely step from him. Totally beats the number 11 for Romania, that is on Utu and across the line. So the Romanians get us underway once again, able to restart and collect their own ball, but then somehow lost forward. Here come the Springboks then, deep in their half. Nice little interplay. Good run from Jean Klein, making good meters up the field. Hendrikse finds Faf de Klerk. Faf is on the field, comes on for Willemse. So are we going to see Faf at 10 potentially? Strong run from the Romanian fullback, Simonescu, who I think has had a massive performance so far. Jackie Stradom saying another poll for shaving the mustache if the final score is 75-3. So clearly, Jackie, not a fan of the stash. It's okay. Feelings aren't hurt. We could potentially get another poll going for, how many tries or what the points have to be for the stash to go. Romanian player slowing down that ball a bit, but deemed to do so illegally. Right, out we come to Faf, who sends a monster of an up and under. Not able to be collected by the Romanian player, but bounces backwards. So Romania still with the possession in Romanian territory. And here they come to the left-hand side. Out to the left, finding some space down the left-hand wing here. Come the Romanian forwards. Springboks careful not to turn off. The game is not done. We still have 23 minutes, lots of time to go. Out to the right-hand side, finding the big men. Springboks defense looking good though. Romania's not making much ground. A few positive runs here and there. Rapanu looks for his options. finds Motok. Rapanu now to the left-hand side. All the way to the left-hand side, though, but Williams is up quickly, shutting down any sort of attack. Rapanu out to the right now. To 17, Savin. Deft little offload from him. Strong defense from the box. Out to the right, here we come again. A little more dynamic from the Romanians. Probably the most phases they've played. 10 phases. This is good from them. Good discipline. The box have to keep their defense. They are slowly walking the box backwards. But now it does seem to have been turned over. So there is a penalty. So it was positive from the Romanians. It is a penalty advantage. The box trying to run it deep from their hop. Here comes Kanan Moody. We haven't seen much of him. He's an open play. He's got to his right. He sells the dummy. Probably a bit selfish. Out the backdoor pass, which is ridiculous. And then it does to be spilt forward. So Kanan Moody in acres of space with a support player to his right-hand side probably should have made the pass. Drawed the man, simple stuff to pass. Went for the dummy, a little bit selfish from the young man. Ultimately caught up in the defense. Did well to get it away eventually, but by that time, a lot of the momentum had been lost. So Quagga Smith, the one I should have guessed, turning that ball over. Dad Life, thank you so much. Sound is back. So Kanan Moody here doing well to get through the defense. He had Hendrickse on his right-hand side, sold the dummy, and then Samanescu able to get in there, and Villiers Leroux just bobbling that ball forward. The box would have hoped to have done better. Again, I do think initially the wrong decision from Kanan Moody. Jackie Stradham saying, no, I love the mustache. Just want to see if you game. Well, we might be game. Lots of keep the stash, says Dylan. Cornet says, we're winning. Go, Springbokker, go. Yeah, absolutely. The Bucks are in a commanding lead here over the Romanians. Kitsov is on the field. Malherbe is on the field. So we are starting to see some of the bomb squad come on. So Oxenche comes off. So does Trevor in Nkane. And then Umbanambi has been off as well since the half. So completely new front row, as well as Achia Sneemans on the field. So it does not get any easier for the Romanians with 20 minutes to go. Tough stuff. So 20 minutes to go. We are at a water break, guys. Let me know with 20 minutes. What do you think? It's 52 points to nothing. In the chat, any predictions for final score? Do we think we're going to get to the 100 mark? At the moment, I think it's unlikely. I think to go another 48 points in 20 minutes is not impossible, but it's a tall order from the box. Let me know, what do we think final scores might be? Yeah, Ghost Rider saying Laka Sneeman. Yeah, I enjoy Achia Sneeman. I think he brings a very dynamic element, you know, with those long arms, able to break through the tackle, get the offload off, and unleash the the backline players and forwards potentially running onto. Dillard saying in the chat there, 82 points to 0. I think that's it's probably quite realistic. Another 30 points in 20 minutes. Why not? We saw how quickly they can score tries, the Springboks, but don't count the Romanians out yet. I think they will be in that most recent passage of play of 10 phases, but then ultimately, unfortunately, the discipline just letting them down a bit. So guys, in the break, quickly before we get back to players, we just have to say a big thank you to one of our channel partners, which is indeed Bitdefender. Its total security brings major changes to the way online threats are detected and repelled. So the new cyber threat intelligence technologies included can analyze and identify suspicious network level activities and block sophisticated exploits, malware and botnet related URLs and brute force attacks. So I don't even know what half those things are. Clearly I'm susceptible to them, but thankfully I'm using Bitware's cybersecurity network to protect my stuff. So to learn more about Bitdefender's offering, please click on the link in the channel description. Back to the rugby, PM is saying 71-0. Kai Bennington saying 50. Yeah, we're currently at 52-0. Matthew Dixon saying 74-3. Carter Paul 72-3. Ghost Rider 72-0. Okay, so lots of commanding South African wins here. Leander Pretoria saying 67-0. So guys, thank you so much for getting stuck in the chat. Appreciate it. Let me know your thoughts on the scores there. We will also soon, probably in about 10 minutes or so, start talking about man of the match performances. I've got an idea of who I might start putting forward to you guys. We'll do a poll later on about man of the matches. But maybe in the chat there, after you've given me your score predictions, who do you think's impressed you so far? Yeah, I think Dwayne Vermeulen's been solid. He's run well. He's caught well at the line-out. I think Willemse had a good showing at 10. I think he commanded things very well. Kobus Reinach's had a standout performance as well. Right, here we go. Out the back of the scrum, Esterhuizen then. Esterhuizen through the first line. supported by Moody. Hendricks then finding Faf. Faf taking it to the line, ultimately into contact. Hendricks, oh, that looked a bit illegal, but the referee's just dealing a knock on. Yeah, just a knock by the Romanians. Again, Springboks would have thought to potentially capitalize more there, but I guess needs to give some credit to the Romanians. They are making life a little bit difficult for the Boks and not allowing too much. Carter Paul in the chat there saying Kurbis for man of the match. Yeah, I think he's definitely one of the contenders. We've just got some time off here as one of the Romanian players. The 10, Valvasa, receives some treatment on his shoulder. Kamaguini saying 80 points to nothing. I think that's probably reachable for the Springboks. Do you think Reinach's had a good showing? I would have liked to have seen more of Esterhazen running with the ball in his hand. We see from this most recent run what a strong runner he is. There is Vincent Cox. Still no word as to why it was quite a last-minute change there. But I think Trevor stepped into the position really well, as he always does. So we have a Springbok scrum, 6 or 7 meters out from the Romanian line. Boks will look to milk this as much as they can. Strong second shove from the Springboks. They do get the penalty advantage. Hendricks finds Faf. Faf inside to Williams. Williams uses acceleration and his strength over the line. Second try for Grant Williams. He also has to be in the conversation for man of the match. As I said, I think he's made an absolute nuisance of himself with those up and unders, putting real pressure on the Romanian backline players. And seeing there his attacking prowess, his threat. He's definitely not one of the biggest men on the field, but his acceleration and pace and ability to step off both feet is truly something that defenses will be worried about. So nice work here from Faf inside to Grant Williams, and Williams over the try line. Excellent work from him. So I think he definitely has to be in man of the match chats. Bit scrappy by Boks, says Biff Jones. I'm getting worried about the Ireland game. Yeah, I think, there's definitely been components where we could have been tighter, a bit neater with things. As I said, lineouts for me in the beginning was a big concern. We need to make sure we're absolutely 100% on that. I do think it has been a bit scrappy. I think conditions, though, the rain hasn't helped. But we need to be able to play well in any conditions because we don't know what it'll be like next week, Saturday, when the Boks do take on Ireland. That is going to be a monster clash. Right, Faf gets the conversion. It is now 59 points to nothing. The Springboks really starting to open the taps. The scientists saying they will not beat Ireland with this poor performance. I think there's been moments you guys seem to be pretty sort of cynical, and that's absolutely, I get it. I think there's, as I said, definitely aspects of it that I'd be concerned about. We haven't, in that first 20 minutes, I thought, my goodness, we were looking really good, sharp. The pace was unreal. Things did seem to slow down a little bit, so we will definitely have to turn it on, and I think we will. We'll be a slightly different side, I think, for the Ireland match. And we'll have to see what those combinations can do. So, underway, once again, here the Romanians have possession in the Springbok half, just outside the 22. Hendricks getting in over that ball and initiating and effecting the steal. So, good work by him. Grant Williams playing at scrum half, although he's at wing. Faf de Klerk fires one out to his backs. Willie Leroux picking out Makazola Mapimpi. Here he comes. He's in space, off the right foot, down the wing. Makazola Mapimpi. Will he make it all the way? Yes, he will. Excellent piece of skill and pace from Makazola Mapimpi. That's what we want to see. Nice work from the Boks there. Messy ball, turnover, get it wide, get it to your speedsters. Excellent bit of work from them. You're not going to stop him in that much space. Makazola Mapimpi, excellent work. I know Stevie will undoubtedly be shouting his praises from the grounds. I thought it was a fantastic skip pass. Was it from Willie Leroux there? To find Mapimpi on the wing, and then good work from Mapimpi with a step and his out and out pace. It was Willie Leroux. Lovely skip pass. Mapimpi here inside, off the right, inside, off the right, beating number 23, Gabriel Pop. And then no one was going to catch him. Mapimpi diving just before the line, ensuring that he was over there. So excellent work for the speedster. Great to see him showing a bit of his pace again. We haven't seen much of him in the lead up to the World Cup, People have been calling about his form, but I think showing there, Makazole Mapimpi, that he is more than up for the task. Brighton Babe saying Ireland are used to playing in the rain as well. Very, very true. So something the Boks will have to make sure that they are comfortable with. Ireland will have that advantage. Although the disadvantage is they have to live with that rain all year round. The Boks get to enjoy some lovely sunshine. But will it prove to be more advantageous in next week's clash? But good point from Brighton Babe there. Cherie Janse van Vuren saying Lekker Bokke. Absolutely. Yeah, we love to see it. And we love to have you guys here with us on Forever Rugby. Thank you so much for joining once again. Right, we get underway. The Romanians now able to collect the restart. Good work from them. Just outside the 22. Springboks making a little slow ball there for the Romanians. Rupanu is still on the field, the Romanian number 9, so he's still directing traffic, finds his forwards to the right-hand side. Can the Romanians string together some phases of play? No, they can't, because once again, one of the Springboks are in over that ball. Might again be Hendrikse, who is proving to be a nuisance to the Romanian attack. Looking at some stats, so pretty even in tackles made, 107 to the Boks, 96 to the Romanians. However, tackles missed significantly favour the Boks. So only 17 tackles missed by the Boks, which is still quite concerning, but 31 tackles missed by the Romanians. Okay, so we do see Van Staden now throwing into the line-out. So although Dion Fourie is on and in the position of the jersey of the replacement, okay, we do start to see Van Staden thrown into the line-out. So the Boks obviously trying out these things without Malcolm Marx. Van Staden finds Jean Klein excellently at the front of the line-out, and the Boks set the rolling more. We do see one of the Romanian players, number 12, Gontiak, coming off with an injured shoulder. We hope he's okay. Right, Hendrikse with the ball at the back again. Not wanting to milk that too much. They are sneaking very close to the right-hand touchline. Hendrikse takes it out, finds Estes, and Estes into Faf. Faf then finds Willie Leroux. Lots of space, bit of 2-on-1. Willie Leroux to Makazole Mapimpi. Mapimpi's in for his second try. Lovely work by the Springbok. That, for me, has been the try of the game because it was excellent forward work. It was excellent by the backs. Nice little set piece there off the training ground, making all the correct decisions at the right time. Makazole Mapimpi in for his second try of the game. Lovely work out the back. And I suppose that is the advantage of having Faf in a potentially playmaking position such as 10 is he's got his solid, reliable pass where he can find players and put it on a dime. That ball does so well. Willie Leroux then committing Simonescu, the 15, before making the pass to Makazole Mapimpi. So fantastic work from the Boks. We've got in the chat, some people are saying that one of the Romanian players has a tag on their scrum cap. Must be brand new out the bag. But anyway, so back to the game here. Faf looking to line up and convert the kick. So currently 69 points to nothing at just about the 69th minute. Faf converts well, taking us to 71 points to 0 with 12 minutes to go. Comfort Morty saying, let's go. Cards Paul, well done, Makazole. Yeah, we still believe in you, Baba. Absolutely. So good work from the Springboks. I think quite a commanding performance from them so far. But 11 minutes to go. How many can they get on the scoreboard? Okay, so last 2 minutes before we get the poll up for man of the match, guys. I think so far I'm sitting at around Kobus Reinach, I think Grant Williams, I think Makazole Mapimpi with his 2 tries, and I reckon Dwayne Vermeulen. Probably, if I've missed anyone there, those are probably the 4 we'll put in the poll, but let me know in the chat if you vehemently disagree with any of those, or you think I've missed someone. Let me know, and we can have a look at it. Right, up and under from the Boks, but the Romanians are able to collect it well. Come to the left-hand side, it'll dab through, but it is disrupted. Comes off a Springbok player, so we will have a Romanian line-out in Springbok territory. Can the Boks get to 100? Still a long way to go. 29 points is no mean feat. No easy feat, I should say. So on the Springbok 10-meter mark in their half, Romanians collect the line out. They go to their backline players to their 14. Manu Mua takes it into contact. Rapanu finds his big men. Supported by Tomak there, driving them forward. But the Romanians, once again, unable to keep their discipline, sealing off that ball at the ruck. So South Africa do get a penalty. So going off the feet of the ruck. Encouraging moments from the Romanians, but unfortunately just not able to string together their sort of enough phases. Yeah, definitely Kobus Reinach, I think, is in man of the match. Contention, Makazole Mapimpi, as I said, I think Dwayne Vermeulen's up there. I mean, Willems, I thought, had a good game at 10. So let me know in the chat, who do you guys think? This is indeed quite a commanding performance from the Springboks. As we go to set up another line out here. So once again, from Staden throwing. They do go to the front of the line out, suggesting maybe not too comfortable, but they are able to win at the Springboks. It is brought down. Hendricks then is able to get the ball out to Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen to Faf. Faf back inside then to Williams, who's swallowed up. So we do starting to see that combination. They like Esterhuizen to Faf. Come to the right-hand side. Big men take it forward and down. Achia Sneeman picking and going, catching his own players a little bit by surprise. From starting off to Dion Fourie. Dion Fourie, a good bit of pace there. Was Kwaka Smith, excuse me, hence the pace. Up and under. Not able to cleanly. It bounces favorably. Jean Klein off to Kitshoff. Kitshoff must look inside. Kitshoff down the right-hand touchline. Eventually brought down on the 5-meter. Hendricks for the line. Is he able to get it down? Assistant referee on the side here deems it to be out. Hendricks doesn't think he scored, but he is appealing for the high tackle. So we might go have a look at this. But nice little play from the Springboks. Unfortunate there not to convert. Dominant performance from the Springboks then, showing their skill. I thought Kitshoff was in for all money, but just didn't have the pace to make it down the line. So while we wait to see what the decision is here, just do you think you know what the result is going to be? Then why don't you head over to Boyle Sports, create an account and place your bet. Not only can you win big on your prediction, but Boyle Sports will match your first deposit up to R1,000. So check out the description, guys. And big thank you to Boyle Sports. So it is a bit of a high tackle on Hendricks. Hendricks going out into touch, but no foul play deemed there. So we will have a Romanian line out on the 5-meter. 3-man line out. They find their man. Nice bit of play from them. Oh, but it is messy. It is in their try line. They will have to scrap it. They recover well. Romania sort of come away and get out of jail free card. It does bounce to Grant Williams. Inside himself to Leroux. Leroux then out to the left. To Mapimpi. Mapimpi to Moody. Moody, a little chip ahead, but it's collected by the Romanians. Johannes Oosterloo saying, can you imagine if Marks played today? Yeah, as a South African supporter, I think we have to sort of start living with the reality of life after Marks, again, which is why some of the lineouts are a bit concerning. But we'll have a week before we face Ireland to tighten everything up. Hopefully an area that we know we like to attack from. So Springbok lineouts just within the Romanian half. Find Jean Klein. Klein to Faf. Faf, Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen out to Mapimpi. Mapimpi to Billy Leroux. Leroux down the right side, 2-on-1. Billy Leroux is going to go himself, 2-on-1. Doesn't need to make the pass. Puts it down. Try for the South African fullback. Nice work again from the box. Similar to the try that Makazole Mapimpi scored, his second try. Billy Leroux panting a bit hard and a bit of a grimace. I don't think he's used to running that fast for that long, but great work from him. So nice bit of interplay here from South African backs. Good pass from Makazole Mapimpi under pressure, and Leroux outpacing his man, creating a 2-on-1. The Romanians are in all sorts of trouble. So we should see that poll closing about how many tries do we think the Springboks will score. We'll see how many of you got it right, as we see Faf lining up to take the conversion here. Mignon van der Merwe still worried about our kicking. It is definitely a cause or an area of concern. We did see Willemse with some good kicks earlier on. Faf's been pretty solid, but potentially with the return of Pollard, who knows? And a little bit of commentator's curse there as Faf misses that conversion, hits the right hand upright. Yeah, Steph Boerts is saying exactly that. Pollard on his way to get the kicking game on track. Right, the Romanians slowly walking up the field. Not that keen to restart, and you can't blame them. So having a look, we closed that poll. Most of us said 10 tries or more. 47% of you thought that the Springboks would score 10 tries or more. And I've actually lost count of tries. So where are we sitting, guys? Those of you in the chat able to do a bit of maths. How many tries are we sitting at? Should be close to 10. Still got 5 minutes on the board. We will shortly get a man of the match. Esterhuizen playing well too. I think absolutely he is. I think all the Boks have played pretty solidly. There is your man of the match option. So Reinach, Vermeulen, Williams, and Mapimpi. Let us know, guys. Get your votes in. Who is your man of the match for the Boks today? Right, back to the action on the screen. The Romanians go to the back of the lineout. Nice little bit of driving more. They get the penalty advantage, so the Springboks deemed to illegally stopping it. Out they go. Little show and go there from the Romanian fly half, I believe, Vavosa. And we come back for the side entry infringement. Meters made. The Springboks, so I just saw a stat flash up there. The Springboks have made 1,043 meters. That is an unbelievable amount of meters made by the Boks. Huge work, huge from them. So the Romanians kick to the line. They will be desperate. Again, those small victories that they're after to get onto the scoreboard. The Boks themselves, though, will be looking to come away with a clean sheet and tout their defensive prowess. Matthew Dixon, 12. Are we sitting at 12 tries? That is very impressive from the Springboks. Nice little bit of trick play there from the Romanians at the lineup, but the Boks snuffing it out quickly. It is 22. Konache on the field as a replacement for Rupana, the 9. So Konache now commanding his troops for the last 3 minutes. Springbok defense driving the Romanians backwards, though, just outside the 22. The ball is spilt loose. Counter opportunity. Esterhuizen gives it to Moody. Moody finds a long pass out to Mapimpi. Mapimpi then, Rapuna is still on the field, but in a different position. Mapimpi brought down well. So the Boks all the way to the left-hand side. Faf picking up and finding Van Staden. Strong run from Van Staden up the field. Hendrikse out to Faf. Faf taking it to the line, getting his arms free, but no support runners through there. There is an advantage, so a knock-on, unfortunately, in the contact. This is quite exciting, guys. I'm not going to lie. I do like having Faf, Williams, and Hendrikse all on the field at the same time, because you feel like there's an out-and-out scrum half everywhere on the field. So having a look then at the man of the match, make sure to get your votes in. It has been announced on the game itself. They have awarded it to Makazola Mapimpi for his performance. I think he has absolutely had a phenomenal performance as the winger. So good to see him back in form. And let us know who you think your man of the match is out of those options. It might be Mapimpi. It might not be. Johannes Ursalu asking, biggest score difference in a World Cup game? Very, very good question. We'll see if we can get back to you on that. Currently 70.6 to 0. I feel like there's been bigger point differentials though. Could be wrong. Maybe someone can give me a Google. Hardy Dave saying maybe Romania can pull through at the last minute. I mean, again, they will be absolutely desperate to get on the scoreboard here. Springboks, though, will be looking to defend that lovely big fat 0 on the scoreboard. They'll feel like a good one for that. Brighton Babe using all sorts of flattery in the comments, saying, man of the match for me is this commentator. You are too kind, Brighton Babe. And you're going to make me go very red. Anyway, back to the rugby. The Springboks win a short arm at the scrum. So the last play of the game will go to the Boks. They will undoubtedly look to head down the field once more. So gets off there, indeed saying to the ref, no, we'll definitely take a scrum. So the Romanians now will have to be very disciplined. Can see what the Boks going to try to do, maybe potentially milk a penalty from the scrum here. Let's see, HJH there saying Namibia conceded more than 100 points once. Yeah, so I do feel like potentially this is not the biggest victory. It could be, is it the biggest Springbok victory though? No, Craft saying 142 Australia. That is an unbelievable stat. And the Springboks do milk the penalty, so good work by the Springboks, recognizing what they can do. And they get it. Hendrickson goes quickly. Interesting, not to take it down the field and take the line out, but here we go, and it is spilt forward by Esterhazen. So the Romanians now have one last shot, but then it finds its way back into the hands of Grant Williams. And the referee blows his whistle, and that is the final whistle of the game. A dominant, impressive performance by the Springboks. I can't say it was clinical. I do think there were moments where the Boks looked a bit untidy, but I think it is always an impressive feat when you come off the rugby field to have not conceded a single point. The Romanians had their opportunities, though. They had a few shots on goal, which they didn't quite make it through. They had a few lineouts in good positions, but really, really not able to get over the line. So a good performance from the Springboks. I think the Romanians will be happy to have arguably their two biggest Rugby World Cup games out of the way, and they can start to focus on the next one. For the Springboks, they will look to next weekend, which is undoubtedly the biggest clash of the pool game, probably the second biggest cup of the World Cup itself, the pool games at least. I think the first one potentially between France and New Zealand was epic, but South Africa versus Ireland next week is going to be immense. Guys, thank you so much for joining me here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It's been an absolute privilege to bring you coverage of the Springbok World Cup campaign, and know that Forever Sports is going to bring you coverage from the whole World Cup. So every game we are bringing to you live, and we appreciate you getting involved. So before I go, having a look at the results for the man of the match, out of 224 votes, 39% of you voted for Makazola Mapimpi. Excellent work for him. Kobus Reinach getting a good shout at 26%, Williams at 22%, and then Vermeulen at 12%. So fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Great to have you here. It's been excellent. I've really enjoyed it, and hopefully see you guys soon. Make sure, if you haven't already, please smash a like on the video. Please make sure you subscribe to the channel, and if you can, look at becoming a channel member. Last shout out to our channel sponsors. Thank you once again to SERUM Energy Drink. If you are in South Africa and fancy a good energy drink, go check them out. High in vitamins, sugar-free, aspartame-free, definitely something worth checking out. Big thank you to BOYLESPORTS as well as BITDEFENDER for their continued channel support. My name is Wes. Really appreciate you guys clocking in. And until next time, congratulations to the Boks. We will see you all.